But the thing is, there's a mixture. We are a mixture. What makes us foundational Black Americans, that we're mixed with the indigenous and we're mixed with the Africans who were brought over during the slave trade. And then we had an ethnogenesis. So we became a whole new ethnic group. And that ethnic group was the foundation of the United States, making our ethnic group indigenous to the United States, because we're the first ethnic group of what would become the United States, who built it. We built this thing from scratch. So that makes us indigenous. Unlike the Europeans who came from somewhere else, we were created here. Our ethnogenesis is here. But the thing is, there's a mixture. We are a mixture. What makes us foundational Black Americans, that we're mixed with the indigenous and we're mixed with the Africans who were brought over during the slave trade. And then we had an ethnogenesis. So we became a whole new ethnic group. And that ethnic group was the foundation of the United States, making our ethnic group indigenous to the United States, because we're the first ethnic group of what would become the United States, who built it. We built this thing from scratch. So that makes us indigenous. Unlike the Europeans who came from somewhere else, we were created here. Our ethnogenesis is here. But the thing is, there's a mixture. We are a mixture. What makes us foundational Black Americans, that we're mixed with the indigenous and we're mixed with the Africans who were brought over during the slave trade. And then we had an ethnogenesis. So we became a whole new ethnic group. And that ethnic group was the foundation of the United States, making our ethnic group indigenous to the United States, because we're the first ethnic group of what would become the United States, who built it. We built this thing from scratch. So that makes us indigenous. Unlike the Europeans who came from somewhere else, we were created here. Our ethnogenesis is here. But the thing is, there's a mixture. We are a mixture. What makes us foundational Black Americans, that we're mixed with the indigenous and we're mixed with the Africans who were brought over during the slave trade. And then we had an ethnogenesis. So we became a whole new ethnic group. And that ethnic group was the foundation of the United States, making our ethnic group indigenous to the United States, because we're the first ethnic group of what would become the United States, who built it. We built this thing from scratch. So that makes us indigenous. Unlike the Europeans who came from somewhere else, we were created here. Our ethnogenesis is here. But the thing is,
I don't mind talking to you about it. What I did is it's called a retirement visa. And that's what I have in South Africa. There's certain requirements that you have to meet. You have to have a certain income percentage, and you have to have a certain amount of money in the bank. You have to be over a certain age. I met all the requirements to retire in South Africa. And what I have is what's called a retirement visa. So, and I also have family members that are Nigerian. My grandfather was Nigerian, so that's how I was able to get citizenship in Nigeria, and also, of course, America. I'm in America right now, so
Okay.
I don't mind talking to you about it. What I did is it's called a retirement visa. And that's what I have in South Africa. There's certain requirements that you have to meet. You have to have a certain income percentage, and you have to have a certain amount of money in the bank. You have to be over a certain age. I met all the requirements to retire in South Africa. And what I have is what's called a retirement visa. So, and I also have family members that are Nigerian. My grandfather was Nigerian, so that's how I was able to get citizenship in Nigeria, and also, of course, America. I'm in America right now, so
Okay.
there's a mixture. We are a mixture. What makes us foundational Black Americans, that we're mixed with the indigenous and we're mixed with the Africans who were brought over during the slave trade. And then we had an ethnogenesis.
America
So we
wants to
became a
create this
whole
illusion of
new
a
ethnic group. And that ethnic group was the foundation of the United States, making our ethnic group indigenous to the United States, because we're the first ethnic group of what would become the United States. Who built it? We built this thing from scratch. So that makes us indigenous. Unlike the Europeans who came from somewhere else, we were created here. Our ethnogenesis is here.
America wants to create this illusion of a multicultural society where America wants to create this illusion of a multicultural society. America wants to create this illusion of a multicultural society where race don't matter. And America knows, because everybody wants to be here so badly, they don't have a problem shitting on black people to improve their relationship with the white power structure. So if you ask the
I'm saying I don't have a problem with people with the foundational Black America. I get why he's doing that. There's nothing wrong with being about your business. Like, foundation, we need to be respected because it's never been respected.
Facts.
And black people, there's black people that have been here that weren't slaves, that were just here. You got black Indians. I get the whole thing. It's not like I don't get it. I've read enough where I understand black people. I like that they are being hardcore about it. But then when you're shitting on the other black folks, that's when I have a problem with, because I'm like this. I can be over here and have.
And the reason critics are so upset about this is there are over 400,000 people unlawfully living in New York City, many of whom have jobs that these businesses rely on, leading defenders of illegal immigration to claim ICE's enforcement actions could crash the local economy. As these immigrants are taking jobs Americans refuse to work at. An extreme statement for sure, as one has to wonder if it's possible zero legal New York residents will work in air-conditioned convenience stores or allegedly at places like Amazon, especially when a 2022 study revealed 17% of workers under the age of 24 want jobs but can't find them. And the reason
Obama will announce his candidacy this weekend at the old state capitol in Springfield, Illinois, where Abraham Lincoln made his stirring House Divided speech. How historic. At a building made famous by the man who freed the slaves, Obama isn't the descendant of slaves. His father emigrated from Kenya in 1959, and his mom is the Swiss Miss Girl. Some are even claiming that the senator has not lived the, quote, black experience, and it may affect his support in the African American community. Obama will announce his candidacy this weekend at the old state capitol in Springfield, Illinois, where Abraham Lincoln made his stirring House Divided speech. How historic. At a building made famous by the man who freed the slaves, Obama isn't the descendant of slaves. His father emigrated from Kenya in 1959, and his mom is the Swiss Miss Girl. Some are even claiming that the senator has not lived the, quote, black experience, and it may affect his support in the African American community. Obama will Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not. In the American political context, black means the son of West African, the descendant of West African slaves brought here to labor in the United States. It's not a put down. It's not to say that he hasn't suffered. It's not to say that he doesn't have a glorious lineage of his own. It's just to say that he and I, who am descended from West African slaves brought to America, we are not the same.
But the thing is, there's a mixture. We are a mixture. What makes us foundational Black Americans, that we're mixed with the indigenous and we're mixed with the Africans who were brought over during the slave trade. And then we had an ethnogenesis. So we became a whole new ethnic group. And that ethnic group was the foundation of the United States, making our ethnic group indigenous to the United States, because we're the first ethnic group of what would become the United States. who built it. We built this thing from scratch. So that makes us indigenous. Unlike the Europeans who came from somewhere else, we were created here. Our ethnogenesis is here. But the thing is, there's a mixture.
How can people help? Like, are you accepting donations for books right now, pencils, anything of that sort?
Great question. Great question. The primary way to help at this point is through financial contribution or skilled labor contribution. So that means Cash App, PayPal, check, money order, or if you are a plumber, electrician, HVAC technician, or carpenter, you can donate some time and come help us get some of the work done here at the campus. Okay. I regret having not been more responsible when I dated my daughter's mothers, because I have never reconciled with myself the fact that my children were raised in the home without me and with other men who may not be bad people, but are not the Pan-Africanist that I am. And so my daughters were not raised with that serious Pan-African, African-centered consciousness and personality that I would have liked for them to have. And I can't blame nobody for that but myself. So I regret that too. I regret having not been more responsible when I dated my daughter's mothers, because I have never reconciled
well, tonight in the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, there was a gentleman by
children were raised in the home without me and with other men who may not be bad people, but are not the Pan-Africanist that I am. And so my daughters were not raised with that serious Pan-African, African-centered consciousness and personality that I would have liked for them to have. And I can't blame nobody for that but myself. So I regret that too.
My biological father is Dr. Umar. He has another daughter. I tried to contact him about, getting to know my sister on my dad's side. I asked him if he knows her or if he has her number. He ignored me and never responded. I'm 22 years old now. My dad has never been to anything important, no graduation, no birthday parties, nothing. He has not been in my life. Again, I'm not making this video to bash him. I'm making this video to state facts, okay? You can't get on Instagram and get on social media and portray to be an activist and talk about how Black kings need to be with Black women, but you're not even in your Black woman's daughter's life. It doesn't make sense. You're being a hypocrite. And it's frustrating because I reached out to you. I reached out to you. I shouldn't have had to do that. I'm your daughter. But I'm smart enough and logical enough to know that you would never reach out to me because you don't have my phone number. And I'm pretty sure you wouldn't try to reach out to me because for what? I don't want anything out of you. I want nothing but a conversation. Forget the relationship. I really don't care too much about that at this point. I just wanted a conversation out of you and you shut me down. You ignored me. You should never be too busy for your daughter ever in life. So I just wanted to make this video to just try to, I guess, somehow find my sister on my dad's side. So if you see this, please reach out to me. Please DM me because I want to know who you are.
6.5 hours later.
Hello, guys. So I just wanted to come on here with a small update. I just got off the phone with Dr. Umar's other daughter's mother, and she just told me that that's her daughter. So, yes, y'all, I found her. I'm going to give her a call and talk to my sister when she gets out of school. So, and I just wanted to answer a couple questions. All that, oh, are you going to show us the DNA test? No, because it's not your business. Why? I don't have to prove nothing to y'all internet folks. I know what it is in real life. So, no, you're not getting a DNA test. What else have I seen? Why are you coming to the internet with this? I already tried to get in contact with him. He shut me down and ignored me. What else I've been seeing? Oh, you trying to tear down Dr. Umar? No, I'm not. He tore himself down by not building a relationship with his own daughter. What's another question I saw? It's a bunch of questions I seen, but y'all don't know nothing. That's my dad. I have the right. And that's my sister. I have the right. Clock it.
A few minutes later.
I just want to say this to all my supporters out there, my true supporters. My true supporters. It ain't that many of my true supporters. But for my true supporters, I want y'all to stay focused. There's a lot of slander going on. There's a lot of lies being pushed out there. There's people trying to use my name to build themselves up. I just want you to be really, really careful right now. Be patient, stay focused. Be patient, stay focused. Be patient, stay focused, brothers and sisters. Y'all know me too well. Y'all know my love for children is too strong. Y'all know me too well for anybody to be coming out the woodworks telling you they've been trying to reach me where my number has been public
I'm not trying to get clout.
for 20 years. Listen, brothers and sisters, I want y'all to listen. My phone number has been the same for 20
$3,500 to $10K is my range. Y'all pay Dr. Umar thousands of dollars to get the on there and talk. Y'all gonna pay me the same shit. I'm not trying to get clout. I just hit 5K on Instagram. The Dr. Umar video was over 200K. I posted 3 videos regarding him. They all hit over 100K in 24 hours or under. You never called him though. You texted one time. You don't know what the fuck I did, bitch.
What did he say?
She said what everybody was mostly thinking. She doing this for clout, because if you wasn't doing it,
I don't have to clout chase. Go on my page. I'm a comedian. I've been doing this Instagram. Been doing this social media. I've had multiple videos go viral before and I had to deal with hate comments. It's nothing new. It's always, oh, you want clout, you bashing your dad, you doing this, you doing that. But y'all don't know. But you want to keep exposing your personal business for money for the internet. You trying to make a come up. I'm not trying to make a come up. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's on the internet, so what the f am I exposing? It's on the internet. It's on Shade Room. It's on Neighborhood Watch. It's on all these. So what am I exposing? You mean if I'm going on somebody's platform, you best believe I'm gonna get paid. And if you call that clout chasing, if you call that a come up, I don't give a f. I'm going to do it. You got me on your platform. I don't have to. I don't have to. How the f you want me on your platform with my face and my story and my words, and you don't want to pay me? Then I'm not coming. 3,500 to 10K is my range. So if you don't want to come up out the pockets, that's fine. I won't be on your platform. Y'all pay Dr. Umar thousands of dollars to on there and talk. Y'all gonna pay me the same. She the same one who said she not gonna talk about it, and then what? She the same one who said not to talk about it and not to clout chase, but now she talking about it, and now she clout chasing. Smart lady, yes, I'm very smart, and I can make my own decisions. Everybody kept giving me their opinions on what they think I should do and all this, and I'm taking everything in. I'm taking heed to everything. But I'm smart, and I have a mind of my own. I'm going to make my own decisions, regardless of who feels some type of way. How the f you want me on your platform with my face and my story and my words, and you don't want to pay me? Then I'm not coming. 3,500 to 10K is my range. So if you don't want to come up out the pockets, that's fine. I won't be on your platform. Y'all pay Dr. Umar thousands of dollars on their talk. Y'all gonna pay me to sing.
It should work. So go ahead, young lady. We were speaking. I didn't know you, anything like that. But as you're
You
here
must know
now,
me because you got me on your platform.
I don't know anybody that I've talked to about plenty of
So
people.
why
Talk
so
about
why am I on your platform?
same way Trump was on my platform. Yes, sir.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. But
You
why
talk.
you on here clout chasing? You told me I'm clout chasing, but you have my video
I didn't
on your
tell you
Twitter.
you were clout chasing. You said
Yes, you
I
did.
was,
Yes,
ma'am.
you
You said
did.
I was. That is a
Yes, you
lie.
did.
You
So are we
said
going to sit
I
on here and lie?
was.
Or are we going to get on here and lie?
Okay,
Tommy,
ma'am.
I need you to be honest. Because I'm
I'm.
going to be honest with you. I don't tell no
No, you're
lies.
not trying to. You're trying to
I don't tell
overtalk
no
me.
lies.
You're just saying things that I'm answering you, and you're trying to just keep repeating yourself.
But how am I a clout chaser, though?
Okay, listen. I said these words because everybody watched it. I don't know you. You put stuff out. Is the same reason why you have college kid or whatever his name is, the same reason why you have media takeout, the same reason you have all these places. You're not stupid. People talk about what's in the public eye. Your so-called father is in the public eye. You knew when you put that out that people would discuss it if you're saying he's your father. Why would you call anybody discussing what you put out clout chasing? If I put out a video of my dick and was playing with it, why would I say someone's clout chasing when they made a video about it?
But you said I'm clout chasing, but my video was on your page and then you got your cash app on here. You that fucking broke, Tom? Go
Yes,
get a
I'm not
job.
that.
Go get a
Yes,
9 to
ma'am, I'm
5.
that broke.
Go get a 9 to 5. You don't got clout chase off me. You making me more big. You getting me more traction, me more views. You know that, right?
I'm actually not. Okay, so then you're clout chasing off of me by your own logic.
Not at all.
So then you're making me more
Is
big by
your
your
video?
own.
Is my video not on your platform, Tommy?
Yes, like anybody else's. Jesus
Exactly.
Christ.
Exactly.
Ma'am,
But
I
you
didn't
want to know the
have your
difference between
Twitter. No,
Tommy. You
ma'am.
have a
I did not
following. You
have
have
your
a
Twitter or your
following. That's
Instagram.
the
So no one
difference.
knew
You
you.
had a following. That's the difference.
No one
You
knew.
feel
You
me?
didn't have your Twitter or your Instagram, ma'am. So you weren't
What?
gaining a thing off of it.
Tommy, do you not have me on your platform? Yes or no?
Do
Just
y'all,
answer the question.
ma'am? Nothing led to you.
Answer the question.
You know you're on it, dummy.
Answer the question.
You know what, ma'am? If you can't talk like an adult, leave me alone.
You just called me a dummy, but you a grown ass
Because you
man.
keep repeating your
Talking like a
stupid
little ass
self
boy.
saying, do
You're
I
a
have you
boy.
on my show?
You're a
You're on
boy.
it.
You're a female.
Yes, I'm a female, but you can leave me alone. Ma'am, this is why your daddy don't want to have nothing to do with you at all. Why would any man want to talk to someone this stupid? You said I have you on my show. That's how you found me. That is not something that's a question. You claim I'm giving you clout, though. The only way people knew who you were, how to reach you, was because you came to my stuff. I didn't reach out to find your Instagram. I did not put up your Twitter. No one knew a thing. I made money off you. I'm pimping you. If you want to call it what it is. Same thing your daddy did to your mama. You waited till you was 22 years old to claim this man need to tell you something. And he owe you something. The way you talk and how disrespectful you are, no man would want to be around somebody this stupid. You 22 years old and got all this mouth. You came to my show to keep talking stupid. You're not even trying to, and some of them girls, the people who know you, and you saw other people tell you, the way that you're handling this is wrong. And you still won't listen. It's other women told you. Not me, other women. Even now, you have a chance to calm the fuck down and show a different face of yourself. Now, when I unmute you, if you're going to talk to me with respect, because if you're not, then why don't you leave? Yes, I'm clout chasing off of you. What's her Instagram? I'm clout chasing like a motherfucker. That's because on her Twitter, it doesn't say an Instagram. So that's established. I'm clout chasing. So you don't have to tell me or anybody else I'm clout chasing anymore. Everybody that's putting up videos is clout chasing. No one puts up videos and doesn't want anybody to watch it. Can we accept that? Can we establish that, ma'am? There's no one putting up videos on any of these platforms and wants no one to watch it. So now that we're past that, either have a discussion with me or leave me alone. It's up to you. I'm nice to people who are nice to me. I'm respectful to people who are respectful to me. I have no problem talking to you. If you want to talk to me about anything I've done, you can ask me and then let me answer. Ask away. I'll answer. Go ahead, young lady. You got to unmute yourself, though. I just want to establish respect. I'll respect you, you respect me. She's here, but she's not speaking. I don't know why she's not speaking. Maybe she don't know she had to unmute herself.
You might be double muted.
Yeah.
Unmute and then and unmute. And DT.
Continue.
No, I was saying you can go ahead. Like anything you want to say, I will answer it. You can go ahead.
I don't have no questions. You got questions for me, Time Ball?
My only thought was, well, I had a few thoughts. If you said that this man is your father, and you're saying he had nothing, you asked, was he going to be at your
No,
wedding?
I'm not adding nobody on my shit. I got 3,000 views, y'all. 3,000 people listening to me talk, y'all. Make sure y'all follow me on TikTok and Instagram. Lisa the Goat. Yeah, clout that. Clout that. Clout that. What was you saying, Tommy?
Y'all do understand. Thank you. This is exactly why. If this man actually was her daughter, I would never want to call anybody like this my child.
That's okay.
This is a person who's came up here and keeps coming up here just to be stupid. She won't stop. And here's the funny thing about black women. They won't stop even when you ask them to. You beg them to. I said to this woman, I said, hey, either we have the discussion or leave me alone. She won't do either. I would never want to be the clout because I'm putting my family business in the street.
Right.
If all you're going to do is say, right, get the fuck out, ma'am.
Right.
Go ahead, brothers, with your hands up. Y'all see how this is why the world hates black bitches.
Tommy.
You see what you just said, Tommy?
Shut the fuck up, bitch. You didn't have shit to say a minute ago, bitch. Nope. When I tried to talk to your black ass, you didn't have shit to say. Shut the fuck up now. Right is all you need to be saying, ho. That's all you need to be saying, ho, is right. A stupid black bitch wants to sit there and you try to talk to the bitch. Right. Y'all, I'm the clout. I'm the clout, y'all. It's 3,000 people watching me, y'all. I'm the clout. Y'all see the stupid black? You see what you said? Nah, you don't get to talk now, bitch. You didn't want to say shit when I was being respectful. So fuck you. Now it's fuck you. Like your daddy said when you was born. Fuck you. Like your mama had when Dr. Umar skeeted in your mama, he skeeted and skedaddled. It was fuck you. That nigga didn't respond to you. Only a black bitch think the clout is telling their family business. Can I get an amen? She's up here saying, you're getting the clout. Imagine if I came on here telling my business and talking about I had the crabs last week. Then saying niggas is hating me because they doing a review of me talking about the crabs. I'm the clout, y'all. Y'all, they mad because I'm the clout. You just told the whole world you got crabs, nigga.
Okay, so if our skin is supposed to renew itself every week, why do I still have wrinkles? I've spent so much.
Came on Tommy's platform. Like, what was the point? What was the goal?
Y'all putting me on your videos. You got to be a dumb. I'm telling y'all, this is the reason why the world hate black women. This person is right here, ladies and gentlemen. They came to tell the world that Dr. Umar Johnson is some kind of deadbeat. This person is following me. I'm not bothering this bitch. Who in their right mind would click on somebody's link to be stupid?
What black woman in their right mind would join Tommy Sotomayor's
It is
podcast?
10:46 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If I didn't want to talk to a dude, ain't no way I would click.
Yeah,
his
you
link
got to
and
be
sit there and
clout
be
chasing
like,
if you want
"Hey,
to have a
y'all, I'm dipping
discussion with
out.
Tommy Sotomayor as a black woman.
Right. And then when they say, fuck it, since you ain't going to talk to me, fuck you. See what you said, Tommy? You're just going to be here to be disrespectful and won't leave. Your life sucks. Ain't no way I would be around a motherfucker making money off me and then still make myself look stupid. Because every time I could just mute you and keep talking. Motherfuckers want to hear me, not you, bitch. Because if they did, they'd be asking me to unmute you. But they're not. Because you make yourself look bad. You are literally explaining why Dr. Umar would not want to talk to you. This would have been your perfect time to look like a sympathetic figure. Y'all tell me if I'm lying. People who are listening, wouldn't this be her perfect time to look like a sympathetic
Exactly, Harold Chan.
make Dr. Umar bad? But you're literally making people say, I understand why Umar wouldn't talk to you. This is what black women do. They make it to where people say, I see why a nigga punch you in the face. I see why a nigga won't see your kid. I see why a nigga won't take you in public. There is no reason for this motherfucker to sit here and do this. Black bitches get off on being rude to people. Go ahead, Cody.
She came back on later. Hold on. I mean, she was on. I guess she was clout chasing her social media, but she ended up coming back speaking.
You're not
Let me
acting
find
a
it.
certain way. I couldn't. If you were on here being real sweet and I was like, this black bitch, everybody would turn on me because they would say multiple times. If there's proof in what she's saying,
I gotta find her.
see?
And that's the problem with you black
Okay,
people. You don't
here she goes. She came back.
I would have came on this thing so sympathetic and made Dr. Umar.
Chick getting mad at this white chick for wearing braids.
Yeah, I got
She
it.
looked
I
like
was gonna put it up. Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
Didn't she just say I was broke? For that about is that more people I'd be heard name ain't so sympathetic.
Wait a minute, let me.
And y'all don't
So you act like your mother then, right? So you get this from your mother.
Y'all don't take no fucking accountability.
So you get this from your mother.
Approving his actions.
I really don't know why she's on his show. Like, what was
Every one
the
of y'all trying to
game?
talk to her. One guy's talking to her. She's talking to him. I'm the host, and I'm not trying to stop them from talking. She's at least talking to him. Shut the fuck up and let her do it. All y'all don't need to talk at her once.
Yeah, so it looked like Dr. Umar was right on something when he said it's a money grab. Because why in the hell would she? I mean, what's the point? She's not even having a conversation with Tommy. She's not allowing him to interview her. What was the point of coming to Tommy Sotomayor platform other than just to clout chase? Just to go on her, I guess, mirrored dual stream it. So I don't know, because she's not talking, but she's live, right? And her viewership is just hearing her get screamed on and cussed out.
I'm sorry, go ahead. This shit is irritating to me. Every nigga want to talk.
So the way you're coming off, did you get that from your mother? This is just you? And if you want your dad to reach out to you, hold on, wait. You're talking too much. If you want your father to reach out to you, is this the way?
He ignored me though, and he blocked me on Instagram.
But he's going to continue to do that if this is the way.
He don't want nothing to do with me.
It does. It has everything to do with you. You're grown.
No. She said, "Oh no, stop, brother."
Yeah. So now it's the blame game. Oh, he don't want to have anything to do with me, and so I don't know, man. She's giving like mixed signals. She's aggressive. She's the antagonizer, and then she's the victim. Like, I really don't know what's going on with this woman.
The brother, she said he doesn't want anything to do with
Don't
me.
mind my titties, y'all. I don't got no brown. They say you don't give a fuck.
Oh God.
And they itching.
You bitch.
No, she said, oh no, stop, brother. The brother, she said he doesn't want anything to do with me.
Don't mind my titties.
Yeah, y'all heard that right. You heard what she said about her own breast. This is crazy. Disrespectful to herself.
And they itching.
You bitches are.
She said, "Oh
You
no,
don't
stop,
want
brother,
anything to do
brother,
with me.
the brother." She said he doesn't want anything to do with
Don't
me.
mind my titties, y'all. I don't got no brown. They said you don't give a fuck.
Oh God.
And they itching.
You
Clock
bitches
that.
are nasty.
And they're itching.
Don't mind my
Pray
titties, y'all. He doesn't want anything to do with
Don't
me.
mind my titties, y'all. I don't got no brown. They said you don't give a fuck.
Oh God.
And they itching.
You
Clock
bitches
that.
are nasty.
Don't mind
pray
my
for you.
titties, y'all. I don't got no bra
Any
on.
other
Don't
questions?
try to throw Tommy off with the titties because it's not gonna work.
That is crazy.
All you black hoes
I
think
said
about is
he doesn't
sex.
want to
That's
deal with
what.
me. He don't
That's how
want
you
anything
end
to
up
do with
here
me.
now.
Who brought up
Don't
sex?
mind my titties,
You
y'all.
Don't
talking
mind
about
my
I
you
don't got
titties.
pick
no
your
bra
titties, you
on.
stupid bitch.
I said I don't got no bra on. My titties sweating.
But why would you even announce that when you trying to talk to this
Because I don't
man?
give a fuck.
And
See?
that's the problem with you
I don't
black
got
hoes.
no
You don't give a
breath.
fuck. You don't take
Tommy,
nothing
you should just
seriously,
drop this
stupid bitch.
bitch.
And
Just
there you
drop this
go.
bitch.
I'm
And
so
there you go,
scared.
ladies and
That's
gentlemen.
wild.
There you go, right there.
Right.
She
Hey,
doesn't give a
Tommy.
fuck.
Hey, Tommy. This is why
Yeah,
these
she
black.
just a Jezebel
That's
demon.
so sassy, right?
Drop this bitch.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Jay, that's why
I'm
Eastwood,
beating this
hold
shit
on,
up.
y'all.
Let me fast forward.
Right. Am
All
I
I'm trying to
lying?
do is to get her
Tell me what?
that he's not trying to take care of. I said I agree with you. Everybody who watched it, did I not say that? Thank you for those
Yeah,
who
you say that.
sure did. I said she's right about this. I said, but my problem is, and maybe you can address this. Why doesn't have the right if he feels, and I'm asking you, if you said, what about when I get married? Will you be there? If he just showed up when you got married and you didn't want to have nothing to do with him, you would clown him. Yes or no?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, Tommy?
If he just showed up at your wedding because he wanted to be there and give you away when y'all hadn't spoken in 22 years or haven't been close in 22 years, wouldn't you clown him for just trying to show up for your big day?
I definitely would, Tommy.
That's what I'm saying. So why don't women understand if a woman can have an abortion and never look back, if a woman can give her kid up for adoption and never look back, why can't Dr. Umar say, I didn't want this kid with this woman, so I'm never looking back?
So
You can
Tommy,
answer.
why did he lay down with my mom?
Same reason the woman who had an abortion laid down with a man.
But my mom didn't have an abortion. My mom actually
Okay,
had me. So
okay,
it would
you're
take
not hearing. Listen to
responsibility
what
in
I'm
my life.
saying. We allow
Tommy,
a
okay,
woman
can I
to
just
have
say,
an abortion. Is
Tommy,
that
can I
true or
make one
false?
comment?
A woman can have an abortion, yes or no, right?
Can I make one comment?
Go ahead.
I don't know if you have children, but I feel like the only people that would
I
approve
do.
of this behavior, the only people that would go against me are people who agree with what he's doing. Are
Hold
people who
on.
agree with being
Hold on
aborted.
a second. I have children. I have 2 daughters.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, he's not going against you, ma'am.
I'm
Hold
asking
on, y'all.
That's what
Hold
he's
on, y'all.
questions.
saying.
Tommy. I'm gonna come right back, Tommy.
Mm-hmm. I'll wait.
I'm gonna come right
He
back.
got to
I'll wait.
understand that. That's what I said before. You know, you got to lose that attitude that even when a man is
And by the way, she never came back. Yeah, so Tommy, people like him, I don't even know how he did get followers, but he got this cult following. I don't know how. Well, actually, I do know how. People are just stupid and they cling on to like people. But he got nothing out of this. He didn't get an interview. This ain't even clip worthy for him. It was just a quick money grab. But at least he was honest. Like, he's just clout chasing. She can go. You know, but I guess, I don't know, like, maybe the interviewing skills suck. But even Jesse Lee Peterson would have did a better job. So he definitely ruined this moment to, like, really go viral. If you would have interviewed her, so many people would have replayed his interview because he could have got some stuff out of her for free. Now she's asking for $3,500 to $10K. But he could have got this out of her for free. So yeah, so he sucks. He's an effeminate dude that can't control his emotions. He can't control his emotions at all. He never could. He crashes out in debates. When he debated Polite, the pedo, he crashed out. He crashed out against the Saints. Like, he really just have a hard time controlling his emotions. And I guess people who have a hard time controlling their emotions like him can relate to him. So they subscribe and they watch his content. his content and even content. He just whines and complains, you know, the whole duration of his show. But I did what I said I was going to do. Look, I did what I said I was going to do. Look at this. I went and got me a Rumble account. Got me a Rumble account. This is the only video I uploaded. Okay, this is a brand new account. I'm just trying to figure it out. You know, I'm just trying to figure it out. But I really ain't too active on here. Oh, they got a repost. Oh, that's dope. Yes, I really ain't too active here like that. I'm just trying to see if people, you know, can find my channel. But I'll upload some more stuff on there. But yeah, I'm not playing, man. I'm not waiting for Facebook to unsuspend my other one. It looks like they're not going to do it because I check every day, and it's supposed to have been 2 business days, and we're looking at a whole week now. I'm about to go by. So it's looking like they're going to uphold the suspension. Okay. So I was going to point some things out last night, but cleverly I got sleepy, so cleverly I decided not to force it. The old me would do the live anyway, even though I know I'm sleepy. But I say, look, let me hold off. So I'm going to do it today. So I replayed Umar's daughter and Tommy, the whole thing, the concise version, but the most updated version. So it looks like I'm going to play that over like I do like the Lord Jamar video, like an opening. And I'm trying to, you know, as a filler in, because I'm debating focus tonight on various topics, but I'm not going to talk in circles. We're going to finish one topic. I'm going to let him go for 5-10 minutes, as long as he wants. And we're not too long, but I'm going to just go and just rant and do false connections. And then I'm just going to, you know, say what I got to say. I'll let him go again and rant and just talk and rant. And then on my turn, I'll ask him a question, but I'm not going to do like the cut in, like how we normally do to cut in him off. I'm not doing that with this guy. So we're going to talk about, he wants to talk about, because he talks about it no matter what we talk about. We could be talking about boxing, and he's going to do what IBM does. He's going to bring up hip hop influence on the youth, abortions, Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger, the Illuminati. So we might as well just talk about it, right? Because I get pissed off when it's not the topic, and he brings it up, and he always act like somehow it fits in. We're talking about boxing, and he acts like eugenics fits in the storyline of boxing. So I might as well just say, hey, man, let's just talk about it all, but for a period of time. I don't want to go around in circles. Give your argument. I'm going to give pushback. Give your argument. I'll give pushback. Give your last argument. I'll get, or your conclusion, whatever, sum it up, and then the next one. So it looks like those 2 things he want to talk about: hip hop rap influence on the youth, Planned Parenthood, abortions, and Margaret Sanger, and the eugenics and Illuminati. And then I want to talk about welfare, because he likes to talk about that too. But at least we got something that we both. Well, he wants to dodge that one, and I don't blame him. You live in peace. Yeah, so we're going to get it in on your favorite stuff. I got some more up-to-date stuff on that topic. It was really called birth control or eugenics. I got, like, eugenics and birth control don't even really tie in like that, especially when it comes to Margaret Sanger. So I'm going to show that, you know. So there's more information out there that I didn't have access to that I got. That's going to make me just more dangerous, speaking on behalf of birth control. Okay, so it's going to be embarrassing for DJ Folk. This is going to be a 1-round knockout. He's going to say a lot of stuff that he cannot prove, and neither can IBM. So let me go to the next thing, right? Because there's a bunch of clips. So now, Garvey. I'm trying to see which one do I want to play first. Which one do I want to play? Garvey? Do I want to play A. Philip Randolph? Who am I playing first? I'm going to play A. Philip Randolph first, okay? And then I'm going to play Garvey. And then Umar hated A. Philip Randolph. A. Philip Randolph was Right, but look at this. I want to show you this Facebook stuff. This is what these weirdos do. So you see right here, people send me, they want to follow me. If you just click confirm because you're desperate for followers, this is what you're going to have on your following, right? This is who's going to be following you. Okay, so I just happened to click it. I see this picture right here. Look like some foreigner chick. So I said, oh, shit. So, and I don't ever post on Instagram, ever. So I'm going to click it. So I'm like, who would want to follow me that never posts anything? So I click it, and it's a man, okay? It's trying to look like a woman. Dude, I don't give a damn what cosmetics that you put on. You look like a man in every photo, okay? Especially this one right here. That one. You know, these men think they could get like BBLs and breast implants and all types of stuff, and they think they could fool somebody. Listen, stop. So let me wait. And this is why, like a lot of you guys be thirsty as hell for some exotic chick to follow you. Not me. When somebody want to follow me, I get suspicious. Man or woman. I'm like, why should I want to follow me when I never post anything? Unless it's somebody from, like, you know, the chat. So let me just go ahead and delete that. So unless it's somebody from the chat, then I'll see why, you know, you got time to just keep in contact, whatever. But, you know, maybe I'll post something. Because whatever I got to post is controversial. You feel me? I ain't trying to be super controversial. I don't have anything to post like that. Okay, so anyway. So we're going, let me go here. So let's move it out the way. So let's, okay. You know what? Before I go to, let me deal with this before I go to Umar, Marcus Garvey. And before I go to Marcus Garvey and A. Philip Randolph, and by the way, A. Philip Randolph is a name that I brought. Everybody claimed they knew him. Brother Reggie, everybody claimed, oh, I knew about him. Well, how come you never talked about him? Because you certainly talked about Marcus Garvey. You had no problems talking about W. Du Bois, but how can you guys never mention A. Philip Randolph? Like, his name is like voodoo. Him and Robert F. Williams. Like, how can you talk about Huey P. and all these clowns that did absolutely nothing? How can you talk about those people but never mention the people who actually accomplished some things and did some real activism in real time and met, what they call it, radical leaders from other countries? You did. They went over there. Robert F. Williams went over to Cuba, met Castro, met Mao Zedong, met North Korea dictator. He met all these guys and came back and beat the charges. You dig? And died an old man, a natural causes. 81 altogether. He freed two young boys from some segregated white girl Karen stuff. They about to get life. He got them free. You know, just did some great stuff. And you never hear about these guys. You got to ask yourself. All these black folks you love that claim to know black history, claim to talk about Egypt, claim to talk about Marcus Garvey and all these insignificant people. How can they never mention A. Philip Randolph, who is literally nicknamed the father of the civil rights movement? How can you mention Dr. King and not mention A. Philip Randolph? Because when A. Philip Randolph is the reason why there's a march to Washington. That was his idea. And when Dr. King got some momentum, they joined up, you know what I mean, and did the thing together. And he was not with the NAACP, by the way. He was against the NAACP. He felt like black folks should have never joined a white man's organization. That's his personal views. He was totally against Marcus Garvey. When Marcus Garvey first came, you'll see he welcomed him. He thought he was here for good causes, good reasons, and he's black, right? So he's like, all right, okay, I guess he's going to be Team Us. But he didn't become Team Us. He became a snake salesman. So rightfully so, he turned on him. Peace, love, joy. Chad Smith. Yeah, he got Garvey deported because Garvey was scamming his people. Garvey is black, and so is A. Philip Randolph. But Garvey is from Jamaica, and A. Philip Randolph is over here in America. So he doesn't mind Garvey. Like I said, he welcomed Garvey over here to, join the cause. But Garvey did not join the cause. Garvey reneged on joining the Black American cause to fight for what came to be civil rights. Garvey did his own thing. Garvey borrowed the talking points of white supremacists. White supremacists would tell black folks, hey, man, you don't need any help. Go pull up your own bootstraps. Start from scratch. Start from ground zero. While we take advantage of all the help that the government can afford to the people. Marcus Garvey said the same thing. Hey, black man, you don't need those things that created this huge wealth gap advantage white folks had. You don't need that. Start all over. Start from scratch. Let's go to Liberia and let's just literally get it from the mud. While A. Philip Randolph was like, no. We built this. We helped build this country. We helped win the Civil Rights War. Okay. You helped. White folks helped us win that. We helped win the Civil War. Okay, so that was the thing there. All right, so look, matter of fact, speaking of the Civil War, look at this.
January 1st, 1863, the day of Jubilee. The Emancipation Proclamation goes into effect. Black men are now allowed to enlist in the Union Army. Black recruits fill the ranks, knowing that military victories will be the only assurance of freedom. Lincoln turns his sights to Vicksburg, the last major Confederate stronghold on the Mississippi River. Vicksburg is the key, declares Lincoln. The war can never be brought to a close.
Okay, so Abraham Lincoln, former President Abraham Lincoln said, the war against the South cannot be won until they tackle Vicksburg, all right? So all that they accomplished was great, but there's going to be a stalemate. It cannot be won without taking Vicksburg. So this is when they said, hey, black folks, you can join in and help. Okay, so we literally helped win the war. Without Vicksburg, it's a stalemate. Abraham Lincoln said it himself.
Vicksburg is the key, declares Lincoln. The war can never be brought to a close until that key is in our pocket. By river, land, and canal, General Grant works from January to April with little progress.
Okay, so the war could never be brought to an end if they don't take over Vicksburg. So we took part of the war and we helped them literally win the Civil War by helping them take over Vicksburg, because Abraham Lincoln, former President Abraham Lincoln, said the war would never come to an end. It'll be a bloody stalemate. Okay? So A. Philip Randolph is not going to flee the country to go live somewhere else and act like that never happened. Because as we know now, in 2025, white folks got no problem with revising American history and omitting black folks' involvement, or at least being honest about it. Okay? So, Garvey wanted us to forget about that as well. Forget about all your feats in this country. Let's go flee and go to Liberia. And we're going to talk more about that. All right? So let's go ahead and just deal with A. Philip Randolph real quick. Some of his thoughts and some of the things that he has done in this country. Listen.
A. Philip Randolph, and other black leaders, some of whom had supported Garvey after his arrival in the United States, came to believe that Garvey's program for black advancement was unsound and that Garvey himself was a charlatan. Though they admired his skills as a propagandist, these prominent black critics derided Garvey's proposed solutions for the problems of African Americans. They believed that his plans for black progress, including the Black Star Line and the establishment of a Pan-African empire, were unrealistic and ill-advised. They considered the Universal Negro Improvement Association's grandiose titles and military way of dressing to be preposterous, and they thought Garvey, with his assumption of a regal posture, to be association's grandiose titles and military way of dressing to be preposterous. And they thought Garvey, with his assumption of a regal posture under the title Provisional President of Africa, to be a little more.
One more time. Again, like they welcomed Marcus Garvey with open arms. So they did try to do something with him. Okay. But his shenanigans, his shenanigans is what caused them to distance themselves off of Marcus Garvey.
To be preposterous, and they thought Garvey, with his assumption of a regal posture under the title Provisional President of Africa, to be a little more than a self-aggrandizing buffoon. A. Philip Randolph, Garvey had become a polarizing figure. His message of black nationalism.
All right. So one more time, because I had messed that up. Same day. Yes, sir.
A. Philip Randolph, and other black leaders, some of whom had supported Garvey after his arrival in the United States, came to believe that Garvey's program for black advancement was unsound and that Garvey himself was a charlatan. Though they admired his skills as a propagandist, these prominent black critics derided Garvey's proposed solutions for the problems of African Americans. They believed that his plans for black progress, including the Black Star Line and the establishment of a Pan-African empire, were unrealistic and ill-advised. They considered the Universal Negro Improvement Association's grandiose titles and military way of dressing to be preposterous, and they thought Garvey, with his assumption of a regal posture under the title Provisional President of Africa, to be a little more than a self-aggrandizing buffoon. A. Philip Randolph, and other black.
You heard that. They thought what Garvey was doing, his antics and his claims, they concluded that, this guy is a buffoon. All these fancy uniforms, they didn't take him serious. Okay?
A. Philip Randolph, who had introduced Garvey to his first American audience on a Harlem street corner, said Garvey has succeeded in making the Negro the laughingstock of the world. Other African American leaders, such as W.E.B. Du Bois of the NAACP, opposed Garvey's approach. They disagreed with his separatist stance and criticized his methods and organizational tactics. Du Bois famously referred to Garvey as the most dangerous enemy of the Negro race. The campaign to discredit Garvey was partly fueled by concerns that his radical ideas could harm the progress of African Americans in the United States. The differences between Garvey and other black leaders were ideological, with Garvey focusing on racial separatism and economic independence, while others advocated for integration and civil rights within American society. A. Philip Randolph, who had introduced Garvey to his first American.
We wanted integration. That does not mean mixed with white folks. Okay, that's not what that means. I know people twist and make it mean that, but we should have access to everything that's accessible, right, in this country. Things that's accessible to the public, we should have access to that, right? So there's a library in the South or in the North, and there's a lot of white folks in their white folks town. We believe that we have access to it as well. That's called integration. Okay, if we want a bank over here, it's a bank for the public. It's a good bank, low interest rates, or there's somebody selling homes as part of integration. You're selling homes in a nice area, and we can afford it. Yes, we want to live there as well. Okay, that's integration. But you want to understand that if you understood the zoning laws. Okay, the zoning laws, integration was pretty much unraveling the zoning laws. Okay, and then so integration and civil rights. You heard civil rights. Okay, so let's move on from there. Peace, MC Fact, DJ. Chad Smith, did you catch that, or did you leave once you heard he was a critic of Garvey? Did you leave, or are you staying around to hear the whole conclusion of the matter?
A. Philip Randolph saw Garvey as a charlatan, thinking his program was unrealistic and lacked class content. Unlike Garvey, Randolph advocated for the integration of African Americans into the mainstream American economy and society, focusing on labor rights and economic equality as the primary means of achieving racial justice. While Garvey promoted black nationalism and the idea of establishing an independent African nation as a solution to racial oppression, Randolph was one who believed in fighting for civil rights within the American system. He supported integration, socialism, and class solidarity across racial lines. He saw Garvey's Back to Africa movement as impractical and potentially harmful to the progress of African Americans in the United States. A. Philip Randolph saw Garvey as a charlatan.
Okay, so not just A. Philip Randolph seeing Garvey as a charlatan. You're going to learn there were many more black prominent men at that time. Some were in the roles of leadership. Okay, so it's not about him like Dr. Umar and some other people try to make it seem. There were other people. I'm going to expose those other names that you never heard of. And guess what? Some of them were West Indian, Caribbean, living across the seas. So it wasn't like it was Black Americans jealous or hateful of Garvey. Garvey rhetoric that he tried to spew overseas amongst the Caribbean people, they also called him out and said he was a joke and a charlatan. Okay? So we're going to get to that. Okay, so let's go to some more. Got a few more. This is history. This is just black history in America.
Friends of Negro Freedom excluded whites from membership, citing white involvement in the NAACP and the National Urban League as examples of weakness. Despite its ambitious plans and its desire to differentiate itself from middle-class organizations, its greatest rival was Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association, which drew from the same working-class constituency that Friends of Negro Freedom hoped to organize. From its founding convention in Washington, D.C. in 1920, Friends of Negro Freedom leaders criticized the UNIA. Black opposition to Garvey coalesced at what came to be known as the Garvey Must Go campaign. Randolph started the Garvey Must Go campaign when it was revealed that Garvey had held a secret meeting with the Ku Klux Klan, and he published bitter writings against black nationalism in the Messenger. Supporters of the campaign, which was started by Friends of Negro Freedom.
Okay, so now you see why they wanted him deported. So they was already pissed off about his antics that they did not agree with. Okay, and he was taking a lot of black folks with him. That was pissing them off because it's undermining what they were doing. Keep in mind, Garvey is from another country. A. Philip Randolph, W. Du Bois, and other black leaders were already working with us prior to Garvey coming over here. There's a Booker T. Washington over here. So when Marcus Garvey came over here, he really undermined everybody's work because Booker T. Washington work was over here. It was never to go to Africa. Everybody who put work in before Marcus Garvey's arrival, he really undermined everybody's efforts and contributes. Because trying to convince us to leave is saying, that meant nothing. We didn't need that. You know, these folks then don't have the answer. I do. So you gotta look at it like that. Like, he undermined everybody's work when they realized he's doing this back to Africa thing. When everybody else's work was involved, it involved us staying here in this country.
Garvey held a secret meeting with Edward Young Clark, the leader of the Ku Klux Klan, in June 1922. Garvey naively believed that the two organizations could work together since they both supported the goal of racial purity. Clark, in fact, did promise some financial assistance for the UNIA. Garvey had hoped that the Klan would support him in creating a separate black nation. His mission, however, was a disaster. Other black civil rights leaders shunned Garvey when they heard of the meeting. Immediately afterward, Randolph and Owens Messenger magazine published an article entitled "Marcus Garvey, the Black Imperial Wizard, Becomes Messenger Boy of the White Ku Klux Klan." Randolph used his position as the editor of the Messenger to launch public attacks on Garvey. In his writings, Randolph accused Garvey of being a charlatan and a demagogue who was exploiting the hopes and dreams of black people for personal gain. Garvey held a secret meeting with Edward Young.
Okay, you see that? They called him an imperial wizard because had Garvey knew our history over here, he would have been considerate that we don't mess with the Klan. They terrorized us for a long time. They are the reason why they're part of the reason why we're in the position. I'm speaking for A. Philip Randolph. The Klan is the reason why Black Reconstruction didn't stand. Okay? So the Klan is there's a reason for a lot of Black failures, right? A lot of things we had going on, the Klan came and stripped it. So now you want to meet with these guys to send us to Africa? Like, yo, what's going on here? Like, so your goal was to come over here and send us to Africa with the Klan's help. That's not something we had in mind. Okay, that was not one of our chess moves. Okay, so I think I'm here now.
Other critics argued that Garvey's actions and rhetoric could set back the progress of African Americans in the United States. Leaders were further infuriated when they learned that Garvey, at a speaking engagement in New Orleans, remarked that because black people had not built the railroad system, they should not insist on riding in the same cars with white patrons. The Messenger vowed to begin a vigorous editorial campaign against Garvey and promised to fire the opening gun in a campaign to drive Garvey and Garveyism from the American soil. The campaign from this point on was characterized by vitriolic personal attacks on both sides and by escalating threats of violence. Garvey Must Go meetings were violently dispersed by Garvey's followers. A. Philip Randolph received the severed hand of a white man in the mail. It was accompanied by a note signed by the KKK, but Randolph believed the hand had been sent by the UNIA. Other critics argued that Garvey's actions and rhetoric could set back the progress of African Americans in the United States. Leaders were further infuriated.
So they felt like his rhetoric was, I just said it earlier, they felt like his rhetoric was undermining everything that we established in this country. So all the inventions that we brag about, okay, all the prominent black people, men and women, up until this point, when Garvey say leave, then we're leaving all of that behind. That does not exist in Liberia. So if we leave and go to Liberia and set up shop there, then everything we did here, the Civil War, helping to win that, in Vicksburg, and the Black Reconstruction, all that stuff don't exist. We have a new history. We're going to have an ethnogenesis in Liberia. So all of that was for nothing. Hell, slavery might not even exist. Okay, so three more.
Eight prominent African Americans petitioned the U.S. Attorney General asking the U.S. government to continue its prosecution of Garvey on charges of mail fraud and to investigate acts of violence attributed to Garvey's followers. Eight prominent African Americans petitioned.
Okay, so prominent African Americans petition to get Garvey up out of here for his acts. Okay.
Garvey's black critics. A. Philip Randolph personally critiqued the economic feasibility of the Black Star Line in The Messenger and accused Garvey of squandering the hard-earned money of his hard-working poor supporters. This led to the government charging Garvey with mail fraud in connection with the Black Star Line. Garvey would eventually be convicted of mail fraud charges in 1923. He was jailed in the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary in February 1925, where he would serve almost 3 years of a 5-year sentence. And in 1927, Garvey would be deported from the United States, never to return. While the Garvey Must Go campaign was successful in its immediate goals, it also deepened divisions within the African American community. The Marcus Garvey Must Go campaign was a significant.
So I believe I lost count where I was. Yeah, no, I think I'm at the last video. Now let me know. Did I skip?
The Marcus Garvey Must Go campaign succeeded in diminishing Garvey's influence within the United States, particularly after his deportation. However, his ideas continue to inspire future generations of black leaders and movements. The Marcus Garvey Must Go campaign succeeded in diminishing.
Let's see how Dr. Umar Johnson feel about A. Philip Randolph. He's a super Garveyite.
It's Mr. Garvey talking about his haters. W.E.B. Du Bois, A. Philip Randolph, all types of coons, NAACP, black socialists, even some of Marcus Garvey's own childhood friends from Jamaica who came to New York City started hating on him because he was more successful than they were. Garvey says, others of my race oppose me because they fear my influence among the people and they judge me from their own corrupt, selfish conscience. I would agree with that. Most of my detractors today, 100 years after Garvey, 100 years after Garvey, most of my detractors today oppose me because they fear my influence among the people. Just what Garvey said. He said they oppose me. People in my own race oppose me because they fear my influence among the people. It's Mr. Garvey.
Okay, so yes, we fear your influence. The influence could be bad or good. Okay, leaders of gang members got a lot of influence. Doesn't mean it's good. We fear that too. Okay, I think Focus, when he argues his position tonight, he's going to talk about that. Okay. So, yeah, man, Garvey is one of the most hyped up black men ever in America. And it's sad when you find out who he really is. You're like, well, why did so many black people big him up? And if you look at some credible black men in America, and I don't give a damn their background. They could be Jamaican, Black American, Haitian, just prominent men. There's are prominent black men, right? Intelligence is just intelligence. There's no color to intelligence. But all of them, when they have credibility, I haven't seen too many that prop up Marcus Garvey as a great leader. Like, they'd be reluctant to expose him, but they don't hype him up either. So let me see what Dr. John Clark, Dr. Henry Clark. Let me see what he had to say. Dr. John Henry. Let me see if he talks about Marcus Garvey, because I really admire John Henry Clark, but if he bigged up Garvey, I'm gonna lose all respect for him. Oh damn! John. I don't know what he said, but I gotta watch these videos. Oh my God, he didn't do that to himself, did he? I'll get a short video. All right. Okay, here's a short one. Let me see what he says about Marcus Garvey. Because he's normally honest. I hope he ain't gonna lie. I hate when he does that.
History tells of people where they have been and what they have been, where they are and what they are. Most important, history tells a people where they still must go and what they still must be. The relationship of history to the people is the same as the relationship of a mother to her child.
Nah.
Of it.
Seeds of later flourish in the fertile soil planted in the United States during slavery years. Later flourish.
3 grams in George Padmore. In Trinidad, they found the Pan-African.
Hey, Chad Smith, we can nobody. My name is Unbiased Ron. That means anybody can get it if they are wrong. If I'm wrong with some information, I want you guys to correct me on the spot. I don't want to pass either. You tell me I'm wrong, but prove it. Don't just say it. Because Focus, when we debate today, he's going to say I'm wrong, but I highly doubt he'll be able to prove that. So at least be able to prove it. Don't say I'm wrong and don't have any information to substantiate that. Because if I say you're wrong, believe me, I'm going to have a clip. You did.
League, H. Sylvester Williams would eventually call it Pan-African. He would call a conference in London in 1900. African states then came feminism. Pan, the leader, also this meaningful the Congress. Du Bois would be the leading light from the 2nd through 4th. But the most meaningful, the one that Du Bois called in Paris, as a result of this Congress, Du Bois came to center stage as the leader and theoretician of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism wasn't exactly new because Black Americans were practicing it long before someone gave it a name. The African settlement movement, the movement that settled Liberia, was in form of Pan-African movement. The so-called Negro Convention movement was most a discussion of how you bring the African world together. That whole 19th century was Pan-African thought. Prince Hall, his development of the Black Masonic order that he called the African Lodge. The search for a place in Africa for settlement by Martin Delaney and Robert Campbell, 1829. Basically, the ultimate Pan-Africanist, of course, was the Jamaican Marcus Garvey.
Citizens of Africa, I greet you in the name of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League of the World. You may ask, what organization is that? It is for me to inform you that the Universal Negro Improvement Association, 400...
One, their lot was not be appreciably changed by virtue of the fact that they fought in the war. There had been an investigation. It was discovered that many of the nurses wouldn't treat black soldiers in the hospital, wouldn't even touch them. Some of them died as a result. So you have these grievances pent up in the veteran coming home.
Okay, so now you see how Dr. John Henry Clark is staging it, setting it up, right? He's staging it a certain way. He's letting you know why did we fall for Marcus Garvey BS. He's saying that black people obviously are witnessing the evils of white America through white people, right? Through white races. So we feel a certain way about white folks, right? And all we're trying to do is get our just due in civil rights. And we want to have access to everything white people have access to, right? That's called integration. So, but nobody's sitting here blaming the white man, even though that's clear. But we are trying, because that's not going to get us anywhere, blaming the white man. We like, all right, we already isn't, we don't need to blame the white man. It's clear the white man is doing it. Now, today, we got to point it out. But at that time, you don't have to point out the white man. It's clear who the white man is and what he's about. Okay? Yeah. But, so it was easy to point the blame at the obvious person and to have this heaven gospel. The heaven gospel was, let's go to Liberia, right? Let's escape. Let's not fight. Let's run. Let's flee.
All of this came to a head in 1919 when there were riots all over the United States. That's called the Red Summer. Marcus Garvey could point out, look, they don't want you here. Let's go back home. Let's go to Africa. Go back to Africa. Let's not only.
Okay. So you see how he set it up? You know, Marcus Garvey, and I'm talking about Marcus Garvey, how Marcus Garvey set it up. They don't want you here. Let's go back to Africa. Yeah, but what about Jamaica, my boy? Y'all been being colonized, right? So they don't want you there either. So why are you not getting the Jamaicans to Africa?
Go back to Africa. Let's go back in our own ships. Now, a whole lot of people who otherwise would not listen, now willing to listen.
We hear the cry of blood for the Frenchman, of Germany for the of the Universal Negro home and those.
This is Black America. He was in some difficulty with the boats and some of the people he had hired to run the boats, terrible mismanagement and betrayal. He collected millions of dollars from Black Americans to buy these boats, and these boats were old and not as seaworthy as he thought they were. Garvey moved over large territory, maybe too fast, and yet he built the largest movement in Black America before or since.
So what?
There needs to be a reassessment of Marcus Garvey and his long-reaching effects. He called attention to what slavery and colonialism had taken away. They took away a concept essential to all the people in the world. They took away the concept of state management and state maintenance. Once you are taken from the geography of your origin and forced to live in a state designed by others, you're still the slave to the man who's astute enough to control a container called the state.
All right. Okay. You see how vague he was? He really, you see, he was very careful. He was very careful. He didn't talk that folks be saying, oh, Garvey's a wonderful man. He didn't know. He was very careful. I told you, when it comes to smart black men, educated smart black men, it don't matter if they're Haitian, African, Jamaican, or Caribbean, or American. They are very careful on how they big up Garvey, because they know it's people like us waiting in the shadows. Okay, because I was waiting for him to say something crazy. Now he might have said something crazy in those other videos, and I'm gonna sift through those things. I'm gonna clip him. I'm gonna get him if he said something crazy about Garvey, how great he was, and how successful his movement could have been. Anything like that. If he withhold the scam, if he withhold the Liberian president saying don't come here. If he withhold those informations, right? But that information, I'm going to be hard on John Henry Clark. I'm gonna add him. I'm gonna add him to where Lord Jamar is, Marcus Garvey, and Baba James Smalls. He'll be right along them. Okay, what does Dr. Umar call it? The Book of Negroes. He will be in my Book of Negroes. So he was very careful and very slick not to say certain things, but I'm gonna get him on those longer videos. I'm gonna watch those and kind of he talks slow. I'm gonna put them in one that has speed. I'm gonna listen. If y'all know the research I am, he better hope like hell he don't say nothing crazy. He better be just as big as that in those 2-hour videos. Nah, we ain't dealing with a scam right now, Waterford General. Yeah, so right now we're not trying to bash Marcus Garvey. Like, we don't really, it might come off as that by my delivery. So my delivery might not be as good as Jada Kiss, right? But so my delivery might come off as bashing. I get it. I understand it. But if you can excuse my delivery and just pay attention to the information, you'll see that what I'm saying is right and exact. Baba Cat. So you're new here, Waterford General, and I appreciate you. So I will give you the opportunity to call in, ask anything, ask any question. So here, let me put the phone number in there. So if you call in, I could better explain what this is about. Hold on. And my son is waking up perfect. Okay, so this is the phone number. Anybody who can add on to the Marcus Garvey conversation. So Waterford General, and I have to provide the access code. Okay. Okay, yeah, so call in Waterford General so I can explain what this is all about. And while I do that, let me play this clip right here.
Instead of reducing immigration to 2% of the 1890 quota, we favor reducing it to nothing. We favor shutting out the Germans from Germany, the Italians from Italy, the Hindus from India, the Chinese from China, and even the Negroes from the West Indies. This country is suffering from immigrant indigestion. Instead of reducing immigration to 2% of the 1890 quota, we favor reducing it to nothing. We favor shutting out the Germans from Germany, the Italians from Italy, the Hindus from India, the Chinese from China, and even the Negroes from the West Indies. This country is suffering from immigrant indigestion. Instead of reducing immigration to 2% of the 1890 quota, we favor reducing it to nothing. We favor shutting out the Germans from Germany, the Italians from Italy, the Hindus from India, the Chinese from China, and even the Negroes from the West Indies. This country is suffering from immigrant indigestion.
Okay, so what people didn't know was that A. Philip Randolph was an immigration restrictionist. Okay, he wasn't with immigration, right? Because he felt like it's just going to undermine all of the efforts of Black Americans. He felt like America ain't do right by us just yet. So by flooding folks into the country, and he said all immigration. He didn't say Hispanics only, the Caribbean or Africans. He said the Germans. Let me go back so you can read it. Oh my God. Not that serious. Oh, I'm on the wrong clip. Hey, how I get here? How I get here? Okay. Indigestion. Okay, listen, I want y'all to be fair.
Instead of reducing immigration.
Okay, so he did not say the Negroes from the West Indies alone. He said the Chinese from China, the Hindus from India, the Italians from Italy, the Germans from Germany, even the Anglo-Saxon immigrants he did not want over here. Not right now. So I want Waterford to call in real quick so I can just have a little quick dialogue about Dave Filorando and his beef with Marcus Garvey. So you can get a thorough understanding of where else he's coming from. Okay, so now you see, but it's right there. Immigrant indigestion. Yeah. He was saying like it's too many immigrants as it is. And again, it's just undermining all the work that he's trying to do. Okay? So let me go ahead and do this. I mean, he kept it straight 100 to me. Okay, cartoons. Okay, so let me. Was that on that? Was that on that? Oh, did I play this already? I did. So listen to that. This is the Hispanic brother who I was talking to on my channel that came over here and just started to talk about any old thing. We're talking about something. And he called in and talked about, he lost me. And then we got into like a little debate later on. So now he called into another show and he confused them just the same. Listen, he was off topic again. Did so.
History of independence. And
so you stand on the topic. The topic is the FBA Freedmen delineation. You didn't went far. That's where we at. We gotta stay there because you didn't went to the hell. That was a subtopic.
I didn't know what was going on. I was like, maybe this is y'all conversation.
I gotta do a show just for you. Yo, let you get out, yo.
Yeah, you and him gotta rock out.
We got Abba here, yo. He, we want to make sure we. All right, we're gonna pause that. You was somewhere. You like Italian Americans. They say that, or Irish Americans.
They say it like y'all saying they say it, but okay.
They do say that. Am I wrong in saying that?
Yeah, Italians do, but I'm saying not every white people don't say that typically. They don't be going around talking about, yeah, I'm German American. They just don't do that. Unless they recently from Germany, unless they recently from France or.
That's something that's been going on for the past almost 200 and some odd years.
What?
That identity.
I live in New York City with the most
history of independence. And
so you stand on the topic. The topic is the FBA Freedmen.
It's always about is he on topic. So on my podcast, I let people talk freely, right? And I thought somehow he was going to try to tie in whatever he was saying into what we're discussing. And it dawned on me, he's not. He's going to just talk about what he wants to talk about. All right. And then he claimed to Kofi Pazai that I was muting him. Like, dude, you're totally off topic. So when I sent Kofi Pazai these clips and he never responded for misrepresenting me, misjudging me, just going with this guy over me. Like, he don't know me at all, Kofi. And I don't know if he knows this guy either. But this guy said something about me, and Kofi just ran with it. Okay, whatever. But then I seen Chief X call Kofi out some years ago. I said, okay, if Chief X call you out to some degree, you're probably a clown. So Kofi is probably a clown. All right, here he is again off topic.
Just saying that in this way, if you have somebody who's foundational,
You asking a
Really?
question? Wait, you asking a question, or you trying to fake like you was asking a question to talk? Because I thought you was asking him a question. Come on, bro. Are you asking this man a
Well,
question?
do you need any clarification on the question I asked?
Yeah, yes, I definitely need some
Okay.
because first and foremost, I don't.
I need some clarification. So again, Uncle West is charged and did so with faking like he had a question to actually start preaching again. All right. Anyway, so let's get back to it. All right. Now, I have something interesting for you. I have something interesting for you. He wants to go back to see right here. All right. Oh, so this was supposed to be the playlist. Okay. All right. Anyway. Oh, I got some stuff tonight. All right. So now let's get to Garvey, Marcus Garvey. So I played some clips on Asa Randolph. Okay. It was not too many. So
Marcus Garvey was the
So I found this today, I believe. What I'm about to show you. I found this today. Okay. This is brand new to me. So when you think you've seen it all, you did not see it all. The internet is just undefeated, man. When you think you've seen every video about Marcus Garvey or whoever, there's going to be something out there that, oh, yeah, work? Okay, no problem. DMC. Okay, so are you right, DMC? All right, so now we'll get to that too. So this is going to be the last video about Marcus Garvey, and we're going to move on. Okay, it's a little lengthy. Maybe I might speed it up. Okay, let me try to speed it up to see if it's still, we can understand. Because it's kind of lengthy, 15 minutes, but it's entertaining. Okay, it had me giggling. It had me giggling. So I appreciate the Watercourse General. So anyway, I'm going to be live for a while. So when you get off work, you can, if you feel like if you're not too exhausted, you call in and we can discuss, these things. Okay. Anyway, let me not delay.
Jamaican-born leader of the Pan-African movement and a stone-cold lunatic who liked to dress like Captain Crunch. He held a lot of beliefs which seemed extreme to many of his contemporaries.
Hey, look, this is not my video. This is 2 years ago. It's only 12,000 views. That's not a lot. And she called herself the Hot Mess History. I have no idea who this is. If you want to support her channel, I guess she was known. She is funny as hell. Okay, I would love to get her on my show. Of course, I invited her already, but I don't know if she still does YouTube. Yeah, this is 1 year ago. Damn, man. See, she did a lot of videos, and I probably got to go through this, but she didn't get the credit for her work. See, YouTube is popping now, right? But YouTube wasn't always YouTube. Like, we really didn't get the credit we deserve for our content on YouTube. So people kind of left. You see a lot of people with great content just left YouTube. And I'm sure they try to come back. Their channels are like shells. That's how mine was. I love YouTube, came back, and all my subscribers still showed, but it didn't reflect when I upload a new video. Like, they all left. The YouTube channel was just a shell of itself. Okay, so she's still working. Welfare didn't do it. The welfare hey, yeah, this is whoa. We might have to really talk. We are talking about welfare tonight, me and Focus. That's one of our talking points. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, let me try to invite her on. Now, you knew I was talking about ADC, ASDC. You did. This is my thing. I'm so mad I'm just not seeing this. You try to invite her. Damn, she ain't gonna see this comment. God damn. Wow. All right. She might rather see. Okay, let me comment on this video too. Damn, she kind of messed my show up. Can I spell? All right. Anyway, let's go ahead and play the video. Welfare lie. I got to see that's about, because that's what my alley. All right, so this is funny. All right. So she called him a lunatic right off the bat.
Marcus Garvey was the Jamaican-born leader of the Pan-African movement and a stone-cold lunatic who liked to dress like Captain Crunch. He held a lot of beliefs which seemed extreme to many of his contemporaries. He believed in self-sufficiency and pride for blacks, and unity amongst black people. He also believed in racial separatism, and that all black people who were not already in Africa should have boarded one of his raggedy-ass boats and gone back to Africa, even if they had never been there. And don't forget hats. Big-ass plumed hats. He believed in those too. His views on racial separatism really shook the feathers of a lot of his fellow black leaders. Garvey's talk was a little too extreme for some, and it earned him a lot of enemies. And in Marcus Garvey's last days, after he had suffered a stroke and was not showing promising signs of a recovery, one of his enemies reported to the press that Garvey was dead, knowing damn well that he was alive, and the news got back to him. You can imagine that Marcus Garvey was not pleased. Let's get into it. But first, if you like these videos about the most scandalous people from yesteryear who make Ty's Hot Mess History a time capsule for the culture, subscribe and hit the notification bell so that you can know every time that I upload one of these videos or every time that I live stream. And comment, I subscribe in the comment section so that I can say hello to you. Now, on to why you are here. My main source for this story is a biography by British writer, historian, and critic Colin Grant called Negro with a Hat. In it, Grant describes Marcus Garvey as, quote, an occasionally delusional figure whose arrogance, incompetence, belligerence, and combativeness, and inability to accept responsibility contributed substantially to his personal downfall, as well as the collapse of his movement. End quote. Well, do you agree with his assessment? Let us know in the comments section. Marcus Garvey's entire existence seemed to be a scandal from the moment he landed in the United States in 1916. He preached his beliefs to black people who would listen to him, and many of them took him seriously, fake military costumes and all. The people who followed him believed that he was a savior. The people who doubted him believed that he was a charlatan and a scammer. Garvey's biggest project, which also became his biggest failure, was the Black Star Line, a black-owned and operated steamship company. And the name that he chose was more than just an expression of who was running the organization. It was also a jab at the White Star Line, the cruise ship company which had as its flagship vessel the Titanic, the unsinkable ship that sank. Garvey started his company in 1919, 7 years after the Titanic's maiden and final voyage. It was his complete misrepresentation of the Black Star Line to its stockholders that landed him in court. One of the vessels in his struggle fleet was literally called...
Did y'all hear that? It was the misrepresentation of his ships that he had his investors invest in. See, he was the Wolf of Black Wall Street. So I'm going to try to hear that again. I'm going to run that back. Okay, so when they say, hey, man, he wasn't scamming, no, he was. So let's go back one more time. Just listen to what she says. The misrepresentation of his ships is what landed him in trouble with the law. His investors was like, yo, what's going on here? Listen again.
Maiden and final voyage. It was his complete misrepresentation of the Black Star Line to its stockholders that landed him in court. One of the vessels in his struggle fleet was literally called the Shady Side. You simply cannot make up this stuff. And eventually, he was imprisoned, then deported. Even with all of this, some black people continued to praise and even worship Marcus Garvey. Whether it was the desire of Marcus himself or his nutty followers, he was given the title of Provisional President of Africa, which is extremely odd, especially when one considers that no one contacted any actual Africans to see if they agreed or were even just okay with this. So, the president of Africa, yes, the whole continent, this Jamaican jackanini never set one foot in his kingdom, if you will, only adding to the notion of his being a fraud. Not only did he not go specifically to Liberia, which in his plans was to be the African headquarters for black people all over the globe, not only did he not go, he was denied entry there. The president of Liberia, Charles King, literally denied entry to Marcus Garvey and all members of his organizations. So I have no idea how he planned on taking every black person in America and every other place on the globe to live there. Can you imagine the melee that would have taken place aboard one of his ships after bringing a boatload of black people all the way across the Atlantic for a new, free life in Liberia, only to have to tell them, sorry y'all, President King is tripping. We're gonna have to, turn around and go back. My bad. He went back to Jamaica, and then after an unsuccessful political campaign, he left Jamaica and went to England, and there is where today's story takes place. I'll go on and tell this part of the story out of sequence, just for the sake of understanding the audacity of Garvey's enemy. Marcus Garvey died on June 10th, 1940, at the age of 52, alone and in poverty. Just for the record, some sources reported that he was 53, and I know that I will show at least one of those sources in this video, but Garvey died a couple of months short of his 53rd birthday. In January of 1940, Marcus Garvey had a stroke that left him paralyzed on the right side of his body, and it affected his speech. And in May of 1940, he was living in West Kensington, London, recovering from that stroke, or at least trying to. By this point, every day of his life was reduced to some form of taking it easy. Part of that was reading newspapers. Well, one day near the end of the month, he picked up a newspaper and saw a headline very similar to this one. According to my source, the one that Garvey saw read, "Marcus Garvey dies in London." Well, I can only imagine the panic that seeing a story like that may have caused him. So he did what maybe anyone else would have done. He checked other newspapers, possibly to find out if it was true or not. And he saw that paper after paper was reporting the story that he was dead. There were obituaries that were not kind at all. He was described as broke, unpopular, and unimportant.
I didn't even know this.
So insignificant that the London newspapers couldn't even find room on their pages to write about him or his death. Reading that about himself might have made Garvey think to himself, just why haven't the papers in London written about my death? Oh, wait a minute, I'm not dead. So how did the story of his death get to the media sources all the way across the Atlantic Ocean? Well, someone who Garvey personally knew spread the news. A man who was a critic turned enemy of Marcus Garvey. His name was George Padmore. He was born Malcolm Ivan Meredith Nurse in Trinidad in 1903. He left Trinidad to study medicine in the United States. Some sources say that he left to study law. Padmore shared some of Garvey's beliefs, but he focused on the points with which he disagreed. He and another contemporary, C.L.R. James, had launched an all-out attack against Marcus Garvey in an effort to discredit him in every way possible. They would heckle him at Speaker's Corner meetings at Hyde Park in London, or political meetings anywhere. They never missed an opportunity to harass Marcus Garvey and make him look like a complete simpleton in public. And it just so happened that George Padmore was the London correspondent for the Chicago Defender, the most widely circulated black newspaper at that time. And because of its impact, black people took the words written in it to be true. So, thanks to George Padmore, the man who had the power of the press on his side, the following week was filled with memorials for Garvey all over the United States and the Caribbean. And at these services, the president of Africa had been eulogized by people who didn't like him. People who considered him as a villain for exploiting black people. And probably the most jacked up part about it was that Garvey didn't like those people who were speaking on him either. Too bad that he was dead and couldn't say anything about it. Well, he wasn't dead, but he couldn't say anything about it. He was just too sick, and it would take too much time for him to see the retractions if it were up to him to get the ball rolling. So here was Marcus Garvey, at the end of his life and feeling embarrassed about it all. His movement was a failure, and his family had left him. His wife took their children to Jamaica in 1938 and never looked back. Just for the record,
Damn.
this is a composite photo of the family from the Marcus Garvey Cultural Club. Now,
Wow, they
because of his
bounced on him.
fake death, he knew that a lot of people around the world saw him as the failure that he saw himself, as the failure that his family and those close to him knew him to be. And that was just the first day of reading all of the death notices about himself. Well, he did it all over the very next day. And I honestly believe that Garvey's reading about his own death is what finished him off. And I say that because
He read
at
about
some
his own
point in
death.
that second day of reading his own obituaries, Marcus Garvey collapsed in his chair and suffered another massive stroke, according to his secretary, Daisy White. There would be no recovering from that second stroke. And, as mentioned earlier, he died on June 10th, 1940,
I had to take the chair
just
off
2
because they're
weeks
showing
after
his.
having the second
They're showing
stroke.
his
The
picture in the
Chicago
casket.
Defender wrote this about Garvey, among other things.
I had to take it off,
Quote,
but if you want to see it,
had
you can
Garvey
go to their
succeeded
channel.
in his undertakings, he would have been
But they're showing Garvey
incontestably
in
the
his
greatest
casket,
figure
so I
of the
couldn't
20th
shut it on
century.
YouTube.
Having
YouTube.
failed, he is
They'll
considered
ban
a
this channel
fool.
too.
End quote. I was able to find the point when the truth started to emerge. On May 18th, the Daily News printed this tiny retraction. Marcus Garvey lives, new report. But because of how slowly news circulated in those times, also on the same date, May 18th, the Baltimore Sun printed, former self-styled Emperor of Africa dies. So it's highly likely that by the time all of the news sources from all over the world that had gotten on the same page and reported that Marcus Garvey was in fact alive, he was actually dead. For real this time. In honor of the
That's
trip to
crazy.
Africa that never was, I collaborated with LL Cool J
They
on a
did
song
him
called Going Back to
dirty.
Mali, but we did pronounce it as Mali, as to rhyme with
All right, so that was it. But he went out like that. I did not know that. Because all we read is about he failed in Jamaica, he failed in America, but we don't read about him failing in London. We just hear about him moving to London and dying. Well, yo, this guy, and this is their king. And they got the nerve to talk about Tone Talks Yvette, Dr. Claude, Tariq Nasheed, or Malcolm X, or whoever else. And look how your king went out. I mean, it got worse. I thought it couldn't get any worse. It got worse. The dude went out bad. And that's why nobody talks about him. People always say, how come nobody talk about Marcus Garvey? That's why. There's nothing to talk about that's positive. This is why you don't make big promises. It's always a scam. Hey, Black Americans, I can get you all back to Africa. Scam. You got to know it's a scam. Hey, Black Americans, I'm going to build a great university school for Black boys. You have to know that's not going to happen. What did Jay Morrison promise? Hey, Black, we're going to buy the block back. Jay Morrison, we're going to buy the block back. And his investors are saying, scam. So when somebody come to you in blackface of a great dream, you have to take it as a scam. You have to say, I pass, but let me know how it goes. You know, where your website, you know, let me keep track. Let me keep the updates on what's going on. So maybe I'll join later. But right now, it sounds too good. Okay. So I'm going to look at it as a scam. You're saying if I join your pyramid scheme, your multi-level marketing opportunity, if I join that, you're telling me I'm going to be rich by Friday? Today's Wednesday. And you're telling me if I join today, I'll be rich by Friday? Listen, family, you have to just pass. It's okay to work at your job at least one more year. Okay, I know you want to get out, but do not quit that job to mess with this multi-marketing scam. We have to stop. Hey, yo, gold, you know, the dollar, man, it's fiat money. It ain't worth nothing. So what you need to do is you need to buy these gold certificates, right? Because gold, it doesn't lose value. gold is gold. It always, this is the pitch. It's always going to have value. Gold is gold. So, and all money is supposed to be backed by gold. So we actually got real money. We don't got fiat. We got gold. See, but you don't got gold. You got a certificate. This certificate is backed by gold. See, this certificate has more value than your dollar, because your dollar isn't backed by gold. But this certificate I got is backed by gold. Brother, who prints those certificates? It doesn't matter. Does the government value that or regulate that, or do they acknowledge that? Brother, it doesn't matter, man. We're telling you that this certificate is backed by gold. At any time you want to trade a certificate in to get your gold, you can do it. So am I going to you to do that? Am I going to, nah, brother, you got to go to, hey, yo, what's that federal, you got to go to the Federal Reserve. What's that thing where they so-called kept the gold, American gold? What's that called? Nah, brother, you got to go over there. Take the certificate, ring the doorbell, and give them the code word. The code word is FDMG, all right? FDMG. Ring the doorbell and say FDMG, and they're going to know that you're coming to exchange that certificate for actual gold. And your supermarkets, you don't see it or not. I'm saying this is what I actually heard in real life. See, supermarkets, right? You don't see it there, but if you were to buy like groceries and just bring the certificate, they have a pen just for the certificate, and they will press it across it, and they put the certificate in a special drawer at the supermarket. And at this time, I'm just listening for entertainment. I'm just having fun now. I wish I could just record the guy, but I'm like, you know what? So I'm just having fun, just asking questions. Like, I'm just so interested. And I will do that. I will waste your time. You came to waste my time? Okay, now I'm going to waste your time equally. I'm going to ask you questions about this Forex gig, this stock gig, this cryptocurrency. I'm going to ask you questions to waste your time back. Peace, Lord. Fort Knox, there you go. Yeah. Take the certificate. Go to Fort Knox. Yell FDMG, and they're going to come out with a scale. Okay, and they're going to take the certificate. They're going to give you gold, silver, or platinum, or bronze, whatever the hell you paid for, and they're going to give it to you. And you can walk away, and the supermarket will have a scale there where they'll weigh your gold, and they'll melt it and give you, that's your change. So you give them this gold thing right here, and they will melt it, and they'll give you this other thing, the rest of it, and that's your change. See? Yeah, listen, because American dollar, America's going to fall, right? It's going to fall, so you better have something, have that gold, so then you can have because it's going to fall, America's going to fall, and then we'll go back to bartering. See, that fiat money, that's going to be toilet paper. So all those millions of dollars you got, well, when America falls, like these guys, okay, so brother, you're telling me that I need to buy this gold certificate on the hopes that America falls. Let me understand you correctly. So I'm in a house, I drive a car, I got the internet and all these things going on for myself. Hobbies, the kid got some things going. But I'm going to buy this gold stuff on the hopes that my life is no longer my life. That we're struggling, we're scavengers, and we're bartering now. Dude, I'm good. I'd rather live in the bubble that America would never fall with my fiat dollars. I am not hopping on this trend on the hopes that the country falls. I'm good, my boy. That is literally called in stocks. That's called short selling. Okay, so I'm going to be a short seller with this gold. You're telling me. Wow stuff, man. Wow stuff. But stuff like that is out there where they got all these. Hey, man, like there was one detergent scam. Look, you use a full capsule, right? But look at this one. Look at this video. A small tablespoon is all you need. This thing could wash 6 loads. They should be lying. 6 loads. I mean, they don't even say 1 or 2. A small tablespoon of this detergent, and you could wash 6 loads with this 1 tablespoon of detergent. Okay, it has a microchip in it where it knows to not give more than a sixth of a fraction of itself to this first load. So it knows how to fraction off itself on each load, so you can have 6 loads worth of this tablespoon amount of detergent. Just try it out, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna save some money. Just give us $15,000, and you'll have a lifelong. You have lifelong access to this detergent. $15,000 up front. It's like Babel. DJ, I'm telling you, bro. Yeah, they are out there. The few things that I felt like was worth it. I love bootleg DVDs. I don't give a damn what y'all talking about. I love I felt like that was a scam, but I felt like that was a worthy scam because they never charged you the amount of the DVD. You could buy those bootlegs from anywhere from $5 down to $2. I loved those bootlegs. Secondly, I like buying bootleg was the cologne. Okay? Because you're spending a third of the cost, and sometimes a quarter of the cost. Yes, it's not going to last as long, but it's worth it because you're spending only $25 opposed to $100. You dig? So just take advantage of that shit. Just keep spraying yourself every chance you get because you will have to keep spraying yourself. It's a very large bottle. Your dick is larger than $100 bottle of Gucci. As a matter of fact, some of those things, the bottle you spent for Gucci, the fake Gucci would cost, it'd be like 3 times the size of a real Gucci one, right? But you're paying a fourth of the cost. And it smells just like it. It just don't stay around as long. It's going to go away. But spray yourself again. You dig? Maybe stay for another hour or 2. Spray yourself again when you get around people. Go to that bathroom and spray yourself. Keep one of those men's fanny packs on you. You dig? That's what I do. I mean, man fanny pack. The hell y'all talking about? I'm going to have my stuff in here. Shit convenient as hell. Yeah, but though I felt like that was worth it. That was worth your money because, again, you're spending a fourth of the price and you had a lot in there. Now, I actually worked for a company that actually produced real cologne. I forgot what cologne we had. If I looked at my cologne, I'll tell you which cologne that we produced. But yeah, so I actually went from buying bootleg to actually really producing cologne at a fragrance company. Yeah, so it's real, man. I'm trying to see how did they get the bootleg stuff, but I'm thinking about, so the bootleg stuff had to be water. It was real. I'm thinking about what I did at the company. I'm thinking like they had to really stretch. They had to put like hella alcohol in there and water. I'm thinking to stretch it. Yeah, but stuff like that, man, gotta keep your bootstraps on. Don't untie them and think it's gonna work. So Marcus Garvey, he played on the psyche of, you heard it. You heard Dr. John Henry Clark. He played on the psyche of Black Americans. We are directly being disrespected and attacked by white folks. He came with that white man is the devil, follow me. Okay, then when he failed and got flued out When he failed and got flued out, hey, that's the new one. Garvey failed and got flued out. Okay, when he failed and got flued out, Elijah Muhammad picked up with that same rhetoric and it worked all over again. But not to the degree. It worked, but not as large as the Marcus Garvey movement, the Marcus Garvey era. Yeah, because people will play on our psyche. They'll know that we hate, like not hate, but they'll know that we hate oppression. We hate racial segregation, racial discrimination. Okay, second class, right? Citizens. We hate all those things. And what they'll do is instead of helping us out, helping balance it out, they'll just say, hey, blame the white man and call the white man a devil. Make the white man a monolith. And make every last one of them the devil and come with a funny ass story afterwards. And we'll act like it's real history. But this is how people take advantage of us, man. They see us in pain and they prey on us. They prey on our pain and they have us buy into their sick personal gripe. Crack is going wild. Okay, so now that is a good way to get into what I got next, which is Marcus Garvey thing was funny. So what I have next is the top part of the video. Okay. I dealt with Dr. Umar's daughter. I dealt with Marcus Garvey. Now let's deal with the top part of the image. On the left side is a depiction of scientific racism. It's how white racists, mainly Southerners, is how they viewed us, right? If we get our freedom. So pay attention. This is very, very important. The mad scientist, the pseudoscientist on top left represents the South, okay? He was trying to discourage the North from a civil war. Like, hey, you are making a big mistake if you emancipate, if you free these SBAs, these ADOS people, these, right? If you free them and make them freemen, free people, all you're doing is going from slaves to these degenerate rapper wannabe crash out guys. Okay? That's almost exactly how they were arguing. Black men would be nothing better than over-sexualized men and over-violent men. That's all they will be good for. And the women will be Jezebels. They'll never get married. They will have a bunch of kids and be a detriment and a burden to society. Okay, that I'm going to read their arguments. That were their main arguments in a nutshell. The men would be, they were over-sexualized, society, and they would be overly violent. Okay. When you listen to our music, you think it's a coincidence that's all we rap about is exactly what the South said we will be once we're free. The men, they said the men will just be over sexual, overly sexual, and will be overly violent. If you look at our lyrics and our most top, some of the music that's just trending and going viral, all they talk about is sleeping with somebody's girlfriend, over-sexualized music, and very violent. Everybody got a gun. Nobody's afraid to use it. Matter of fact, they'll use it for the smallest thing. Just don't even talk about me. Okay? So we are in music. In music, we are playing out the depiction of the Confederates. How the Confederates believe we will be in our music, we are playing it out. Somebody is trying to say through music, I told you so. Somebody using us and our music is trying to tell somebody else, I told you so. Then you got the women, and the Confederates said, hey, the women are no good. They'll just be Jezebels. They'll just be having reckless sex without commitments, and they will have all these kids and be a burden to society. 70% of women with kids had kids out of wedlock and single family homes, and I gotta find out I think I tried to before. What percentage of those 70% are on government assistance? Let me try to find out right now. What percentage of those single family homes are on government assistance? Damn, my son won't wake the hell up. You can wake up enough. Can't read tight with this kind of my arms. Hey, let me see the chat talking about, yes, it was a documentary on crackheads in Atlanta. I know I've seen it, that's why I was really a lot of the degenerate behaviors FBA exhibit. We learned from them. Dang, I already missed two. Yeah, you missed some good stuff earlier. Like today I wasn't gonna play. And I'm trying to be more formatted with some videos because I want them to have playback value. Okay. And also I could make them clips in themselves. But don't worry, because everything I talked about earlier, those can be all clips in themselves. Okay, so now, what? Okay, what households are about 70% single family homes? What percentage those households that are single family on some type of government assistance? Okay, let's find out. Eddie. Yes, Yogi. You want more? More. Okay. You cut the light on. Okay, family. Okay, so family, read that while I come right back. Okay, so y'all can be ahead of me. So remember, these are the things. So these are the things that white Confederates said about us while we were still on plantations. So remember, we were not free just yet. This is 1860s, 1850 propaganda. Okay? And they are saying that if we become free, if we get our freedom, we won't do much with it. We won't take advantage of it. We will just be degenerates. The women will be Jezebels that just have reckless sex, like a prostitute, and they'll have kids, and the kids will be a burden to society. I mean, society got to take care of them. And he said the men would just be violent, and super sexual. Listen to our lyrics and music and tell me by that, are they wrong 200 some years later? Okay, come, go get. Discussion. Yeah, that's the action match. Hold on 1 second. All right, so I might have somebody calling in. Okay, all right. So where we at? You seen one of them crackheads in real life? It was the dude hanging out. Yeah. So now, so it looks bad because we are behaving the way the Confederates said we would, right? So that's the bottom line. Now, the in between, yes, now there's context to that because systemic racism is involved 100%. Okay. Now, you cannot connect the dots like focus. Focus will be all over the place trying to connect these dots. The dots are very easy to connect. When I spoke to Chaotic Truth, I connected the dots very easily and I didn't get no pushback from them. Okay. But if DJ Focus connected the dots with Chaotic Truth, I guarantee you it went left. Because he'd have talked about the Bilderbergers, the Illuminati, and all these conspiracy theories, and he'd have been challenged, and he wouldn't have been able to prove these conspiracy theories. That's why I say, MC Fact, don't even do it. Because it's going to be harder to prove these dots connecting. There's going to be so many holes that the dots are not going to connect as fluent as you think. Okay, so a significant, let me make this bigger. Not that one, damn it. Okay. I might use this word focus later on. A significant percentage of single-parent Black households receive some form of government assistance though exact figures vary by program and year. Here's an overview based on available data from the U.S. Census Bureau, Pew Research Center, and Department of Health and Human. I'm speaking through my phone, so let me know if I'm clear and loud. Human Services, HHS. Okay. So government assistance in single-parent Black households. Overall, government assistance use among Black households. Around 40 to 50% of Black single-parent households receive some type of government assistance, SNAP, TANF, housing aid, Medicaid, etc. Okay, so now that's too much. That's too much. They're saying half of single-parent homes are going to need government assistance. So this is when Kevin Samuels, again, I don't agree with everything he said, but when he said women and men should fight for their relationship to marriage, they really should, because you're going to find yourself in poverty trying to hold down a family by yourself. That child support ain't going to do it, especially because a lot of men you meet don't pay it. If you don't pay, be quiet. We get rid of her. Oh my God. Okay, I'm on 4 hours. All right. So, oh my God.
Thank you, bro. I was talking on mute. Thank you. You saved me. Okay. So it just gave like the conclusion. So really, like you're gonna need me to explain what TANF is, temporary assistance for needy families, and you're gonna need me to explain what SNAP is. Okay, housing assistance. You're gonna need that. You need me for that because housing assistance is pretty much like it's a field in itself, it has its own language. But the conclusion is approximately 40 to 50% of Black single parent households receive some type of government aid. And with Medicaid and SNAP being the most common, the rates are higher than white and Hispanic households due to historical disadvantages and economic inequality. Okay, so you got systemic racism is the cause for this high percentage because of wealth gaps. So yeah, I'm saying so it really does. It literally does not pay to just have babies willy nilly. Black men, Black women, you guys are gonna find yourself in a cycle of poverty and relying on government assistance. Okay. Let me see. He said, yeah, Millie Malfolk is supposed to come on. So he said, my mom told that her sister back in the 70s quit both her two jobs, one being a nurse and another one being a teacher PN lessons at this time in Watts, California, just to receive government rights. That's wild. That's wild. That's kind of almost unbelievable. I hope that was false because her sister's a nut. I started to ask my mom questions about wealth. Now you need to. And who said this? So I was reading a comment earlier that I said you might want to question that person. Let me go up on the comments. Somebody said something in the comments. I wanted them to. Damn, I might have missed it. I wanted to respond to it, but I ended up getting my son fixed up. So Lord Maul said a lot of the degenerate behaviors FBS exhibit, we learned from them. I could believe that. Because Southerners are like the less educated amongst white societies, and we were pretty much in the South. But again, haters, trolls blame us for that. Oh, you guys aren't uneducated because you were in the hands of the uneducated. It's like, well, yeah, no education, no school, inferior books. Yeah, we're not going to be where we need to be. Okay, so anyway, so yeah, I wanted to challenge you guys on something, but I missed it. All right, anyway. She had 5 children too. Wow, yeah, that is a deadbeat. 5 with 5 kids. Yeah, and she was single. Yeah, in the 70s, you know how hard it was to get, yeah, like today, okay, but in the 70s, like they were still racial discriminating with government assistance. That's wild. They called her name and she acted a fool up in there. All right. So now I want to get to where I want to get to. I got this coffee boiling. I got no sugar because my son went to sleep around the time I wanted to go to the store. So I didn't want to abandon him like a deadbeat and run to the store and come back. So he's up now, but I ain't leaving. It's over. Dang. So now I got to drink coffee with no sugar, no milk. Yes.
Daddy, what color is it?
Yes. Oh, yeah, I can't give you. Yeah. I gotta find your monster truck. Yeah, I'll find it. I'll find it. I'll find it.
Here. That's not here.
Nope, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Daddy.
No, it's not.
Daddy, you take the legs. Stop, Daddy. Stop. Stop. Daddy, stop.
Daddy, stop. Daddy, stop, stop, stop.
Daddy.
Daddy, stop, stop, stop. I got lucky. I found some sugar packets. So I might have survived today, but I gotta survive tomorrow. So I'll definitely get to the store tomorrow. Let me hit up Focus and see if he's about ready. Oh my God. I didn't even boil enough water. Are you crazy? Oh my God, I gotta boil the water.
Daddy. I want the daddy.
Okay, I make some spaghetti. You want turkey sausage?
You want turkey sausage.
Okay, I want spaghetti. Okay. Yeah, I end up not boiling enough water. Dang. Okay. All right, so now let's go here. Let's go where I want to go. Let's go where I want to go. Yeah, he's gonna talk. Yo, watch the connections he does. He gonna be trying to twist and connect things that nobody in the world connects together. But he's gonna do it because he's just so much smarter than everybody. There's a guy on Facebook I was supposed to invite too. Let me see if I can find him. Let me see. I don't know what he's about. I don't know where he's from. I don't know what he believes. I guess we'll find out on the fly. Is that picture fly right there? Because that was the original picture, but I said, no, I don't want a black scientist. I want a white scientist. And that's how I got that guy right there, top left. Yeah, so the guy responded. I hate when they respond on Facebook. And then they say, okay, what's up? And I hit them up again and they don't respond. Yeah, what the hell is that about? Yeah. Okay.
Daddy.
What do you want?
Over there.
Yeah, it's boiling.
No, that's not good. It's red.
Oh, yeah, it's red. Yes, it is.
It's another one. It's red too.
Yeah, that's red too.
It's in red.
Mm-hmm. That's red.
It's red.
That's very, very red. Okay. Okay, so this guy coming on, he doesn't believe the slave ship. He doesn't believe slave ships. He's one of those guys. He's a chattel slavery denier. So not focused. Another guy from Facebook is gonna hop on. He doesn't believe we came over here and our ancestors came over here on chattel ships. He says on slave ships. He says chattel slavery is a lie. He said it actually happened backwards. So it looks like he's a Dan Calloway follower. I'm not gonna argue with him on this crazy stuff. I'm gonna let DJ Focus argue with him. I'm not falling for this one. No, sir. I like to have intellectual conversations. You will not trick me to argue about whether the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade happened or not. You will not trick me to do that. But I will let him explain how it never happened. And I'm just going to say interesting. Or if I have a question, I ask him a question. But I'm not going to be trying to prove to him that the triangular slave trade actually happened. So, of course, with that position, because an obvious answer, an obvious question for me will be like, well, what about when our DNA goes back to West Africa? So, by default, he would have to be a DNA denier. So, he would have to be a chattel slavery denier and then a DNA denier. Basically, any evidence that proves that we came from West Africa, Central Africa, any information that proves that he's going to deny it's true. It's the white man. Yes. Yes. And maybe you lose. Yeah. So all of my information, he's going to say it doesn't count. Huh? Well, no. What do you want? Okay. Yeah. So. Okay. You want spaghetti? Okay. So any argument I have, he's going to say it doesn't count. It's the white man's foolish.
I don't want that.
You don't want it? You want my bite? Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Yes, anyway. Okay, he said the link. So he'll hop on. All right. All right. He's going to be wacky. Okay. I'm warning you right now, he's going to be wacky. So I warned y'all ahead of time. Yeah, I want DJ Focus to hop on so damn bad. Because I am not going to be arguing this stuff with this guy. All right. All right, let me send the link. I've never talked to a Dan Calloway person before. You out DJ I peace, man. I'm talking to the phone like the phone is still, I'm using the phone. I'm not using the phone. We clicked that hill 3 times and end up in chattel slavery. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not wasting any brain cells. I already waste brain cells debating DJ Focus. I'm not trying to waste any on this guy. All right. So I'm going to read the screen when he hops on. If DJ Focus hop on anytime soon, then I'm going to start this live over because it's already like 4 hours long. So once, even if the guy clicks in first, I'm gonna keep this live going. But if DJ Focus join us with this guy, I have to start over because it's gonna be funny as hell, and I'm gonna need that. That got to be a live all to itself. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, I get you spaghetti. Wait. Hey, wait. Yeah, I'm gonna cut it on in a second. Right. Thanks. Okay, so I end up finding some sugar. Just lucky. I bought some time for tomorrow. So boy gonna hop in and drive us nuts with the Dan Calloway stuff. So if he's Dan Calloway, I guess he's also FBA. A lot of those Dan Calloway guys are FBA. That's why I say I don't even argue that with these guys. It doesn't even matter. That's like arguing religion with a FBA Christian. What does it matter? Or arguing, with an FBA Muslim. What does it matter? FBA. And we're not a monolith. So they got the right to believe in whatever they want to believe in. All we care about is are they FBA or not? That's all we care about. Once we establish that, my boy, my sister, go ahead and believe whatever you want. That's the beautiful thing about being in this country. You can believe whatever you want. As long as this is not violating or causing you to behave criminally, as long as you're not disrespecting the next person with your beliefs, illegally, I'm saying. You can disrespect who you want legally, but illegally, being racist or anti-Semitic, homophobic, or those, attacking women, you're safe as long as your beliefs don't lead you down those rabbit holes. I'm sorry. Okay, so the guy says send the link. I send the link. Yeah, scam Afghanists. Right. The FBA. I'm going. Yeah, that's a great point. Q Living. Yes. Okay, well, you can always go in the room if I'm too loud. Okay, yeah, you're right, Q Living. I do have a problem with FBAs that are Pan-Africanists. Because to be a Pan-Africanist, you have to lie blatantly and intentionally. Like, I can't wait to skim. I said skim. I can't wait to skim through Dr. John Henry Clark's videos of Marcus Garvey. I'm so tempted just to do that right now with you guys live. I want to know, what is he going to say about Marcus Garvey that's good? Okay, so anyway, I'll do that after this one. So these are the, let me go up top. So yes, during the, because I asked a question, a rhetorical question that I really want to answer though. So yes, during the era of scientific racism, there were widespread racial ideas that falsely portrayed Black people, particularly Black men, as inherently hypersexual, violent, and criminal. This is scientific racism. They're giving you a date. This is the late 1800s, or at least mid to late 1800s. Okay, so this is why I don't associate with no Black man I try not to associate myself with any Black men that portray these images. Okay, so white Southerners, mainly, white Confederate supporters or white Confederates themselves, or even Northern sympathizers of white Confederates, they all wanted to portray Black men as being hypersexual, like the rappers, like the baby, violent, like the drill rappers, and criminal, like all of the rappers. NBA Youngboy, all of them are criminal, and some of them are violent. Like, for example, Future isn't violent, but he's criminal in his raps. Okay, damn it, all of them are hypersexual, but some are more than others. So think about that. Think about our music is pretty much painting the picture of what white Confederates believed us to be almost 200 years ago. So what I'm saying is that we have to express Black excellence, and I do mean Black. FBA, of course, ADOS, of course, but Black excellence, period. I think all Black people should not fall into these stereotypes. Okay, we should all avoid these stereotypes. So we have our most famous rappers, and damn it, all of them voluntarily portray these stereotypes. Now, Fogus might argue, most likely, that it's the white producers who are sitting these guys down and saying, hey, I want you, I know you came here rapping like Nas, but I want you to rap like the baby. I don't believe that. I believe these young boys are already a victim of their society. Okay? So they already are rapping like that before they meet with any white exec, any white artist, label record, A&R. They are already rapping like that. Okay, when Mary J. Blige sent the Locks demo to Diddy, they were doing that before Diddy even knew who they were. Diddy cleaned them up and made them rap more sensible, and they hated it. So, but bottom line is that I don't believe Focus. I don't believe Black men are going into the record labels like Most Def and Common Sense, and radio label execs are saying, you know what? No, you're going to be Meek Mills, and you're going to be Young Thug. I do not believe that. That's Focus' argument because he's an alarmist, he's a conspiracy theorist, he's a Black nationalist, all that type of stuff. So he's going to always argue that. There's no accountability on us. We're just mindless. So Focus' argument is kind of like the Southern argument. We're just mindless dummies that fall for every trick, tactic, strategy, white supremacists. We just fall for everything. We're just dumb. I don't believe that. I believe we're smarter than that. But I believe we're human too. And humans going to make decisions when they're living in a certain condition. So I believe our degeneracy is a reflection of our impoverished conditions. I don't believe we're nerds going into a record label and he's making us thugs. He's changing us from nerds to thugs. I do not believe that. That's going to be Focus position. He might not directly say it, but he's going to, all of his implications will lead to that. Okay, listening while you're at work. So anyway, so now let's talk about, it says these ideas were used, listen, this is the main thing I want to stay in your, to embed in your brain one more time. Listen, this would mean a lot to you guys. This would really touch your heart. During the era of scientific racism, there were widespread racial ideas. There were widespread racial ideas that falsely portrayed Black people, particularly Black FBA ADOS men, as inherently hypersexual, violent, and criminal. These ideas were used to justify slavery, segregation, lynching, and racial discrimination. Below is a detailed breakdown of the historical roots and impacts of these racist myths. Well, they're playing out today. Okay. These portrayals were used to justify slavery. They were used to justify segregation. They were used to justify lynching. We're behaving this way in our music. Why isn't there overwhelming outcry? They're behaving this way in the music. They're representing all of us as hypersexual, violent, and criminal. And to be portrayed like that is going to justify racism, racial profiling, police brutality, job discrimination, redlining, no justice. As long as we allow us to be portrayed like this in media and don't have an overwhelmingly protest like we do with police shootings, okay, injustice police shootings, because Focus will argue, hey, no, we are, and he's just lying. Bro, he gonna name like 100 people. Like, no, we need to burn stuff down. We need to react the same way we do when there's a police shooting that goes unjust, okay, an unjust police shooting. We need to really, really have a disdain, really speak out and condemn the music that portray all of us as hypersexual, violent, and criminal, because those portrayals justify the injustice we experience in this country. Is that deep? Is that deep? There we are. Origins of the hypersexual and violent stereotypes. The belief that Black people, especially Black men, FBA's ADOS, were naturally over-sexualized and violent has its roots in European well, I don't want this to go to overseas, but let's go with it. In European colonialism, slavery, and pseudoscientific racism. I don't like the word European colonialism when it comes to us. Unless they're stretching it to Africa Black men and the Caribbean Black men. See, I'm not sure if they're trying to call what happened over here European colonialism. I'm not sure. Anyway, these ideas were designed to dehumanize Black people, justify their oppression, and reinforce white dominance. Okay, yeah, that might extend to everybody Black. Okay, so this is important, man. Slavery and the myth of sexually aggressive Black man. Enslaved black men were often depicted as dangerous sexual predators, particularly as a threat to white women. This stereotype was used to justify harsh punishments, lynchings, and systemic oppression. Thomas Jefferson, in Notes on the State of Virginia, 1785, claimed that black men had an uncontrollable sexual appetite and a lack of moral restraint. Southern slaveholders used these myths to rationalize white control over black bodies and prevent interracial relationships. I mean, the music videos we had portray all this stuff. The Jezebel stereotype, hypersexualization of black women. Black women were depicted as naturally promiscuous and sexually insatiable. I can't even say that goddamn word. Satiable. There we go. Okay, sexually insatiable, which was used to excuse their rape and sexual exploitation by white men. So they justify the rape in their minds and for the onlookers that we're doing this because they can't get enough. Enslaved black women were often raped by slave masters, but their victimization was dismissed under the belief that they wanted it, Again, so this is hard to know, and you could sit and watch these videos of Sexy Red. I mean, this is deep. This is deep to know this. Like I knew this. I had the book Medical Apartheid. I talk about this. Okay, so to know this and to see the Megan Thee Stallions and the Sexy Reds, it's like, wow, like we're really making these white races correct. They said this in 1785 and on the plantation. And if you look at us,
Daddy,
yes.
there's no more.
Oh, no more? I get it. They're using this, but this rhetoric is actually playing out in our music. Our women, almost every last one of them. If I go to Instagram right now, I guarantee you the first thing you're gonna see is booty. Let's try it. And they will be black. I mean, damn. You see what I'm saying? First thing you see. Legs, all right. What else we got? Booty. Told you. Booty. More booty. Everything white Southerners said, more booty. Oh, she's white. Or Italian, whatever. Booty. 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 Okay, and then I go to stuff I watch. Okay, but you see the first couple of things were booty, fitting the stereotype of racist, hateful white men. And we're playing right into it. And remember, these actions justified Jim Crow. It justified the rape of black women. It justified the lynching of black men. This is why nobody bat an eye. This is why they came to watch people get lynched. Because they wanted this sinner purged out of society. Okay. The Jezebel stereotype justifies sexual violence against Black women while contrasting them with the pure and modest ideal of white womanhood. Okay, the brute myth, Black men as violent predators. After the abolition of slavery, white supremacists developed the Black brute stereotype, portraying, it actually says white supremacists. Wow. This is for Chaotic Truth. He said it doesn't exist. That's for Myron. The Black brute stereotype, portraying Black men as naturally violent, aggressive, and criminal. So what I am going to do, I do plan on calling in Myron Game show and challenge him. I got to just go back and hear his talking points so he don't try to say I'm off topic. Because whatever, just because I know something doesn't mean he wants to talk about it. I got to go back and watch his Tariq debate and see what he likes to talk about. Okay. I do know he likes to talk about why are Black men failing and these crazy things like that. So, but I want to have a sharp argument and have sharp rebuttals predicting where he'll go next. Okay, because he's not going to give up like Chaotic Truth. He's going to keep trying to go. Portraying Black men as naturally violent, aggressive, and criminal, like our music today. This stereotype was widely spread in books, newspapers, and films like The Birth of a Nation, 1915, which is a white Klan movie which depicted Black men as rapists who preyed on white women. I mean, I can go as far as like you look at these rappers in their videos, the women they're over sexualizing, are they Black? Okay. That's Monster School. It's Monster School. Yeah, so they said that so basically Black men, they got this huge appetite for just white women. And I got Chaotic Truth on the videos saying something like that. Okay, so the brute myth fueled the rise of lynching as thousands of Black men were murdered under false accusations of raping white women. So, but these images fueled it. So why would we portray these images in our music videos voluntarily? Okay. Screw Tube pushing all those twerk. Yeah, oh my God, bro. That was everywhere, bro. Yeah. Screw Tube is a joke. That's why I'm trying to transition over here. It's a lot harder. As you can see, I'm at Rumble. It's a lot harder because I'm brand new here and it's hard for people to find me. It's not as easy as YouTube for people to find you. So it's really, really hard. But that is Rumble. I got an account now. I'm just trying to get some views. Okay, scientific racism and pseudoscience supporting these myths. Phrenology and craniometry. I kind of want to do the crane thing. I'm good with the crane thing. Okay, but I could do eugenics.
Daddy.
Okay, I could do social Darwinism. But the craneology, I don't care about. I guess I'll read it. I'll read it. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm okay. I just get coffee. My throat was itching.
Itching?
Yes.
What? Itchy.
And can you kiss me in cheeky? Okay, it's right here. And kiss my forehead. Okay, give me a hug. Give me a big hug. Give me a big hug. All right, so focus it. Give them 6 minutes. Okay, so let me read this because phrenology and craniometry. 19th century scientists like Samuel George Morton and Josiah Knott falsely claimed that Black people had larger skulls and smaller brains, making them more prone to primitive instincts like sexual desire and violence. Look what they keep saying. They're not saying gorillas and things we hate the most. They're saying sexual. So look, if somebody calls a monkey, we'll get mad and be ready to fight. But we should be ready to fight over these because the word monkey, gorilla, they didn't make laws because they thought we looked like gorillas. We didn't get lynched. Our women didn't get raped because they thought we looked like monkeys and gorillas. They made laws to harm us violently because they said we had this sexual desire and we were prone to violence. Everything we're portraying in our music videos today, we need to protest and boycott any music that's promoting this or that. Phrenologists argue that Black men had more developed animalistic regions of the brain, supposedly making them less intelligent and more impulsive. Okay, where we at? Y'all rock with me? I really cannot stand chaotic, and all he does is yeah. He really doesn't know anything about me. Yeah, he really doesn't. He be trying to read up, but the more he read, I encourage him to read up because the more he reads up, his hatred's gonna fade away. He's gonna appreciate us. Social Darwinism and survival of the fittest. Herbert Spencer and others applied Darwinian evolution to human societies, claiming that Black people were less evolved and ruled by base desires like sexual lust and violence. Some anthropologists and sociologists falsely argue that Black men were biologically predisposed to grape and aggression. Eugenics and the criminalization of Black bodies. In the early 20th century, eugenicists like Charles Davenport and Madison Grant claimed that Black people were genetically prone to crime, sexual deviance, and violence. You see, you don't read anything about looking like a monkey here. They kept tying us to crime and sexual deviance, violence. That's why it was important. That 13th Amendment was important. Because it was like, you know what? South, we're going to still end slavery, but you might be onto something about letting these guys go and them being criminals. So let's put that slavery loop back in. Okay, let's put that in the Constitution, the 13th Amendment. You know what? Y'all might be onto something. So let's proceed with caution. How did Focus hop on Earth? How did he get on fast from this guy? And this guy, I've been to this guy the damn link. This guy, he asked for the link. How long ago was this?
I don't know his dad.
Yeah, this guy asked for the link a minute ago.
Who's that?
Yeah.
That's what he called.
Okay, he said, hold on. This guy said, hold on. He was supposed to be ready like 40 minutes ago.
Oh my God.
I contacted him before you because I wasn't done with this live. So I said, you know what? Let him hop on. Because we don't know what he's on. You dig? I think it's going to be like a Royal Rumble where we all disagree. So, but I wanted to fill him out first before you. Then what I was going to do is I was going to fill him out. And then when you hop on, start the live all over again, like brand new.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I don't know what the hell he's on at all. I wasn't joking. I don't.
So it could be a Royal Rumble. It could be a 2-on-1, me and him versus you, or it could be
me and him versus you.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Or it could be a 2-on-1. All right, but full disclaimer: I think it's fair that if it is two people against one, that the person that's by itself should be able to respond to each person in turn, as opposed to it'll be, two people going with the same point of view, and then
now, I'm gonna Now he's new, so I'm gonna get him. So now we'll do it regular. He'll just have the least time.
Okay.
Yeah, because I did what he exposed something. I know both of us are going to be against him. So I know for a fact he has one talking point that everybody's going to be against him, even the chat. Yeah, I want to surprise you with this stuff he got going on, but he does have one argument that I know for a fact. Almost every Black American is going to be like, "Nigga, you wildin'."
Yeah, I'm on his ass. I freaking I had a knockdown drag out today in the barbershop with this MAGA Republican. Oh man, I gotta get him on there. I gotta get him on because he anti everything. He anti FBA, anti ADOS,
Really?
anti nation, anti Black Panther, anti 5%er, anti Christian, anti Hebrew Israelite.
So what is he pro?
He's straight MAGA. Straight MAGA.
Yeah, but that don't make it okay. But here's the reality: other things still go on. This guy, like, just because you're MAGA doesn't mean that this is the Jetsons, right? Other people in this country still go on. Their lives still matter. They still live on. So you don't have no opinion on what's going on outside of MAGA. Like, matter of fact, there are white liberals that hate MAGA, hate them, and there are MAGAs that hate white liberals. They hate them. They have like a civil war going on, huh?
Yeah. I mean,
So for him to have that viewpoint, it's like, so what about? I would ask him, well, what about white liberals who hate MAGA? Like, you got an opinion on them? Do they exist?
Yeah, he hates liberals. He hates Democrats. He hates like
So
everything.
why the hell is he in PA?
He from Philly. He a Philly dude.
But why is he in a state like that? Like, why not join the family?
Well, he from Philly, so he never really ventured outside except as opposed to, you know.
Oh, so he a fake one.
Yeah, he a Philly dude that just never ventured outside. That is like living in Lehigh Valley, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's here, babe.
Yeah, so he's fake MAGA.
Yeah, he fake me. He's bad.
Oh yeah, nah. Like, to be a real MAGA, you got to experience it. You got to live in it, and you can't be a real MAGA without living in these southern states.
Protein, fruit stuff, the granola, and the yogurt. We should have everything else. Huh? Grab them anything. Call me if you need me. I'll cash up you more.
Yes.
Yeah, he's you know, and I agree with certain MAGA talking points. So we was like in accord at first, and then like the minute I brought up Black people and like reparations and like how I disagree with the MAGA because they try to act as though Black people aren't going through anything, and like we just all started from the same playing field, and that pull yourself up bootstrap stuff and all that.
I like that. I like. Oh yeah. Put him on here. But now, is he reasonable? Is he? Well, I don't even care. Just bring him on here. Matter of fact, call him up. Yo, we could change the whole show.
Well, I'll call him, but I think we should.
I would rather have him on with us.
Yeah.
The other guy.
I think we should. I mean, I don't know his schedule. I don't know if he's off or not. But after the argument we had today, I done tore him a new one. You know what I'm saying? Like, I done called him all types of Uncle Toms.
Yeah, but he's Black.
He Black, yeah.
Oh, it's even worse. Oh yeah, he's done. Hey, bro, I thought he was white. I'm dying for a white man. All right, damn. So
you'll think he's white the way he talks.
All right, so yeah, I'm not gonna do him like you. I'm gonna do him like I'm gonna do him like how I do most people. I'm gonna talk to him, let them talk, ask a question, and let them make a fool of themselves. I ain't trying to cut this guy off at all. I'm gonna let him make a fool of himself from everybody. Okay?
Yeah,
and he'll be a continual playback. Yeah, please get that guy on. Shit, I might give him more time than both of us.
Let me text him real quick. See if he's working tonight. Yeah, we had a knockdown drag out though, so I don't know if he'll be willing to go, because we was going for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and I don't. And by the time, bro, by the end of it, I was straight, brother Raheem. You should have quiet, you Tom, Tom and Jerry, Thomas Jefferson. You- I told him we gonna get the Tom of the Year award. He's straight Tom. Yeah, man. Um. So what's up with your boy? What do you say?
Hold on.
Oh, he's scared.
Yeah. So yeah, he was supposed to hop on yesterday. He claims, but anyway, let me just finish reading what I was reading, and then I'll buy some time. So I'm on C now. So C is, and I'll just catch up. C is eugenics and the criminalization of black bodies in the early 20th century. Eugenicists like Charles Davenport and Madison Grant claimed that black people were genetically prone to crime, sexual deviance, and violence. So you'll keep hearing this right here. You'll keep hearing that white supremacists wanted us to be associated with crime, sexual deviance, and violence. Like above anything, we had to behave like that in order to make this pseudoscience real. So it says, now watch this. This is the deadly thing about it. These ideas led to policies like forced sterilization of black women and mass incarceration. So when we have these rap videos that pretty much portray these racist thoughts, that's really serious. It's really, really serious. If you look at these videos we have with our entertainment, our artists, damn near all of them is dealing with is admitting, whether it's fictional or factual, doesn't matter, admitting to some element of crime, sexual deviance, or violence. Like Keisha Cole, like this song stands out. Should have cheated, sex. Like, and then you can do like the pull-up game. I'm smoking on this guy, crime, criminal, advice, violence. And then everybody sipping lean and drugging perks. That's crime. Now, the thing that we got to remember, those actions. See, look at the last bullet point. Those actions lead to policies like forced sterilization of black women and mass incarceration. So these actions justify violence towards us.
Right.
Okay. So now. And guess what? It numbs. Play down as dirty. Play down. It numbs people emotions to like feel for it. That's why when we march for justice, nobody is there but us, because everybody pretty much acquiesce. It's okay. That's one less criminal. That's one less violent, or that's one less sexual deviant that we got to worry about. That's trying to influence our, kids and whoever else. So that's why, that's one of the reasons why there's no outcry outside of our voice to these things. But when a Chinese person dies or something happened to them, justice, or something gonna happen right away. Yeah.
And it also gives them it works in tandem, I should say, with the media's portrayal of us and how they take certain subsets of Black Americans and portray us in that light as well. So the music conditions us into being this type of recalcitrant people, and then it works in tandem with the media's criminalization of us. Okay. And as you said, it justifies systemic mistreatment of us. When Nixon criminalized us in the 70s, when he criminalized us and militarized the police while simultaneously privatizing the prison for making prison for profit. What happened was they began portraying us on the news and in the media, and they did it before too in early publications in the 19th century and early of 20th century in publications where they always portrayed us in this extremely negative light, portrayed us as if we were always going to rape their women and we were all, I mean, grape their women and we were always going to, be, thieves in the night and scoundrels and blah, 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 blah. It when Nixon portrayed us in this light, and the news outlets and the media began portraying us at the light, it also justified the mass incarceration of black people and the militarization of the police, because they only focused on that particular subset of black America, and it justified, if you will, through things like the war on crime and all of this other stuff, their systematic mistreatment of us. So all these things work in tandem together. You know what I'm saying? You create the conditions through the poverty, you flood the communities with guns and drugs, you criminalize the people and militarize the police, and then the gangster rap music element was just another mechanism that worked in tandem to cement this not only view of us, but to proliferate the mindset of crime and criminals in the masses of black people.
Okay.
As well.
Okay, so political and social consequences. All right. So now it says between 1880. Hold on. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Okay. All right, I can read it. Okay. So between 1880 and 1950, thousands of black men were lynched, often under false accusations of graping white women. Okay, go. Newspapers and white supremacists. It's funny how they use the term white supremacist. Because Chaotic Truth and Myron Gaines believe that this doesn't exist. Hey, I already told you that. Go ahead.
I would love to get Myron on. I agree with certain things he says about masculinity and just, the role of modern women and blah, blah, blah. But they take a hard right position when it comes to, black issues, and like you said, they believe these things don't exist at all. And as a result, it justifies them basically disrespecting the plight of black people. Like I heard Myron the other day, just frying us up, you know what I'm saying? Like, because the one sister was on there basically talking about how, black people are profiled and locked up more than everybody else, and they're like, well, that's just because they commit more crimes than everybody else. But it's like, that's not true. Like, it's that, first of all, the type of crime white people commit is given smacked on the wrist, white collar, whatever you want to call it, as opposed to the harsh penalties that we receive. But then also, whenever you have a system of profiling, of course, we're going to be disproportionately found for crime. I know white boys that sell more drugs, got more guns, that do everything. But if they're driving down the street and the police is letting them slide because they got the complexion for the connection, while they see you and they just pulling you over, then that profiling is inevitably going to produce more arrests and convictions and whatever, what have you, because it's a system that's set up for them to profile you. And they also, like Malcolm X said, which is true, he said, if you're in a city with more crime, with more police, it should be less crime. If the police are there to stop crime, then if it's more police, then there should be less crime. That's mathematics, right? Because they're there to stop it. But if you see more police and more crime, then that should let you know that the police are in cahoots with the system that creates the crime. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
yeah, I don't know about that. That's like a little stretch.
Well, No, it's true because
okay. If you say it's plausible or possible, it's one thing. But now, when you're saying it's true, see, that's when we're gonna.
Listen, I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
No, but it doesn't matter if you had a bachelor's degree in rocket science. I'm just saying, like, when you say it's true, the burden now is on you. When we're just having an open, this dialogue, speaking about things. But now, when you give a hypothesis, and then you say it's true, like, so that means that to what degree? So now, because I'm thinking about, okay, so North Plainfield, so these cops are in on the crime, or I mean, I don't believe that. I think that's 100% false. So it's not true, because once you say it's true, because you're not specifying like what police station, you're just saying it's true.
What I'm saying is, if you have a mass abundance of police and they're targeting certain areas, you're inevitably going to find more crime because more police are there to find that crime. More police are there to.
I think there's another way to look at that. See, because what happens is, like, a lot of times when people make assessments, like they don't really make a thorough assessment. They look at it in one way. They don't look at it another way. Like, you got to consider both possibilities. That's how you falsify things. You don't just look at it one way and say it's true without looking at it the other way. So the other way is when you have a lot of police officers in areas, there is less crime because nobody's going to do a crime in front of the police. Like, they're on the money. Like, they're right there. Like
that's my point. You saying there's less crime because there's more police, but that's not what the statistics show.
It is, because if you take away, okay, look, Chicago.
The statistics show that where there's more police, there's more crime. Is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah. Well, listen. Both can be true. Because if police are there, people still going to live their criminal life. They still try to get lucky, and they'll get arrested. So, cause they're still shooting. Like, we both are from majority black neighborhoods. I've been in neighborhoods where, they shoot right when the police right there, and they get caught right away. So yeah, so they're going to still do their crimes because they feel like they need to for whatever reason, and then the police just catch them right away. They don't even get away. Right away, they get caught. So yes, if you commit crime in a police state, there's going to be more arrests because criminals are going to be criminals. Like, they're not going to let the police shut down their operations. They got to make money. They got to eat.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a mass abundance of police officers in the white community, and all of these other caveats that we bring in, whether
that didn't shut down the Italian. Okay, you take it off black folks,
and they put specific areas. See, this is when I said that there's then this is another point. When I said I'm a criminal justice major, I mean graduate, bachelor's, they teach you that police actually let crime proliferate in certain areas so that they know where to find the criminals. Like, that's why we from Plainfield, and you pretty much still got the same blocks that I mean, it's changed slightly with the advent of the cell phone and different things that people can move around, but the reality is, you got 6 projects, 3rd Clinton Ave, 2nd Street.
And when they came into projects, it was less crime, and when somebody tried to commit a crime, they got locked up pretty quickly. Matter of fact, they stationed right there on Liberty and 4th Street. Had this little station right there. Yeah, less crime, and guess what?
And they were still outside.
Yeah, and they got locked up though. So when
exactly,
right?
Exactly.
Because just because there's a police presence, there's a couple reasons why the police present. It makes the residents feel safe to come outside. We're safer with police there than not there. We feel safer. Now, it doesn't guarantee, just like condoms don't guarantee stuff, okay? There's no guarantee. They're there is going to be safer. People are going to feel safer. So basically, it's going to be more covert crimes, more planned out crimes. It ain't going to be your wild, reckless, impulsive crimes. It's going to be well thought out. You're going to consider, I might be locked up. So now you might not care because bro, I can show you dash, come at the dash can people wilding out, black, white, and alike, wilding out in front of the police. Because when you want to do it, you're going to do it. And guess what? They go to jail right on the spot. So that's police presence and a crime happening.
Listen, I agree. You know that there is police presence in the crime and in what you said, but the point that I'm making is crime is allowed to proliferate in certain areas so that they know where to find the criminals, and it makes it easy for them to basically turn these certain areas into crime. Into basically turnstiles for prison, right? So it's actually a tactic of the criminal justice system to allow certain areas to proliferate in crime so that we can know where to find the criminals. So as you said, it won't become covert and spread out. And these particular areas, they only really exist in the black community. You know, you find certain, when white folks get to a certain level, they got a whole meth lab, blase, they might get busted, whatever the case may be. But that's the end of that meth lab. It's not a week later, the same meth lab on the same block in the same corner. That is something that's unique to black communities. All the same
I think
projects, same blocks, the
a
same.
meth lab setup is totally different than a bando. I think a bando, you can just flush down the toilet and you can do whatever you do and you can get out of there. A meth lab is a little harder. They got a lot more going on than just dope baggies and a scale. But hold on. Before we go further, let me just finish this out.
All right.
Finish the readout. Then we can start a new live. Yeah, I don't know where, that guy, this weirdo. And look, I hit him up on Facebook yesterday, from a post that he made. Like, hey, man, I don't know if you're shy or not, but I got a podcast. We can talk about this. It was about birth control, right? And his position wasn't even clear. Like, I don't even know which side you on, bro. I said, but just hop on. We'll figure it out. Okay, so he sent me a friend request. I'm like, okay, whatever. You didn't need to do that. So I accepted it. So today, I hit him up before you, like, hey, man, because I said, you know what? Let me hit him up at 7 o'clock, fill him out, then he could come on later, possibly.
Daddy.
Right? And he ain't been on since, even now. So now I might have to unfriend this guy and block him.
Daddy.
Funny.
Hold on. Let me tell.
Daddy.
Hold on. Damn.
So you want to start this live over?
Yeah. Because I've been on for hours, like several. Yeah.
Okay.
Or because what happens is, because I'm going to, if I don't start it over, then I got to just make an individual video of itself, right? I could do that. I could just, make it.
Well, when you start over, it resends out the notifications, right, to the different people of your followers and stuff.
Yeah, see, but the problem is it's kind of risky because for some strange reason, when I do a live over, the people who are there don't be there for the next one, and then new people, like some weird shit happens. Like, hold on, so where everybody go? Like a whole new people come. And like, I just told y'all who are present, I'm going live again in 2 seconds. Like, why are y'all somewhere else? All right, so let me finish reading this right. Because I'm reading the stereotypes that white supremacists use, slave masters also use to justify slavery, to justify segregation and rape, and why freeing us would be a bad idea, will be a burden to society. And when you look at the stats now, okay, it looks like this is their gotcha moment. So the reason why they I told you so moments. The reason why it's in the media so much from media, especially like Fox 5 and like those right-wing media avenues. The reason why they play it so often and talk about it so often is Myron, the Ken Owens, because this is their Louder Crowder, this is their Ben Shapiro, this is their I told you so, North. I told you what's going to happen when you free these folks. Look at them now. All the stats favor everything we said they would do. Look at their music. Look how they depict themselves. Look what they all dance and just love. Like they worship their artists like they're civil rights activists.
Yeah, that was all orchestrated by them though to get us.
No. But the middle part really doesn't matter sometimes. Sometimes people don't care how you got the cake, like what ingredients. It tastes like cake. It looks like cake, and damn, I like it. And yeah, the middle part is definitely all them. But that's the part that is more harder to expose, right? It's more harder to disclose and expose because it's so easy just to show, hey, look what we said, look where you're at. And now it's up to us to clean it up in a short span of time. And that's why I was trying to tell you before, like, unfortunately, when we talk, it got to be short, quick, and very to the point because we have more to say. We got to clean up and explain, give context of why it's exactly the way you said it's going to be, right? You said that, and we are that right now, but this is how it got there. So now that part right there is going to be when people fall asleep, when we start to explain how we got there. So we got to have a clever, quick, concise way to drop jewels. You know, like we used to say it before, the language was we drop jewels. So in these conversations with Myron Gaines, bro, now he will let you talk, right? But he's weird. Like he'll actually let you talk and debunk him. He's a fool. But people like Tommy Sotomayor, people like Kenneth Owens, they're not gonna let you talk. They're gonna do most of the talking, and you got to drop those jewels in between. You kind of got to pick up your left off. But they will purposely change the topic. So they'll first talk about, well, why you guys so violent, right? The stats, and then when you go to explain the stats, they'll cut you off, and then they'll talk about, yeah, but look at your women. So they purposely make you you can't finish that first thought, and now you gotta explain the women part. Yeah, but you guys on government assistance, see, and they'll keep doing that where you can't thoroughly explain something, and then, okay, we out of time, see ya, and that's what keep happening.
Yeah, they'll try it
with these guys,
but there's certain individuals that they tried that with and they got whooped up. Like, you know, they'll never, you know, Charlie Kirk and Sotomayor and the rest of these people, they'll never debate with Dr. Umar. Like, them niggas don't even get invited.
Now, I think they act, listen, these folks, they really believe Tommy Sotomayor, he really believes he's smart. He will actually, and he's a clout, he admits he's a clout chaser. He will absolutely debate Umar. He gets slaughtered, of course, but he will absolutely,
brother. Dr. Umar,
give him a chance to debate Umar.
They are relegated to debate other black folks. Dr. Umar is one of the lead premier scholars in the black community.
You are
like him or not. When it comes to okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Dr. Umar is one of the lead premier scholars in the black community, and he never gets invited anywhere. Tariq Nasheed, you never see him on CNN telling the black point of view. You won't even see him on leftist shows like Roland Martin and different ones. They only bring these Democratic shields on, or these individuals they purposely pick because they don't properly represent the scholarly black mind.
That's not necessarily true.
Those who will challenge these point of views, or what they'll do is they'll go to college campuses and try to debate kids. You know, Charlie Kirk and these different ones.
That's no, wait. Let's back it up for a second. So, Roland Martin did send several invitations to Tariq Nasheed for, just for the record. Tariq on his podcast said he ain't do nothing with he ain't debating Roland. So Roland did the open invite to Tariq. Candace Owens will debate those folks. Okay, she debated Mark Lamont Hill, who's very educated, very articulate. Okay.
Yeah, but I know, but Mark Lamont Hill, as smart and educated as he is, he does not represent the black scholarly mind. He represents.
Yes, he does.
Listen, to a small degree, but he really represents the left wing agenda more. Mark Lamont Hill.
I don't think so.
Oh, absolutely. Mark Lamont Hill,
I don't think so.
brother, Mark Lamont Hill be up there vouching for LGBTQ and telling you that a woman is a transgender man is a woman. Like they literally have leftist talking points. He vouches. Hold on. He vouches for.
Okay. So
what he vouches for abortion. He vouches for every leftist talking point. Right, but
no.
His talking points mirror the left.
No. His talking, like he likes to back his talking. First of all, I watch his debates on the same things you're talking about. He backs his talking points up with science. He backs it up with philosophy. Like he's not just ranting on the damn.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong. So yeah, but these positions are controversial for a reason. When something's controversial, that means that there's some merit there. Okay, so he's allowed to take that position and argue from it. That doesn't make him less than anything. These are educational positions. These aren't foolish positions he's taking. There is a debate, whether we like it or not. There is a debate, and it's kind of clever with the whole transgender thing and what's a woman. When they get you in that,
there's no debate.
Okay, but that's your opinion, my boy.
That's not an opinion.
Okay.
It's a fact.
No. Listen what I'm saying.
It's only two genders, male,
okay,
female.
That's not. Listen, what I'm saying, man. What you say is not the end all be all. Why don't you take your ass on some? No. Okay, yeah, no. But what I'm saying is this, because everybody is on outside, and they're never inside. I plan on calling in Myron Gaines, by the way. I just said it before you hopped on. I said I'm gonna sharpen my argument up. I'm gonna see what he likes to argue and what his rebuttals are. And I'm gonna actually call up. I'm not gonna wait for him to come over here. I'm gonna call in his show and bring him to smoke. Okay. So what I'm saying is, if you think it's that easy, these guys got call-in numbers. These guys they're content creators. They love to have content. All of us that create content, we love to have guests who differs, because debates sell. When we have debates, they sell. So these guys will allow you focus to call in and argue whatever you think they're wrong about. So what I'm saying is, to sit here and just say they're wrong and don't directly go challenge them, I don't see how that's progressive.
Okay,
if you have the truth, it should be that much easier to call in. You're the favorite. They're the underdog. Call in, debunk them, record it, upload it.
So the reality of the matter is, if I can call in, I'll try that. They might give me 2 minutes till I start whooping their ass, and then they're gonna get me off the line.
Bro, you don't know. Okay, see, I hate that projection.
So I would never be able to articulate.
No. See, now maybe that's the coward way out.
I will get.
It's to automatically provide a false scenario, bro. Just call in. Find out by calling in.
I will try.
That's the only way to find out.
I will try, brother, but that doesn't negate my point.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, bro. This is it. Goes back to you.
Let me explain how it doesn't negate my point.
Yeah, but what I'm saying.
Let me explain how it doesn't negate my point.
I got you. What I'm saying is, bro, you have a habit of doing this. You have a habit of stating your opinion and saying it's true. Like, you can't have an opinion and it's true, because therefore it's no longer an opinion. You're just stating a fact. But go ahead. Yes.
Okay. So the fact is.
Okay. Go ahead and cut the cut.
The fact is,
he's an auntie.
I forgot the exact point I was making a couple seconds ago. But anyway, the point that I'm making is that I will make is what there are opinions, and then there are facts. And whenever you present your opinion as fact, or your point of view in the public sphere, we have a right to challenge that opinion, whether we talking to you or not directly. you put your opinion in the public sphere. This is where reaction and review videos come from. I'm able to challenge that opinion and position, whether I can get you on the line or not. Okay, and then the people will have to weigh my opinion versus your opinion, my facts versus your facts, and then juxtapose the two. So when you're dealing with a Mark Lamont Hill, who is very intelligent, who is very articulate, I listen to Mark Lamont Hill. I watch his show, you know, and on the points that I agree with, I'll be like, go ahead, brother. But when you are a leftist, when you're on the left, when you're sponsored by the left, when you have to take these leftist positions because your base is the left, then you do have to compromise with other leftist positions. It's not a mistake that he will talk black, but then he'll also tout the LGBTQ and the men and women sports and vouch for abortion, all of these leftist talking points. He regurgitates them. He fights for them because that's his point. It's the same with Candace Owens. Candace Owens be right a lot of the times, but when it's time for her to make a hard right position, she always takes it. And she does that for the most part because that is what her base expects of her. Now, I've seen her compromise certain things like the war in Gaza. She'll vouch for the Palestinians, but you know, I think that is just her moral compass coming out to say, listen, that's just one thing I can't stand for. But the reality of the matter is the majority of her talking points are right. They stay right. They're far right. She did doing an expose on George Floyd and Chauvin didn't kill him, and it was a knee on his neck. I mean, it wasn't the knee on his neck. It was fentanyl. Like the way she disrespects is because that is the position of the right. So this is why she's allowed to be on these panels. They, her, Mark Lamont Hill, different ones. You'll see them on Piers Morgan. You'll see them on Piers Morgan because they're taking a hard right or hard left position. But the reality of the matter is the black scholarly mind, for the most part, takes a more independent position. And we'll take certain points from the right, which are true, and we'll have certain points from the left, which are true, and then we'll articulate the correct truth and path based upon our own independent position because
And
we're not
who is this black
beholden
independent thinker who's not on the right or left? Because you're going into a preach right now. You're talking pretty long winded. So because you made your points.
I said I'm talking about the Dr. Umars, the Tariq Nasheeds, the Rizza Islam.
No, but wait.
The Rizza Islams,
wait. Well, hold on. You're just saying names. Okay. So Umar.
I'm talking about prominent black scholars that you'll never see on CNN.
Just hold on. Okay, I got it. You got to hold on. You can preach. Umar, you just said Mark Lamont Hill's right about some things and wrong about some things. You just said Tariq. You mentioned Tariq. You mentioned Mark Lamont. Dr. Umar. Bro, they are right on some things and wrong on some things. Everybody is right. Wait, can I just get some words? Everybody is right and wrong with some things. It doesn't mean you have an agenda. Like this would make people individuals and they start to classify themselves as something, right? And then when enough people believe like you become a party or whatever you are, organization. But everybody you just named, they're Roland is right about some things and wrong about some. Everybody, Stephen A. Smith is right about some things and wrong about everybody. Bro, I'm right about some things. I'm wrong about everybody. That everybody is susceptible to be or vulnerable to being wrong and right. And wrong and right, that's what makes us who we are. So you're saying Tariq Nasheed. Well, liberals call him on the right. You said Dr. Umar. Well, again, liberals say he's on the right. Roland say they're on the right. So even if people who you believe are down the middle, somebody is saying they're on the right or left. And if there's other black folks out there with talking points that's educated, and the right wing would say, hey, they're leftists. I mean, what person by both parties that have an argument that either side is saying, yeah, that person ain't left or right, that person's down the middle. Everybody is being pushed on a side. So nobody is the person is the judge of that. Hey, he's on the right, he's on the left, this guy's in the middle. But the guy who you claim to the middle, some people are pushing him to the left or to the right.
Okay, but the difference is, and I'll say this again. I'm coming in. Give me a couple minutes. The difference is.
You ain't gotta say it again. Yeah, we heard it the first time.
Hold on.
You can say something. You can say something new.
The difference is, and my rebuttal to your point is that you're right. There are things right and wrong that everybody say, but the difference is these people are not forced to take a hard right or hard left position based upon
but that's your
their
opinion again.
political.
That's your opinion stating as fact.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Like
you just said, let me finish. Damn, man. Let me go. All right.
Yeah, because I didn't even make a point. You just made a point. Like you're giving your opinion as fact.
The difference is they're not forced to make a hard right or hard left.
Who's forced to make a hard right and left?
Let me finish, brother.
They are. They have an audience too.
Let me finish, brother. They're not forced to make a hard right or hard left position based upon political affiliation. See, when you have the Mark Lamont Hills, the Candace Owens, and different ones, they are shields, if you will, for the Democratic or Republican Party. They have a Democratic or Republican base, which is why they mirror the talking points of the right or the left verbatim, save a point or two, verbatim. But as I said, the black scholarly mind, it takes a more independent approach to it. And whether they're right or wrong on certain points, which, as you said, everybody is right and wrong, they're not right and wrong based upon their political affiliation. See, Mark Lamont Hill, he talk about reparations. Mark Lamont Hill, he'll talk about black freedom, if you will, with regards to like DEI and DEI, Trump, got rid of DEI and all this other stuff. Democratic talking points. He'll talk about abortion. He'll talk about Democratic talking points. He'll talk about LGBTQ, Democratic talking points. These are things Kamala Harris ran on. Okay, this is the hard left position that these people, and this is why you will see them on Piers Morgan. You will see them on what is it, RBN or whatever. You'll see them potentially on CNN, whatever the case may be, because they're taking hard left or hard right positions. So that, not to say he's not scholarly, but they have a place for Negroes like that, is what I'm saying. Because yeah, they do, which is why they'll get airtime, but the true black scholarly mind will not. They won't put certain people with.
Let me get in.
They won't put certain people on these platforms, irregardless of their following, irregardless of their scholarly prowess.
Let me get in. All right. So now I don't take that. Like, I'm so confident in my research. Like, I don't take that approach that he, or the point of view he's taking, where this person gotta take. Yeah, I don't care. What's your argument? I think is weak. Let's get it. No, see, I'm not gonna run and say, no, you're taking off. You have to go this way. I don't give a damn what way Mark Lamont Hill goes or Umar or whoever. If I believe you're wrong, if I believe you have pseudo information, I don't have an opinion on who's behind you. I'm gonna take your argument and dismantle it. All that other stuff, it's pricing yourself out. See, you got it, because they're gonna say not. What's gonna happen is you're gonna make all these projections, and they're gonna be offended, and now the conversation won't happen.
Yeah,
so
I'm saying that's the angle I would take in the debate with you.
Last thing, got it. I got it. But I don't even got to do all that. Like, all somebody got to do is talk about something that I think is false, and I won't even paint you like your position. I believe is extreme and stuff like that. But I don't care. what is it? Let's argue it, and I think I'm going to prevail. So, and it really doesn't matter, where you are, if you're purple, red, blue, or green. I really don't care, because I believe that position is weak, and I believe it's like a pseudo, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, reality of the matter is, I didn't say that that's the angle I would take if I would debate them. I would take their points and I would dismantle them myself. I would use my facts, truth, proof, and knowledge to, expound on my position, and I would dismantle them with research and. But that's not the point I'm making. I'm telling you the reason why they will put a Mark Lamont Hill and not a Dr. Umar on there is because they're Democratic shills. The reason why they'll put a Candace Owens and not a Riza Islam or Tariq Nasheed or whatever is because they're Republican shills. They have MAGA talking points. They have leftist talking points. They vouch for the left. So they vouch for the right. They're funded by the left. They're funded by the right. So they have to take these hard positions, which is why they will give niggas like that a place on the main stage when they won't give the scholarly black mind, the research scholarly black mind. That's the only point that I'm making.
No, but
hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta put my headphones in.
Yeah, because
the people on the main stage.
And who are those?
The people in I already said the Piers Morgans, the CNNs, the Fox Newses, they won't
they won't allow who on their stage? Who they won't allow?
They won't allow the Dr. Umars on their stage.
Yes, they will.
I haven't seen them.
Yeah, bro.
I've never seen a debate panel on CNN where the black pundit is a Dr. Umar.
Okay, I got it. I just asked it, but you stopped. I just asked the question, but it wasn't to give the mic. I just asked it. I give the mic temporarily. I wanted an actual answer, but I wasn't my hand was still on the mic. I just put it to your mouth. So see, I don't do that. I don't say, hey,
I'm listening.
Okay. See, I don't do that. That's why my name is unbiased. I'm a real researcher. I don't say, hey, Umar's not on his show, so therefore there's no invitation. I look at all angles as possible. I say, hey, they probably is plausible. They sent the invitation, and Umar just said no because these people aren't here regular. When he goes to where he goes to have these debates, he's debating the same people you said the folks like Louder Crowder are debating when they go to college campus. When Umar has his debates, he's not debating his equal. He's debating this. I'm still going. I watch his debate.
I didn't say nothing.
Okay. He's not debating his equals. He's debating the same peons that Louder Crowders are debating. So when there's an invitation, because these CNN, and the matter of fact, they are inviting Tariq over there. Tariq been on Fox. He's been on all those broadcasts. He has been debating these guys for a while, the left and right. But that's because he's confident in his position. We don't ever see Umar. We always see Tariq debating. We never see Umar debating. He's always just teaching. Matter of fact, when you interview him, he talks the whole interview. You don't get one more word. I show clips. I feel bad for him. They didn't pay this dude. They asked one question. He talks for the duration of the debate.
Hey, baby.
Of the interview over. Now, when he goes to the Breakfast Club, those folks, now, even though they don't debate him, but he can't rant over there. They'll stop him. Okay, he was on the Joe Budden podcast. He was debating, I think his name is Ish, or whatever his name is. He was actually debating. He actually had a debate with somebody who would not let him just rant. They challenged him, and it was a good debate. I believe Umar won some points, and I think the other guy had some points he had over Umar. It was a good debate, but the guy he debated wasn't known as some intellectual scholar. I believe that same guy.
I'm sad.
No, it wasn't him. It was Queen Flip.
I'm also happy.
Okay, but but that guy debated Umar, and it was pretty good. Like I don't believe Umar like it was a one-sided like how you would project. I don't believe that happened. I believe Umar has some good arguments, and I believe it was topic based. When the topic kept changing, I feel like topics pretty much decided who was going to win. Some favorite old boy, some favorite Umar.
You know, these podcasts and different things, Joe Budden, Breakfast Club, they may have a space for him on there. You know, they had Farrakhan on the Breakfast Club. You know what I'm saying? Like those independent, I wasn't even talking about that. I was more talking about the main stage of legacy media, if you will. You know, these people who the world listens to, not secular, for black people stuff. But I mean like the world listen to, the Fox Newses, the CNNs, the MSNBCs, or whatever the case may be. They have black people on there supposedly, quote unquote, representing the black position. And it's never the black position. It's the Democratic position that is famed as the black position. That's my only point. It's the Democratic position, the left position that they portend is the black position. But they never have the true scholars of the black community that are more articulate in the black position. They never have that. They don't have these people up there that'll really you made a point earlier about the violence and how we got there and this, that, and the third, and how, there's certain systematic things that got us here and this, that, and the third. And while certain people like Mark Lamont Hill may touch on that different thing, it's always counterbalanced with this, LGBTQ, minority people, people of color, like all this stuff. It's not the true black position of a black person teaching black truth to black people and representing the black position. It's the Democratic position or the Republican position. And those are the people they give airtime to. Now that's a fact. Now I'm saying like, so, we can move on from there, but that's just a fact of life. They don't put those who truly represent a balanced, scholarly black opinion that really, really resonates with the truth of the black condition. They always give you these shields, whether Democratic or Republican, feigning that they are representative of the black position, but they never are. They scratch the surface slightly and then counterbalance it with a bunch of Democratic talking points that really do not move the needle, which is why they are allowed to have that particular platform, if you will. You know what I'm saying? And so that's my only point, and it's truth and it's fact. But
right.
We can move on.
All right, yeah, but I'm telling you, man, yeah, I don't believe you're ready to call on those shows. You can try. Well, I don't think you think you're ready. That's why you don't call in, because you're consistently making a horrible mistake. You're giving your opinion and you're saying it's a fact. If it's a fact, it's not your opinion, and facts are easily proven. So if it's a fact, you need to substantiate. You need to show something that shows it's a fact. So you can't give your opinion and say it's a fact. That's a contradiction.
Okay, whatever you say. I think I do a good
job. It's still my good. Oh my God.
Whatever you say.
God. Yeah, so I'm saying, but that might just be a habit that you do. I'm saying you need to work on that because people are going to call you out. That's a contradiction. It won't be an opinion anymore. It'll be a fact. And again, if it's a fact, that means it needs to be shown and proven. And opinions don't have that burden. Opinions can just be opinions as long as they're opinions. But yeah, I don't agree with what you're saying because I don't believe Dr. Umar is great on every topic. Okay, he is a school clinical psychologist. Okay, he's not a historian. He's not a politician, and this is why he would shy away from those stages that talk about those things. He's not a economist. Okay, so he's very good at Pan-Africanism, and he's very good at some aspects of the civil rights movement, and maybe some African stuff, but he's not as well rounded as some people will believe. I mean, he doesn't talk about a lot of things. Like Tariq is more well rounded. It's why he pulls up on these different hostile platforms. He doesn't make excuses. Hey, you're far right. Hey, you're far left. He pulled up on pretty much everybody but Roland. And I think they just hate each other. I think he just hate Roland on another level, but he don't want to give him that satisfaction of clout chasing, right? Yeah, but I don't believe Umar is that well rounded to hop on a platform with Piers Morgan because of what they talk about. What they talk about ain't what Umar talks about. And that's why he's not there. And what he talks about is what Candace Owens talks about. It is what Mark Lamont Hill talks about. That's why they're on there. Like, they have talking points there. They have subjects. And I don't know anything they talk about Umar. Umar talks about that Umar is proficient on.
Do you watch Piers Morgan?
Well, I don't watch every show, but I watch shows.
Because I watch it every single day. And there are plenty of talking points.
Plenty. Name one they talk about that Umar's proficient on. Name one.
The entire aspect of critical race theory and the entire aspect of the LGBTQ agenda.
Okay, wait.
The entire aspect.
I just said name one, not name a million, because I want to talk about one. Okay, so now when does Umar ever talk about CRT?
I mean, his entire point frame of reference is CRT incarnate.
No, bro. Listen,
if you're gonna,
I'm not doing it. I made a point, and you're responding to it. I'm responding to you. I said that they have specific talking points they do, and you just named three. Okay, and those three, I don't even know Umar be talking about that. So, the CRT, I don't believe he got any videos addressing that. Tariq does. Tariq Nasheed tackles that. I don't know Umar to tackle that.
Brother, if you think Dr. Umar Johnson can't have a conversation
it's not
on
about
critical race theory,
that's not what I'm. See, he's twisting. Okay, I got it. He's twisting up on purpose because he just proved my case. He's not invited. Well, he is invited. They would love to get somebody like him on there and beat him up in front of everybody. They would love to get a name like that.
They won't though.
They will. He won't go because he don't talk about those things that they talk. You just said that these are talking points they have. That means that they are well versed in their talking points. They have their little trick bags, gotcha moments, and then like their little historical references. Whatever they got it down pat. If Umar doesn't talk about these things, he'll be a fool to blindly wing it against these well versed liberals or conservatives. He'll be a fool to hop on and winging it. But again, he doesn't talk about these things. Okay, so that's not in his bag like that. He might know a little bit, but we only know you by what you know, right? And we know what you know by what you talk about. So Umar don't talk about, let's say astrophysics, right? Astrophysics. He don't talk about that. Right, so it doesn't mean he don't know a little bit about it, but he don't talk about it, and that's safe to conclude that that's not his thing. Like, he talks about what he talks about, and that is his thing. Now, I bet you if Piers Morgan talks about Umar talking points, I guarantee he'll be there.
There are plenty of talking points on Piers Morgan that Umar would be very proficient in.
Okay, so you named one that was wrong. So give me a second.
It's not wrong, brother. You told me about critical. I told you about critical race theory. You said Dr. Umar is not proficient in
brother. This is what I wait,
to have a conversation on critical race theory and the importance of it.
Wait, bro, that's not what I said.
Clinical psychologist.
Don't remix what I said.
You said I was wrong though.
Okay.
When they're talking about CRT, Dr. Umar would be a great person to have on there. When they talk about LGBTQ, Dr. Umar,
so I'm just going
to have a great person to be on there.
So I'm just going to, bro.
When they talk about black issues in general,
you're just going to talk. So you don't want to know what I said? You just want to keep talking over me? I said Umar doesn't have any videos
And I rebutted that. I said his entire position is CRT incarnate.
I'm talking about specific videos about CRT. His entire position. Shut up. This
It
is
is.
stupid to talk about.
Brother.
Umar been completely wrong on a bunch of talking points, not just here and there.
I'm not saying that he's not wrong, brother. What I'm saying is,
I'm not
if
saying
you
that's
have,
not what I'm saying. I'm saying he's been a fool.
You're just trying to bully me now. Let me finish my point, bro.
But you're not, Nick. You're not letting me finish my point. I said
I
Umar,
am. You're trying to bully the conversation.
Okay, no, I'm not. First of all, you remixed what I said. I ain't like that. You remixed what I said.
I'm not remixing anything, brother.
I just corrected
what
you.
I'm telling you, let me qualify my position. Excuse me. Let me qualify my position.
Wait. Let's just back up 1 second. Let's just back up. Okay, because right now it's getting goofy, and it's because you started it. You misquoted me.
It's not getting goofy.
Yeah, because you misquoted me. I didn't say he can't talk with certain things. I said, look, name their talking points.
What you said.
I said, name their talking points. And I said, I guarantee you he doesn't have videos on those things, right? That clearly it's not his thing. Like his thing is what he talks about. You said, the first thing you said was critical race theory. I said, oh, good point. Because he has nothing on CRT, specifically addressing CRT to show that he's well versed on CRT. And then you went to say, "Well, his whole body of work, some goofy shit."
It's not goofy, bro.
About, man?
Okay, so listen, critical race theory is the belief or assumption, if you will, the knowledge, the fact that systematic racism is baked into every institution in our society, and that our society is shaped based upon systematic racism. I don't know anybody more proficient talking about that than Dr. Umar. Now, the reality of the matter is, if you're going to have a panel of Black scholars representing the Black opinion, we don't need a bunch of Democratic shills. We need people who live, breathe, and talk the Black agenda. And if you're telling me that Dr. Umar is not one of the most perfect person,
he's not,
to talk about systematic racism and how it's baked in every institution of our society, I don't know what Dr. Umar you are talking about.
I don't know.
Let me finish, sir. Let me finish, sir. The entire.
You just made it for new doctor.
Let me finish, sir. The entire reason, or one of the more pertinent reasons why he wants to create a school is because they do not teach Black history, truth, power, and the detrimental effects of white supremacy in the school. So when we finally gained a little leeway,
there's no job
that's explain how
to learn about that.
Gained a little leeway in pushing the point of view that racism is everywhere. Racism is in every institution. When you push back on these things, when Trump is removing all critical race theory from schools, and this is a talking point on CNN, Fox News, such and so, rather than have a Democratic shield that has to counterbalance the point of all using things like all minorities and all people of color, and it affects all. No. Dr. Umar talk about Black people. Because when you're talking about CRT, you're primarily talking about how systematic racism affected Black people. He don't talk all that minority people of color BS. He talk about Black people. And these are the minds that they do not have on their main stage. They do not do it. They used to years and years ago, certain people like Phil Donahue and Katie Couric and
these guys are way more smarter than a damn Phil Donahue.
Hold on, the guy from 60 Minutes. Hold on, wait.
This guy got a Harvard degree.
Listen to the point I'm making, sir. Listen to the point I'm making. They would allow the Black scholarly mind, if you will, on their shows, but they like Farrakhan and Dr. Khaled and different ones, but they got whooped up so bad they just stopped letting them on the show, and they replaced them with these new neo liberal
They
black
replaced
people.
them. So now this is a global.
Hold on, let me finish.
Yo,
Let me finish.
so this is
And
a conspiracy
let me
now?
finish. And they only brought those people up there to quote
Oh
unquote
my God.
try to
Wait.
use.
You keep
Hold
saying let you
on,
finish.
brother.
Wait.
Brother, let me
Hey,
finish
bro,
my point.
I just want to know how much time do you need?
I'm almost done.
You always say that. You've been talking
God.
for a minute now.
Okay, brother. Let me just finish. So they bring these.
No, well, you gotta, you know what I
This
mean?
is what you do. You try to get the people from not letting me
stop.
have a coherent thought.
Bro, I just
so
want
you
to
can
know.
think you won tomorrow.
I just want to know how much time so I can hold you to it. How much time do you
Give me 90 seconds.
Yeah.
All right. So what they did was replace these these true black voices, if you will, with neoliberal black folks and have them up there trying to represent the black mind, collective mind in the black agenda, when really they're only representing the democratic view of the black agenda, because their job is to keep us voting 94% Democrat. So they're like, this is what black people believe. This is what black people are, how black people are thinking. I represent the black mind. I represent the black scholar. But the reality of the matter is you're not. You're only representing the democratic left, which is why you have to counterbalance the black talking points with words like people of color and minority and for every minority and all of this. And you have to also counterbalance it by projecting or postulating that the gay agenda is equal or tantamount to the black agenda. This is why all of them get up there talking about LGBTQ and they down with abortion and they down with this and they down with that and they do that. And then the ones on the right who may say, I'm not down with abortion, I'm not down with LGBTQ, they attack black people directly, like Candace Owens and Amala Akbanobi and different ones, and try to act like black people don't have no argument and critical race theory doesn't exist. And DEI, black people only getting jobs because of DEI, not because they qualify. So it's two sides, both sides disrespecting the shit out of black people.
All right. Okay. Good. All right. First of all, Umar's unnecessary reason for a school is bogus. You said you got to build a whole damn university to teach about CRT or systemic racism. So you need to have a whole. This can't be something done after school, online, a book club. This got to be a whole school, a university that never happened to teach CRT. That's crazy.
That's not what I said, though.
Okay, CRT is not the reason, or learning about systemic white supremacy is not more valuable than learning about STEM. There are no jobs waiting on these African boys after they get done learning about systemic racism. There's no job waiting on them. Okay, we I don't know what the hell that's about. What's holding us back is a portion of systemic racism and a portion of not having education and a skill. Okay, so that's what so those things coupled together is what's holding us back from progress. Not learning about systemic racism. Yeah, that's good to learn about, but that just makes you feel better about your condition. But that's not going to help you be a better father, because Umar knows all this stuff and still got 2 baby mothers. He speaks about ADHD is a product of the black dad not being in a home. Well, my boy, you're not in any of your homes. And he still want to practice polygamy, and it failed. You tried it, it failed, bro. You're not in no home. But this is the example that we got to watch produce this school that's never going to happen. He doesn't have the manpower. He got the donations, and he didn't factor in contractors. He didn't factor in donors are not like investors. Like he didn't factor in a lot of things. HVAC, again, that's back to contractors. He admitted he hired some dudes that wasn't really like LLC to license. They just ran off the money. He admit that. He's doing collective paintings. No, dude, they paid, they gave you their money, hire people to paint the damn school, man. It's taking too goddamn long. Hey, everybody, you want to come down and paint the school? How long that's going to take? For them to come down and they're just going to paint. I'm sure there's a pattern you want to do, but dude, we waited too long. Just get the correct people in charge. Why are you out there shoveling? They gave you millions of dollars. Hire people, property management, whatever you got to do. Hire contractors to do all of that. But one thing we never see them do, we always see them work on the school outside. We never see them work on the school inside. We don't see them kicking down walls and breaking this up or putting up sheetrock. Everything he does is outside. It's like cosmetic. Where is the inside work? Where are the contractors working in the school? Like, there's never any video of any work actually being done in the school. This dream can never happen. This dream is going to go down like the ships in Garvey's time. When you have these big dreams without small proof of concepts, without small achievements, it normally always fails. So I'm on 4 minutes. I'm gonna give myself 5 minutes to give 5 minutes to you. So these big dreams are crazy. You need to show small success points to show confidence, a proof of concept. Show, hey, I can get it done. Look what I've done. Look at my resume. Look at my portfolio. He has nothing in his background that shows he can establish a school to that magnitude. He didn't start from, like, at least churches, they start in libraries and homes, and then they rent this hall, rent that hall. Then you could see the progress and the growth, and you could, which give the church members confidence to put money in, because they've shown how they grew from this small study group in the house, the kitchen, or the bedroom, or the living room, whatever. Now look where we're at. We're in the library. Now look where we're at. We're in the auditorium. Now look where we're at. We're got a small building, and we trying to grow bigger. There's nothing in his background that show that he can get this done. And guess what? It's showing, because he hasn't got it done. He's light years away from it, and it can never happen because he doesn't know how to do it. This is in a team job. My 5 minutes.
All right. Start my timer, please.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the necessity for the school and the necessity to teach critical race theory in the school is not to make us feel better, but it is to give us the impetus to make change within our community by understanding that we got here based upon systemic forces that are trying to keep you out of the American wealth diaspora, trying to keep you from being free, trying to keep you from being educated. And there's systematic things that were put in place that led us to having these outcomes that we have now. By us explaining and expounding on the fact that there's all these various racist governmental rules, laws, programs, and policies that put Black people at the bottom of the diaspora, it will give us, not just make us feel better, but it'll give us the impetus to affect change. And each one teach one. If we can create a class of young Black men, a school for young Black men, to teach them to do better, to teach them how we got in this condition, then they will go out and teach others the same thing, and we can build these schools and build this this mental path towards removing ourselves from wanting to be simple basketball players and drug dealers, okay, since that's all we are seen as represented as, but it'll in turn force us to have more pride in our trajectory. So then, therefore, you would produce the more science teachers, technology majors, engineering majors, and math majors in the STEM field. That's first of all. Putting that Black mind, if you will, on the right path will in turn produce a better outcome for Black people. That's secondly, I never said we were going to go to these schools that are very vital and necessary and only learn about critical race theory. No. That will be a backdrop. That will be a school of thought. That will be a class. But nobody never said science wasn't going to get taught. Technology wasn't going to get taught. Engineering wasn't going to get taught. Mathematics wasn't going to get taught. We would still teach the STEM fields, if you will, because those are requisite to producing strong black men. Then we will also have a military aspect of it, if you will, so that we can produce a unified military front, that we can protect our women, protect our children, protect our babies, and protect our neighborhoods. Elijah Muhammad did it with the University of Islam. He had all of these different categories, if you will, that he taught young black men. So nobody never said we're going to go there and just learn about that. No, we'll learn about it all, but we will not be forbidden from teaching about the systemic racism that exists in every institution in our society. We won't be beholden to a curriculum that bigs up white people while they only teaches the minuscule accomplishments of black people, that tells you white history to black children, but only slave history to young black children, and refuse to go beyond that, and refuse to show who we truly are, where we truly came from, and how we truly got here, and let you know where we're truly going, our true destiny. So the necessity for the school is very important. It's very vital. And to the original point, it would produce more people who are on the direct path, because we are not, like I said, forbidden from teaching critical race theory and the rest of these things like they forbid us from talking now. Now, as far as the infrastructure of the school goes, I would pray that brother gets his school done. He says he doesn't want to take no aid from any governmental entities, or he would have had the school done. So everything he's doing is based upon donation. Everything he's doing is based upon what the people are giving him. And, this is why he has certain holdups. I wouldn't bet against him. I wouldn't pray against him. I wouldn't say it's never going to get done. I don't speak in absolutes. I hope he could get it done. But if he didn't, the idea of the school itself is still very valid. The need for the school, or our own schools, is still very pertinent.
Time. Wait, okay. Time is time. All right. Okay. Yeah, I stopped my time. Okay, so anyway, no, my time started. The school is not important at all. It's just like the ships were not important during Marcus Garvey time. But Marcus Garvey, he did what you did. He preached and tried to sell us on the idea of that we need ships to go to Africa. Umar did the same thing. Before the idea of schools, ain't nobody was talking about we need a school. There were so many black schools going around, and that's why he was criticized so much from black people who already had schools going on. Black folks already had schools. You just said Elijah Mama had one. We don't need them. We don't. And then this guy reasoned for it. And then this guy said, you gotta wear your natural hair only. So it's not about the things Focus just said. So you're gonna force people to come. Now these are donors, and that's the worst way to start any project, is donors. The responsible way is to do it the responsible way. Get investors. If you believe in your idea that much, you get investors. Because investors, you know what they can do that donors can't do? They can hold you accountable and keep you in check. And they could monitor where the money's going and cut off funding when necessary. And maybe they can even vote your black ass out. Okay, so donors, when you donate, is just that. Donations, you have no say-so when you donate of what the person does with the money. And especially when you're sending to his Cash App. Now, if you send to a PayPal crowdfunding, you can hold him in check to what he said he's going to do with the money. But if you send to a Cash App, you are assed out. Cash App that's why it got shut down. A Cash App is pure profit. Right? It's pure profit. So all these, even like a PayPal to some degree, if you don't set it up right, it's just a donation. Okay, so when I did my business, I collected Cash App, Zelle, and PayPal. So when you patronize that way, that's it. You have no say so what happens with the money. Anybody can tell. Whoever sent me a Zelle, Cash App, PayPal can't tell me what to do with the money. I do what I want to do with the money, and so it leaves you with no. That's why he has no disclosure. He has no full transparency, not even to the donors. There's always some secret plot. Hey, I can't tell you because the world will know and try to stop me. It's always some secret government Illuminati plot why he cannot give you the plan. Now, the school would never happen because he's a one-man team. Okay, going by what he shows, where is everybody? Now, you said donations. So you're going to pay teachers off donations? Because he don't have a traditional school that makes money by itself. He got to make the money. So he's going to sustain this school with donations. So check this out, family, chat. So he's going to convince top teachers to stop what they're doing, to work at this school, and their pay is based on donations. Okay, so this month we did good with donations. This month I got a scandal. I got some thing going on my daughter, so donations stop coming. So hey, man, just keep keep hope alive after this drama go away, and then we'll be back with our regular donations. Like that's a weird, and he's starting a school. Now with everything you just said, with CRT and all this stuff you try to glamorize, romanticize, you can do all of that online, like we're talking right now. You can go a long way with a podcast or everything he wanted to do in this school. That's never going to happen. He can do all of it the same way he's on live talking this, hey, my queen, who wants to marry me, all this goofy stuff. That's the perfect time to teach what he's going to teach. But he wants no overheads. There's reasons why he don't want to do it the right way. He don't want to be told what to do. He said that before. He don't want no overhead. He's going to be the principal, the janitor, the math teacher, the history teacher. He's going to do exactly what Jay Morrison did. He's going to have all these positions to pay himself 10 times over. He's the janitor. He's the school lunch lady. He's the principal. He's the math teacher. He's a gymnasium teacher. Everywhere you go, it's going to be him in a different costume. Hey, where's the gym teacher? Hey, I got my shorts on. Hey, man, check up. That's my time.
Yeah, so as I said before, I'm not really here to argue the logistics of his school and the brick and mortar and should he use donations or should he not. That's not even my point. I said I'm not going to root against the brother and hopefully he gets it done because it is a good idea. But I'm here. I was more arguing the necessity for us to have our own schools, what should be taught in those schools, how we wouldn't be beholden to the curriculum, and why it would be important to the future of Black people for us to have our own schools and our own schooling. Now, perhaps the brother is going to, once he does get it open, and I don't know if he doesn't have any investors. He may have some investors. He may use donations as well. We may have some people who will invest. But it's a private entity and private schools. So as with all private schools, I'm sure there will be some sort of tuition. And through the tuition, will you be able to pay your teacher, pay your maintenance men, pay for upkeep and et cetera, et cetera. So you build the school, you get the school up and running, you get your children in the school, those people who donate in and invest in. I'm sure, they have children or whatever the case may be. And once the school's open, you'll have Black people that say, look, I want my kids to go there. You know what I'm saying? So, at that point, hopefully the tuition will come in and he'll be able to teach his kids. If he opened and his school lasted 5 years and Black people didn't come in there and enough tuition wasn't given to pay the teachers, it still would, and the endeavor failed. It's still a valiant effort and a necessary one to liken it to Garvey in the sense of, oh yeah, we need ships to go back to Africa is not really doesn't do the argument of teaching and training young black kids justice. There's really no juxtaposition there. Leave America, which you built, forfeit your reparations, give up on something that you've already been working hard for, go across the sea to a continent that may not even want your ass no more, as opposed to let's build something for ourselves right here, train our children up to do better so that the only point of view that they have is not the point of view given to them by the very people who oppress them, but we will have a point of view given to them by our own. This is why it's important and necessary for us to have this school. That's my point. All of the rest of the stuff, I'm not here to argue. I'm here to argue, or I was arguing with that, the necessity for us to teach ourselves, train ourselves, build for ourselves, and not be beholden to the programs and policies and curriculum of the American school system, which just banned CRT, which refused to teach you any black history except slave history, which teach you about the same black history figures every single February, as opposed to the prominent ones that actually want to make a difference and make a change, that picks your heroes for you, that gives you 9 and 10 hours a day of learning about great white people and not training you in the science and technology, engineering, mathematics field. That's not teaching you how to invest. That's not putting you on the road to having a lucrative trade and different things that will place black people at the top, and is not, vehemently working against the poisoning conditioning program that the American diaspora pushes on the black diaspora. So that's all I'm arguing, is the importance of the school. I'm not arguing the logistics. Maybe he will open the school. Maybe he won't open the school. I hope he does. I pray he does. But either way, as I said, it's necessary and a valiant effort on his part to try to leave a legacy for himself and a legacy for our people that is beyond him and beyond himself. So that's all I'm arguing. That's all I'm arguing there. I mean, brick and mortar is not what I'm arguing.
Time, because you actually went over. I had to look down. All right. Fine. So the beautiful thing about the internet is that it's undefeated. Okay. So we actually can Google what is wrong in the school system that's causing Blacks from all ethnicities to perform poorly. We can just Google. We ain't got to make it up. We ain't got to trust Umar or trust Focus. We just can Google it. Since it's true, if it's true, there's some facts behind it. Okay, so conclusion, what needs to change in the school system so Blacks can perform better? Because in these same schools, I believe Nigerians go there that perform, that excel the same schools, and they excel. Okay, so I mean, the same schools, same public schools. Now, increase school funding for low-income Black communities, recruit more Black teachers, and provide anti-bias training in unfair discipline policies that target Black students, expand early childhood education for Black families, make curriculum more inclusive and culturally relevant. Now, you can do this in your school that you have now. Okay, instead of waiting for 100 years, okay, we still don't see, you still got Pan-Africanists still pitching the Garvey movement. And this was going to happen with Umar. He's not going to do it because it cannot be done. He's going to fail like he's failing now. For 15 years, he's been failing. He has a date. Every year, he got a date when the school's going to open. All he has is excuses why it's not opening. Now, you just said, we don't know about the investors. Bro, that's the problem. He's not transparent. he doesn't give disclosure. It's everything's a secret. And some of his donors be asking, like, hey, you got skeptics. You got skeptics. Like, he thinks, hey, my donors ain't complaining, so I don't gotta tell. Bro, you got people who are skeptics and they might send a donation. You got people that maybe there's somebody with some real money, but they have financial advisors. People with real money like Ja Rule, he might want to invest, but his financial advisor is going to say, Ja Rule, separate your emotion from your money. Like, yo, this got to make sense. So there's some things that we need to check, boxes we got to check off. So you might want to ask this and this and this. Now, watch how easy it is to build a school or to use a school to do something with it. Come on.
The big challenge is that development can take a long time and it's a very expensive process to go through. So on this project, I'm the property developer. It's the person that puts the deal together, but we take the risk, we own the site, we get the financing for the deal and get that secured and then own the site once it's built. And if the contractor goes bust, you can get another contractor in. So there is a distinct difference between developer and contractor. And also operator. Operator is the one that runs the building once it's built, also known as a managing agent. So months of planning, months of work, bunch of letdowns, but eventually we pulled it off. And the big challenge is that development can take a long time. Financing the project, that wasn't too problematic. We approached a couple of banks to work with that would finance the development. We had to put up some of the money for the development. The rest of it was financed by the bank. We then went to a contractor and a professional team to quote us to deliver the project, and that's how we went along. So it was funded from some of my money, some of the money from my business partner on this, as well as money from the bank, and that's how we funded the development. And that bank actually, fortunately, was supportive when our contractor went bust. They stuck with us and allowed us the opportunity to deliver the project ourselves. So it's funded from some of my money, some of the money from my business partner on this, as well as money from the bank, and that's how we funded the development. So it's funded from some of my money. So we paid £400,000 for this site originally. Today, this building's worth £12 million, and that's for a number of factors, right? That's due to us being able to generate value through creating these spaces, so 70 apartments that we can then rent at a certain level. That gross rent, we take the annual figure and we deduct operational expenses, which is 20 to 25%. Once that's...
And I'll conclude in a second. Go ahead.
I don't know why you played that video.
You'll see why. I had enough time, but don't worry. Go ahead.
As I said, I'm not here to argue.
Start your time right now. Hold on. Stop. Wait. Because I had cut in. Go ahead.
As I said, I'm not here to argue the logistics. You can send that video to Dr. Umar and tell him the best way that he should build his school. I don't know quite the relevance of an apartment building. And, you know, according to him, he wants to do this through Black investors, wants to do this through Black donation. Whether that's a fallacy on his part, maybe, perhaps. Him not utilizing the banks and the credit and loan system because he doesn't want to be beholden to them. You know, maybe that's a fallacy on his part. That's something you have to take up with him. I'm not arguing, as I said before, the logistics. So you can keep on pushing that point to try to prove a point of your own, but that's not my argument. I hope he gets it done. Hopefully, he gets it done in the way he wants to get it done. Me personally, I would love to use the people to do that. If it was me, I may just perhaps use a bank loan. I may just perhaps, do these different other mechanisms. Maybe put the school at the bottom and apartments up top. Perhaps try to create an entire compound, perhaps with the school in the middle. A self-sufficient, self-sustaining economy. A Black community.
there's ways to do it. And as I said, but I'm not here to argue the logistics of it. I'm simply saying it's vital, it's necessary, and there's great, and it will produce great outcomes if we were to have our own school that's not bound or beholden to the American educational system and curriculum. Now, a part of the video that you showed, it said, in order to make us better, we have to expand the curriculum and make it more culturally relevant. Well, when you have Donald Trump taking away critical race theory out of every single school, how culturally relevant can you make it? I don't want to hear about George Washington Carver creating the peanut. I don't want to hear about you saying that it's culturally relevant, but I'm hearing minority and I'm hearing people of color and this all-inclusive vernacular. I want to hear about Black people and how Black people got in the position that they're in. And you can't do that unless you prove how systemic rules, laws, policies, and programs placed us at the bottom of the iceberg purposefully. Now, these are things that they will not teach you in the American educational curriculum. In fact about it, if you try to go, you would teach these things, your job would be on the line. Potentially, you would lose, the funding, if you will, that you're getting, okay? Because according to this president, according to the people in charge, you're not supposed to be teaching stuff like that because it's unfair to white folks. So the reality of the matter is, it's vital and it's important that we control what is going into the minds of our own youth and not go into the very people who created our problems to teach us and educate us on how to fix them. While we get purposely miseducated because they want the outcomes that are lucrative for them, not outcomes that are lucrative through the growth and development of Black people. The outcomes that we have in the hood are the exact outcomes that this government wants. And they use the music, the media, the school, the religious institutions, and everything else to make sure that we get the outcome that they want us to have. And any ideal that changes the fortunes of Black people as a whole, that would produce a more favorable outcome for Black people, is ostracized, vilified, and destroyed. Now, this ain't no opinion. This is fact, brother. So you keep talking about, oh yeah, you just want to keep presenting opinions as fact. No. I'm presenting fact as fact. I can go through policy by policy.
Time. So before I start my time, I just want to say that guy that was supposed to join us, I blocked him. I unfriended and blocked him because he wasn't responding. And I went to his wall, and this guy provided a video talking about a mermaid. Like he's showing a video of a mermaid in a damn pond. I said, yeah, this guy won't come over here. Yeah. So once I seen that, they're doing some mermaid shit, I blocked him. All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna do it right this time because I was doing stopwatch, and I didn't do timer. So with stopwatch, I can't, mute my stuff because I got to see the time. I got to see the stopwatch. So now I got on timer. I can mute my background when you go, so you don't got to hear the little one, and I will hear it when it sounds off. Right. Yeah, I got on timer. I messed up. All right, let me go. So let me finish playing this video. I was playing. Where is the damn video? Here we go. So you didn't know why I played this video, so let it finish first.
Number of factors, right? That's due to us being able to generate value through creating these spaces of 70 apartments that we can then rent at a certain level. That gross rent, we take the annual figure and we deduct operational expenses, which is 20 to 25%. Once that's done, you're left with your net rent, your net NOI, your net operating income. That net operating income is the amount that dictates the value of the building. That investment yield set off against the net operating income determines the value of the building, and that's how we got to that figure. So when we first started, it was a much smaller scheme at 58 flats, and it was worth 6 million then. It's now worth 12 million, which is a combination of rental increases and a much bigger scheme.
Okay, so now the reason why I played this video, that 70 apartment, that luxury 70 apartment unit building was a school. He turned a school, an abandoned school. So you got many investors out here who are turning, even in PA, they're turning abandoned schools into apartments, luxury apartments. So now they have 400,000 pounds. That school is big. It was, you see the 70 units, big. So now it takes much more work. And by the way, they've done that in like less than 7 years. Okay. So it takes much more work to turn a school into a 70 unit apartment building than it, because now you got all these different bathroom and showers, rather than buying a school and keeping it a school, just knocking walls down, making it so it's harder to make it something else rather than keep it what it is. Okay, yeah, I got it. Okay, stop. Okay, so that was the point. So he was giving a breakdown how this is generally done. And when you go and watch anybody on YouTube, people turning schools into something else, it's the same way. It doesn't take a gazillion years to get this done. Now, you didn't respond to this. This Black history you're talking about, it can be done without a university. This guy wanted a university. All right. And we don't hear him talk about science and these things because he's the teacher. He keeps saying he's the teacher on some of these things. All right. He's not only the principal, he's also the teacher. Now, I said earlier, a lot of these things, who the hell gets donations or investors for a huge project like his? You normally start something small and you show proof of concept to give your donors or your investors confidence you can get this done because you have a portfolio. You ignored that. This dude don't have a portfolio, nothing near of creating a project, something as massive as this. Nothing. He just does speeches. He's built absolutely nothing. He has speeches. So for him to have this Marcus Garvey dream is Marcus Garvey-ish. That's why he talks about Marcus Garvey. His school is called Marcus Garvey. He has a Marcus Garvey dream. And guess what? He's taking donations like Marcus Garvey to fund his dream. And guess what? He's also being accused of scamming like Marcus Garvey with the monies for this school. Both of them had big dreams that Black folks felt like, wow, this could be done. This is beautiful. And both of them has not done it. And both of them were one-man teams, basically. And they're appointing people who are unqualified to bring this into fruition. I keep telling you that you never see Umar showing his workers, showing work being done in real time. He has no team. He's out there doing the outside work himself. There's no inside work going on. Every time he goes in there, it looks the same. It looks the same. I haven't seen the progress yet. I would be surprised if Smells took over the school and Umar is just getting credit for it. Like somebody just bought him out and say, yo, man, look, I got it. So what Focus is talking about, I got 20 seconds. What Focus is talking about, I'm saying it could have been done and less cost efficient had he just did it online, like the way he was doing before with the parents, with the giving diagnosis to the children for ADHD, giving them that. He could do the same thing for that, but the dude wanted money. That's my your time starting now.
Okay. I mean, I don't know why you keep trying to straw man my argument and hammer home a point that I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing the logistics. I'm not arguing the brick and mortar. I'm not arguing if he could have done it a better way. I'm not arguing that. That's not my point. I'm only simply arguing the necessity for us having our own school, the valiant effort in him trying to build something for us to change the mentality, the systemic mentality and the conditioning of our people. I don't know why you're talking about all this other stuff. That's not my point. Now, you mentioned the fact that it's way easier to turn a school into apartment buildings as opposed to keeping the school a school and having it up and running. But I respectfully disagree. Yeah, the work brick and mortar wise may be a little bit more difficult in certain ways because you're still able to get loans, you're still able to do this, that, and the third. And remember what he said. He said the fact that we was able to turn it from 400,000 pounds to 12 million pounds was because of rental increases and other schemes. Then you also have the fact that the world population is growing rapidly. Rapidly. I think in 91, they said it was 5 billion people, 5.2 billion people, or something like that. And now we're pushing 8 or 9 billion people, and that's only in 30 years. So you have a bunch of new people. So people need somewhere to live. So when you're offering them luxury dwellings, that's much more necessity, and you can tap into every race, every demographic, every sex. So it's actually be easier in some regards for you to fill those units up, take that money and rebuild, as opposed to getting Black people on an accord to understand that we need our own schooling, to take them out of the public schools, to have them pay tuition as opposed to paying public schools when that option is already socialized for them, and to combat the idea that we don't need this type of stuff, which is being pushed on the people, that we don't need this unique Black teaching, that what they provide for us is good enough. So the point I'm making is, an endeavor like the one he took on provides its own difficulties. So we can't lessen the difficulties of that endeavor by juxtaposing it to another endeavor which has nothing to do with the education of Black people in a system that they're purposely being miseducated in a system that they're mentally oppressed in. People that are plugged into the matrix that you're trying to disconnect from the matrix. That's an arduous task, brother. That's not a task for the faint of heart. So it provides its own difficulties. It provides its own hills and hurdles for you to overcome. So I wouldn't disrespect the path of the independent Black school by juxtaposing it to some flat in London. So the points don't correlate, okay? And as I said, none of that shit is what I'm even talking about. I'm simply talking about the necessity of it. We went from talking about critical race theory and how he would have been a great candidate to argue this on mainstream platforms, and then purposely keeping those type of Black scholars off of mainstream platforms because they want to bring up those who represent the Democratic left and present those Black scholars as the talking mouthpiece for the Black community when they're really not. Okay? We went from talking about that to now you talking about that nigga Marcus Garvey. He ain't never going to open that school. He just want the money. Brother, the fact of the matter is...
Time. Okay, so my time.
Daddy,
What do you want?
more.
Okay, go sit down. You get more. It's boiling. All right, so my time's going to start now. Okay, brother. You don't got to rebut what I'm saying. You can just talk about something else. What's wrong with you? Your ego is making you respond to what I'm saying over and over and over. You can ignore what I'm saying and just talk about what you want to talk about. But I'm going to finish up, though, on this because we talk about CRT, and then you said this is why Umar had to build this fantasy school to teach CRT. And I'm like, dude, he could just talk CRT.
Not what I said.
Okay, I got to start it. Because when I talk with you, I start it over. Okay, you got it. It's my 5 minutes. Okay, so you said the CRT is why we need a school because it's being taken out and it's not being taught. It's not being represented correctly by one of us. So we need to have this. We need to build this imaginary school to teach this. And I said, bro, no, that's the lack of CRT is not the reason why we're not performing well in school. There's many other factors that's way more important and way more measurable. CRT could be taught at home. You said investing, that can be taught at home. Okay? These things have got to be taught in school, be taught at home. Newsflash, other races, they hire tutors to teach them. They don't rely on the public education solely. All right? When I was tutoring, the whole library filled with tutors, and all these kids are being taught all the things and more they had in school. And it's the same teacher, by the way, that's the tutor, that's going more in depth. So yeah, you don't rely on this. That's what we do as a people. That's wrong. You don't rely on public schools. Public schools pretty much teach you general things. They're not going to go in super in depth. That's what your mom and dad got to do themselves or invest some money in the kids. Listen to this. I hope there's no music playing behind this. It's my video.
Are bringing home, the school district has written down that first graders should know X, Y, and Z. Second graders should know X, Y, and Z. But bear with me for a moment. I took a tour of your school. I was really amazed. The first graders, they said the word intermodulation. They read it on the board. The fifth graders, they said good morning to me in 5 different languages. So my question to you is, I see this happening in your school. They know their timetables, 6, 7, and 8. They can say it all the way up. But when I go to the public schools, I may not see this same type of learning taking place. So is it that the public schools are failing our kids? Are we, as educators, failing the children?
Well, it's like a domino effect. If you have a school where teachers don't have good class.
Let me pause it. She ain't got no goddamn private school. Her school is very successful in PA. Umar's wrong. Everything Umar says he's not going to do with the school, she did. Her school successful. These black kids are learning. Damn liar.
Classroom management, children are not learning. Now, it is the administrator's job to oversee that every teacher has a conducive environment in order to teach, and then hold those teachers accountable by making sure that they have your support as the administrator and that they have all the supplies. In many schools, they don't have textbooks. Teachers don't have paper. They have to take money out of their pockets to purchase these items. And the schools, particularly inner city schools, through Title I, bring in millions of dollars. My biggest concern is that I've studied this school district for about 36 years in Philadelphia. I went through Philadelphia's public schools, and I find that the schools make money when children fail. So the goal is to get as much money as you can get.
Now, how is that? How do they make the money when those kids fail?
Through Title I.
Okay.
Title I is a federally funded program, and the goal of Title I is to help children that are failing.
Let's get to the positive parts.
Money based on attendance. So as long as
rewards, what is it that you do? Give me the top 3 that you address, whether it's academically, whether it's socially, behavior. What techniques can we steal from the Mathematics, Civics, and Sciences Charter School and adopt in our...
Mathematics, Civics, and Science Charter School. This is a charter school that clown said, well, do this and do that, and you have no control. Damn clown. Her success rate is through the roof.
or public school system to raise the bar there?
One, you have to find a committed educator, someone that is not just a job or a paycheck, that children are treated as if they were their own children. I treat the children at my school as if they're my children.
Okay.
And they know that. I give a lot of love, hugs, all day. I'm all over this school. Every child knows me. I'm in and out of every classroom. Because my motto is, I can't expect from my teachers what I don't inspect. So I inspect everything. And they see me, they don't know.
So I got 5 seconds left. Well, I'm playing the rest. I'm going to cook you and Umar. That's my time.
Well,
Okay, go.
sir, everything about that video is proving my point. Kudos to the sister. I'm down with her trying to affect change in the school system because it's failing our kids. This video just said the school system is not only failing our kids, but they're getting paid $1 million through Title I when kids fail. When kids do bad, they get paid in the inner cities. So therefore, they want to keep us, like welfare, like all the rest of the paradigm, they want to keep us in a perpetual state of failure. And they're using the school to do it. Now, this sister building her own school, this sister changing the paradigm is proof that we need a shift. She said, they said, oh, these kids are saying hello in 5 different languages. They know their times tables. Mathematics, language, reading, writing, arithmetic. She wants to better the outcomes for her children, for the children in her school. Well, these are the things that we need to implement in the schools like Dr. Umar is trying to build. But also we need to take it a step further and teach more culturally relevant things. Teach things that not only teach you reading, writing, arithmetic, science, and math, which is all requisite to a conducive outcome of greatness. All requisite. And I'm not arguing against that, saying that shouldn't be done. But also, we need to begin to teach children why their people are in the condition that they're in. The Title I is simply an example of critical race theory. That's systemic racism that disproportionately affects you. We need to understand that it's just when you're dealing with a people that is lost within the diaspora of America, when you're dealing with a people who have all the highest statistical indicators, whether it be homicide rate, abortion rate, divorce rate, et cetera, we need to understand how we got here. That is critical to the growth and development of Black people. Because unless you know where you're going, Ben, you won't know where you're at, and therefore you don't know where you're going. Great. Teach reading, writing, arithmetic, mathematics. But what's going to happen when you get to history? What's going to happen when you get to social studies? What's going to happen when you get to U.S. History 1 and 2? What's going to happen when you get to these critical elements of school that teach the history and the reasons and the path to where we got to the present? I didn't hear her mention that. Maybe she will, but I didn't hear her mention that. And if she is teaching a Black, if you call it Afrocentric, whatever you want to call it, culturally relevant type of history, kudos to her. More power to her. I'm happy she's doing that. Maybe Dr. Umar need to take some notes. I'm not here to argue the logistics. I'm here to argue the necessity. He could be doing it 100% wrong. But that don't mean the intentions ain't right. That don't mean the necessity is not there. That's all I'm saying. Are you teaching a point that only bolsters my point? I don't understand why you playing these videos like they're debunking something I'm saying, because they're not. Schools need change. Schools need different outcomes.
Okay. Let me start my time right now. Okay, brother. He just said he made the biggest mistake tonight. He said he could be 100% wrong, but it's his intentions. But he doesn't want me to bring up Marcus Garvey. Brother, sit down and learn something. Marcus Garvey, after he admitted, okay, in court, that he mismanaged money and he offered useless stock certificates, he said, he pleaded, he said, okay, that's wrong. But he said, my intentions were pure. Brother, we don't give a F about your intentions, bro. We want to know what you're doing. Is it going to work or is it going to fail? F your intentions. You know, we don't care. Marcus Garvey he claims he had great intentions. He didn't really mean to scam people. He was hoping that it worked out. He was hoping that the money he got from those stock certificates that was useless, he was hoping that he could use that money and do something positive, therefore balance out the fraudulent scheme he had to do. Because I can now do something great with it. Hey, I had to go bad to be good. Didn't work. Intentions is nothing if you are 100% wrong. Bad analogy. But I got something for you. And the videos, no, they are siding with me. Okay, not you.
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000?
That right there.
They can raise the property value up and kick grandma out of her house. The public school shutdown movement is a part of the white gentrification movement. Are y'all following me? They are hand in hand, one and the same. But we're not done yet. So they brought Dr. Umar to New York to open up 3 charter schools, which shut down 3 to 6 public schools. But they not done with me yet. Because after they use me to shut down the public schools in 3 to 5 years, guess what they gonna do to me? Shut me down. I'm gonna get a letter in the mail from the State Secretary of Education saying,
So now this is what folks was talking about earlier. That's projection. What they gonna do is shut. So he didn't do it yet. They didn't do it yet. This is his projection to not do it. They're gonna shut me down. This is the failure mentality we don't need. Brother, go do it. Go be great and then be shut down and talk to us.
Summer 2021 belongs to my school, our school. I am inside of yours.
2021. It's just 2090 right now.
School, Pan-African excellence. Hit the Cash App. Let's finish what we started. Hit the Cash App. Let's finish what we started.
Never actually doing work. Let's get back here.
When they're going to see me, but they know 2 to 3 times every day I'm going to show up.
Okay.
And I'm looking for classroom management, and I'm listening to see if the children are learning the methods that I've trained the teachers to use. And so that's number one.
Okay.
Someone that cares and loves children and committed.
What's number 2, you think, as far as what can we steal to address the academics?
Trained staff.
Okay.
Staff have to be prepared and trained. Even though
You have to touch, from 2000 to 2005, there's been maybe 30,000, and I may be off 1,000 or 2, 30,000 kids who have dropped out of high school. Certainly 25%, which is the overall for the city. That dropout rate, how do you think we can address
people in the classrooms?
The material or the people?
The people.
Because let's say I may not be interested in college, but yet and still I have to take a Calculus 2 class, and I have no interest in Calculus 2, I have no interest in college. not interested in.
Well, it's the teacher's job to make children interested in learning, to stimulate them.
Okay, so she's focused on teachers, better teachers, all right, not ADD, ADHD, and all this crap or CRT. Nothing what he's talking about, nothing Umar's talking about. She addressed the real things that affect people in school because she is not a school clinical psychologist. She is an actual principal. She ain't a fake one. She's a real one. And she's a principal of an active school that's producing results under her guidance.
Well, then there should be some vocational training for those children because everyone does this.
Bringing that, introducing that back. Are you? Okay.
I'm for that, but those were things that our parents taught us.
Okay.
That the schools are now doing that. But you may have a student that's very good and might become a famous chef. So that could introduce them to that. But yeah, anything that's going to help children learn, if that's what they.
That's my time again. I'm gonna finish up on this. Go ahead, brother.
What's her school called?
Let me stop your time. I got to go to the beginning to get that. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me just do this real fast. Because we can Google her. Oh, she said it. It's STEM. It was the science, math, something, civics. Yeah, she just said it. Here we go. Mathematics, civics, and science charter school.
Okay, just give me 1 second before you start my time.
Yeah. In Philadelphia. She ain't go to Delaware. She ain't go where nobody black live at. She's in the midst of black folks. Yeah. By the way, this video, I'm going to show you this. This is my channel. This is 11 years ago. Okay, I uploaded this 11 years ago. So when I hear Umar, I think this might have been before Umar. So it's like, dude, you're in Philly with her. You had to hear about her. You had to hear about her if you're into schools. You know about her. You could have at least had her counsel you, advise you on what you want to do. But and this is the criticism Marcus Garvey had from Philip Randolph. Like, yo, this guy's a charlatan. It's an ego flex for him. He'll never deliver this shit idea us to Africa, but he wants to just be remembered. He just wants to be remembered in history for good intentions. And you said it best, Focus. Good intentions. 100% wrong, but good intentions. And guess what? Marcus Garvey is now known in history for good intentions, but 100% wrong.
Okay, you can start my time.
It's going.
Now, as I said, kudos to her. I'm happy. She is successful in her endeavor. I'm proud she's successful in her endeavor. It's 954 total students. 96% of them are black. I'm happy for her. I'm extremely happy for her that she was able to build a school of 950 majority black kids and have them excel. I am behind her as far as that's concerned. It does not negate the necessity for us to have a different dynamic in the school system. In fact, about it, it shows the necessity of us having a different dynamic in the school system. We have to do things differently. Now, there's hundreds of millions of children in this country. 20 to 30 million young black children in this country. 954 students in her school. She created an endeavor for black people and it's working. And I'm happy for her. Has nothing to do with my point. Bolsters my point, actually. See, the reality of the matter is school in its current paradigm is a detriment to us. We need something different. Now, as I stated earlier, civics, science, mathematics, all cool. I'm down with that. Okay? I'm down with that. When we come to the history, when it comes to the position of black people, when it comes to certain systemic issues that exist, we need to expound upon that school and also show and prove why black people are in the position that we're in. We need that. That is pertinent. Now, as I said before, I don't know the logistics of Umar's school, and I'm not arguing it. The fact is, there's nowhere that says that the school he's trying to produce won't teach civics, mathematics, and science. These classes or areas of study would still be required and pertinent, and even the type of school that Umar is building. Okay? My only point, and I'll say it again, is the necessity for us to take a different approach to the schooling of our children. That's all I'm saying. This school that this beautiful sister has is taking a different approach to the teaching of our children because it's necessary, because systematically they're miseducating us, because they make money off of our failure. So, regardless of her success, it does not negate the point that I'm making, which is in order to gain success, we got to take a different approach. That's all I'm saying. Now, you can talk about Marcus Garvey and the certain ways that they connect with Umar's building. I'm not arguing that. I already argued my point on why both are different. I mentioned going back to Africa, us not taking part in the things we have built here. I disagree with all of that. And if Umar is talking that, I disagree with him in that regard.
Now, I'm gonna give you, because I was talking when you were looking for something. I'm gonna give you another minute. Hold on. All right, got it.
In that regard. So, as I said, I'm only speaking to the necessity. I'm not speaking to the logistics, the brick and mortar, or any of that. Okay? And if Umar is just trying to rob the people, then I condemn him for that. If he never opens the school, and we come to find out that he was just trying to get cash apps from the people to build a lifestyle, I condemn him for that. I don't agree with everything Umar says or everything he does. I'm not even here to argue that. I'm only arguing the necessity, which I've proven time and time again, which this video is proven time and time again. It's not working in its current state. We have to change it. That's Umar's approach, as this is this sister's approach. Okay? But
I gave you an extra minute because I was talking while you were looking for whatever you're looking for. All right. Damn, I hate to play Vlad shit because he will flag you. But I'm gonna start right now.
Dr. Umar Johnson, welcome to Vlad TV.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Absolutely. You know, big fan of your work. Saw you on the Breakfast Club a few times for many, many years.
Okay. Philadelphia. No,
what was the environment?
The spirit than it is of the economic fourth and fifth sense of direction, a sense of motivation. But at this.
Are you looking to start your own business? Well, look no further than busy.com. Right now, we'll complete your
Disclaimer to that. As you probably went back to Millersville, I could get the education paid for. And so I went back and I enrolled in the school psychology program. I think we have to understand the context in which African-American men are reared. Is a school that I conceived of a very long time ago, but began to actually put teeth into the creation of that school a couple of years ago. We're interested in acquiring the St. Paul's College, Lawrenceville, Virginia. It's an HBCU, closed down about 3 years ago, and it's just been sitting there unoccupied for 3 years. There's a $2 million price tag on that property. We've raised $700,000 over the past year and a half to who told me I would need to put at least $1 million into the property after I purchase it. So it's not looking as bright as an school, 300 to 500 students, and then evolving into the starting with a regular community school, 300 to 500 students, and then evolving into the residential academy that I want. But my concept is residential academy. I attended a residential academy, Scotland School for Veterans Children in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, which is now closed. So I understand the benefit of being able to control a child's entire environment.
Well, that's interesting. You actually want to buy and control your own school. You don't see too many people that actually aspire to that.
No,
nobody. There's a wild ass dream. It's like nobody inspired or aspires to get a damn steamship.
Many of us have fell for what I would call the charter school hustle or the charter school trap. Charter schools have actually been on the rise concomitantly as we've seen a decline in African-American independent schools. When charter schools were created in 1990, they were created so that white folk could take public money and educate white children in a school that legally could not be called private, but could pretty much operate as if it was private. So the charter school was a compromise. How do I
Let's debunk that right now.
I would be certainly in support of that.
Earlier, we touched on the violence in the school, and you shared how pubs, Parents United for Better Schools, was originally founded. Violence prevalent throughout the U.S.
And we go days without fighting, months without fighting, weeks we don't have a lot of fights there because it's not allowed. There's a policy, and everyone's very clear on that there's no physical contact within the school. So the children understand, and we only suspend the first hitter. We don't suspend everyone because someone hit and someone felt that they had to defend themselves. So our children.
This is somebody who's successful for many. This is 1999 when she started this. Many years successful in Philadelphia, and all Umar does, because he wants your money, all he does is make up excuses to do it the traditional way, where there's checks and balances. He doesn't want checks and balances. He wants to do what he wants to do. He would have been fired long ago with all of his scandals. Consider all the scandals he'd been a part of, giving his school a bad name that had checks and balances. He would have been fired. It would have been got him out of there. He doesn't want that. He wants to Jay Morrison. He wants to do those things, the Garvey stuff, where they're in sole control. They're like a dictator of the whole school. They could fire and hire as they want. He don't want any checks and balances. You'll never see a school excuses to have checks and balances. When people reached out to him, genuinely reached out to him in the past and wanted to give him support and advice, he rejected all of it because they're not the Pan-Africanist he is. This dude is a complete narcissist. He'll never, how many more years do we need to conclude that this dream is as good as the steamship dream? It's not going to come to fruition. It can't. He has no real plan. You never heard a plan, no bullet point, nothing. It's a secret because white folks would shut him down. You heard him say it. It's a dream. It's a farce. He wants your money. All right, brother, on you.
All right, so let's put things into context here. Charter schools in the United States, brother, while they operate with more autonomy than traditional public schools, they're still bound by a charter and a contract or a charter between the state and local government and educational laws, okay? And they must adhere to state and federal education laws. So if Trump says, don't teach critical race theory, that's a federal law, brother. And charter schools are bound to adhere to that. So we can give you higher education and give you science, technology, engineering, mathematics, et cetera, and try to create better outcomes for Black children. And I'm down with all of that. But when it comes time to teach them about institutional racism, when it comes time to have a class that's called systemic racism and its connection to the Black wealth gap, it's illegal. Charter schools can't teach that. And this is why it's important to have the traditional independent Black school. If you want to have a class called Jewish control of the media and how it negatively affects fortunes and outcomes for Black people, you can't have that class. It's illegal because charter schools are bound by federal and state education laws. They're publicly funded, brother. And a contract between the school and whatever authorizing body that exists, they're beholden to it. Or 9 times out of 10, the authorizing body is a school district or state agency. They're still beholden. They're still handcuffed. They still have to operate within certain rules that independent Black schools do not have to operate within. Now, it's not to say a charter school with 96% Black people that are producing great outcomes and they can say hello in 5 different languages and they know their mathematics and et cetera, it's not a good thing, but it's not the complete goal that should be trying to be met with Black people educating their children. There are overt and covert systematic issues that are put in place to that handcuffed Black people and that destroyed our ability to get forward. You can't teach that form of history. You can't. You have a charter. You're publicly funded, meaning you have to send them the curriculum. And anything that they do not disagree with, or anything that is not that they, and I say anything that they don't disagree with, and only things that they quote unquote agree with are accepted. So these are 2 different approaches to schooling the youth. There is much benefit in having independent Black schools that aren't beholden to the curriculum, that aren't publicly funded, that are not do not have to adhere to state and federal education laws. Charter schools have to do that. So when the brother talks about them removing charter schools, independent black schools for charter schools in 1990. And he says that was a ploy, if you will, so that they can have more oversight over what's being taught to black young children. He's 100% correct.
Fine. All right, let me go. All right. I have no idea what this brother talking about. Okay. Let me get back to Umar on charter schools. Because the lying dude, he just went. It's funny because he said, hey, independent schools, they don't have an overhead. They got to adhere to federal. Yes. You got to adhere to federal and state laws. You should comply. Now, if you believe the scare tactic, if Donald Trump, again, it's hypothetical, scary stuff. If, bro, let's just talk about what's happening right now. I don't want to do hypotheticals. If, okay? If was a fifth, okay? Who's to say he's not going to teach science and math and civics? Well, brother, did he ever, on any podcast, he ever express thorough knowledge in science, math, and civics? Hell no. So he's not going to teach that. Whatever regulations that are set that a school can't deal with, you can do it after school. It's called after school programs. It cannot be done during the time of school. After school, you can set those programs up. You can have everything you're saying that will be blocked off in an alarmist way, some scary stuff. They can explain to parents, hey, let your kids stay after school. But what else are they going to do? Get involved in crime, criminal. Hey, why can't they stay another 2 hours and learn this crap that Focus is talking about? Okay? I need Focus to give me an example of one of these black independent schools that's very successful. Like, if he keeps saying black independent schools don't got to adhere to these things, brother, can you give us one? Can you just Google real fast so we could look at it? Like, I gave your charter school very successful by black women, 96% black kids, and guess what? They're in the heart of Philadelphia, a predominantly black area, city that's known for violence and all type of degenerate behavior, but she's successful in the belly of the beast. She's successful. So Google some black independent schools and tell us about that while I play this Umar stuff.
Fund public education without funding private education, since we have a separation of church and state clause in public education. So the charter school was that compromise. Once African Americans started getting involved, and of course, Philadelphia, I live where we have the largest amount of charter schools in the country, Philadelphia, and some of the oldest ones. We also see a backlash against charter schools where they're shutting them down. And I always was not a big proponent of charter schools because I understood that if the state controls it and the state owns it, ultimately at the end of the day, if they want to put you out of business, they can. And that's exactly what they've been doing. We've seen more African American.
Okay, brother, she's been up since 1999. What are you talking about? See, so he's talking like DJ Focus, or DJ Focus is talking like him. This hypothetical, they could shut you down, so let's not even start. It's 99. Okay, it's 26 years. She's up and running. All this, they'll shut you down. This scared talk, dude, how about try it? Do it, and then come back and say, hey, man, this is the reason why, family, I got to do it this way. There was no reason for him to jump to this university. You heard what he said. He wanted a university. This dude just wanted money with no regulations, no state, no federal. I want money so I can not deliver the school, but have this money, and don't question me where the money's at. Don't question me how it's spent. Don't question me, am I on payroll or not? Umar, are you on payroll? Did you get a salary? Jay Morrison took hella salaries when he was forced to show his books. Umar, is that going to be your end game? Or are you going to go out like Jay Morrison? Jay Morrison, the hell, man. Y'all can call me what y'all want to call me. I'm leaving with these millions. Have you seen Jay Morrison videos lately? He went from like 80,000 went in 1 hour or 2 hours to 6 views. He even stopped. He gave up. Is that going to be Umar? Because he's also delivering nothing. He needs more donors. Yeah, the school, when he first had the idea, those 7-year-olds, those 10-year-olds who was wistful of the school, they are now parents themselves, and now they have 10-year-olds waiting on this damn school. This has become a dream and a nightmare. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let's see.
I'm so happy.
Me too. Thank you.
I'm happy.
Me too. Thank you.
I'm looking at. It says 521 black-owned schools in America. I want to do more research on them though, because you got Thomas Leadership Academy, Hall Academy, Atlanta Unbound Academy, but I'm not exactly sure if these schools are publicly funded or not. But they say that they're black-owned, so I'm not sure if they're publicly funded. But you got ZAM Learning Academy, Village Academy, Aquarius School for Kids, Excelsior Village Academy, Envision Science Academy. These are black-owned schools. Now, we talk about the wild success of this school in Philadelphia. There's 344,091 black children in Philadelphia. Less than 1,000 go to this school. So successful in the outcomes of the students who chose to come there, yes. Successful in making a significant dent as comparable to the public school system and owning the minds of our youth? Absolutely not. We have to have more of these schools and more of our children go there. Now, the reality of the matter is Dr. Umar made a good point. He made a point saying that they purposely shifted away from the independent black school, independently owned black school, towards the charter school because the charter school is beholden to the government. Now, you say that's a good thing. I disagree. I don't think we should be bound or beholden to the state and federal laws regarding our curriculum. I believe our curriculum we should be able to build it independently, and then we will see the outcomes after that. Now, you say I'm making stuff up, and I'm talking fictitious. Brother, Trump ended all critical race theory in schools. That's a federal law. Trump ended it. Boom. Took it out. You will lose your funding if you teach that systemic racism exists. That systemic racism is built into every institution in this country. You will lose your funding, brother. They don't want young kids, black kids, knowing why the black problem is the black problem, because they're in fear that if we come to the realization that we've been purposely plotted against, miseducated, destabilized, and destroyed, that a violent fervor would come up in us and that we would retaliate against the system and against the machine. They want us fighting and killing one another. They don't want the young black youth coming together to revolt, coming together to hold the true people who held us down accountable. So they have a vested interest in making sure we don't know the programs, policies, rules, and laws put in place to destroy us and to keep us destabilized, which is why they moved to charter schools. We'll give you some money, but you go and teach what we tell you to teach. You can have a little bit of autonomy when it comes to performing arts, and when it comes to, using your particular teaching approach, in science, technology, engineering, and math. But when it comes to the true, knowledge that Black people need to have with regards to their history, with regards to how we got in the diaspora, with regards to the people that are plotting against us, with regards to systematic racism, institutional racism, and all of these things that would explain how Black people got in the position that they're in. Scholars that can teach you about eugenics and Margaret Sanger and different ones.
All right, time is time. Okay, it's my time. Okay, so I love when you make a claim. I love when you just wing it. I don't know why people do this versus me. He said Trump put an end to CRT. Okay. Dude, why do you do this to yourself, man? No, you ain't gonna interrupt me now. Go over there. I'm gonna cook right here on them. Go. Okay. Former President Donald Trump took steps to limit discussions of critical race theory, CRT, in government training in public schools, but he did not completely end it. Okay. So now, watch this. Let's go down. 2020. This is the first term, 2020. Did Trump completely end CRT? Wait. Blocked by courts and reversed by Biden. What the hell is this guy talking about? Yeah, start Googling. In December 2020, a federal judge blocked Trump's executive order, ruling that it violated free speech rights. In January 2021, President Joe Biden revoked Trump's order, reinstating diversity and inclusion training. Did Trump completely end CRT in schools? No. Trump policies made it harder to teach CRT at the federal level, but he did not ban it nationwide. However, his actions influenced Republican-led states to pass anti-CRT laws in public schools. State-level bans inspired by Trump policy. After Trump actions, many Republican states passed laws restricting CRT in K-12 schools. All right. Conclusion: Trump did not completely end CRT in schools, but his actions laid the foundation for many state bans that followed. Would you like an analysis of CRT laws in different schools? So Trump did not ban it. You kept saying federal. Okay, so everything he was based on was federal. The charters are federal. So now it's illegal. No, it's not illegal federally. You just lied because you're trying to wing it. And I'm going to clip that on you. Okay, so now let's go and show the school that Focus thinks is going to exist one day.
Summer 2021 belongs to my school, our school. I am inside of your school, Pan-African excellence. Hit the
So far, that's just been your school. Nobody's been there but you.
Cash App. Let's finish what we started. Hit the Cash App. Let's finish.
He needs your Cash App. He didn't say investors, liar. He keep asking for Cash Apps, okay? Public donations to finish the school. He can't finish the school without your Cash App. He can't pay staff or himself without your Cash App.
What we started. $ FDMG school. Hit the PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. Hit the PayPal. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. Send them check of money orders. Send them check of money orders to FDMG Academy. We about to make history. We about to make history. I'm about to put in the application for the first annual Unapologetically African Family First Festival. I'm about to put the application in for the first annual.
Hey, put an application in for a new job, bro. Because this right here ain't working. All right, this little dream you got here is a nightmare. Now, he named this school Marcus Garvey after a person who failed in their ideologies, right? And what's funny is Marcus Garvey named one of his ships the Shady Side.
Is that Charger over there?
So Marcus Garvey named one of his ships the Shady Side, which is ironic. And what's ironic is that he named this school part of the name of the school is Marcus Garvey, a failure and scammer. But he had good intentions. Dude, none of what he's doing was called. Nobody was calling for this. This was not a supply and demand thing. This is something that he wanted to do. He felt like he should be bigger than what he is. He's seen. Now, you said something about the school in Philadelphia. 500 something students, it's 3,000, whatever. Bro, if Umar was successful, it'd be the same thing. Umar would have a couple hundred children, and the 30,000 would still be missing. It's about getting it popping, getting it started to show it can happen. This is the proof of concept. What he should have did was hop on, but he can't do that. He has to be the leader. He has to teach this BS Pan-Africanist, Afrocentric bullshit that's based on pseudoscience. You got to believe everybody was black. That's my time.
Okay, 1 second. I gotta put my phone in charger because I'm on 1%. Huh?
There's no more.
There's no more what?
There's no more.
Yeah, but you want some more spaghetti?
Oh, 1 second.
Okay, sit right here and eat your spaghetti. Damn, it's 11:55 already. Oh boy.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can the chat hear me? I want to know because I took my headphones off.
We can hear you. You're a little muffled, but we can hear you.
I don't like the muffledness.
Now I like it because you ain't so damn loud and angry. Like, nah, you need a filter. This dude can't have a civil conversation. He always gotta be yelling.
I haven't yelled one time tonight.
Yo, bro, you need to watch this over. This like straight anger. Like, dude, can you just talk?
This is a very important point I want to make, and I'm mad that I'm muffled. Am I muffled too bad to where?
No, we can actually hear you. We can actually hear you. You're not muffled as you think you are. You're muffled compared to what you were before. We actually can. I can hear what you're saying.
Okay. So you can start my time.
Yeah.
You. I'm about to get this guy here. Ha ha ha. Yeah. The former battle, the Trump, the critical race theory. No, Biden sent it back. You messed up from the beginning when you said former President Trump at the beginning of your oratory. He is the current president, brother. Now, this is January 29th, 2025. By the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered. Parents trust America's school to provide their children with rigorous education and to instill patriotic admiration for our incredible nation and the values for which we stand. In recent years, however, parents have witnessed schools indoctrinate their children in radical anti-American ideologies while deliberately blocking parental oversight. Such an environment acts as an echo chamber in which students are forced to accept these ideologies without question or critical examination. In many instances, innocent children are compelled to adopt identities as either victims or oppressors solely based on their skin color and immutable characteristics. Let's go down a little bit. He says, hold on. My administration will enforce the law to ensure that recipients of federal funded funds providing K through 12 education comply with all applicable laws prohibiting discrimination in various contexts and protecting parental rights, etc., etc. This is whitehouse.gov. When that man talks about the victims or oppressors based upon their race or by their skin color, what he's saying there is Black people are playing the victim card and have no right to actually discuss the victimhood that we have endured. He was quoted in saying, I'm removing CRT and critical race theory from every K through 12 publicly funded school.
Brother, this is his mandate. It's in effect. You will lose your funding if you teach critical race theory. You lose it. This is current. Okay? Let me see. What is it? Patriotic education means a presentation of the history of America grounded in an accurate, honest, unifying, inspiring, and ennobling characterization of America's founding and foundational principles. A clear examination of how the United States has admirably grown closer to its noble principles throughout history. The concept that commitment to America's aspirations is beneficial and justified. The concept that celebration of America's greatness and history is proper. Brother, they will not allow you to teach the shame of America. They will not allow you to teach the racism, institutional racism of America. This is whitehouse.gov last month. You reading some shit from 5 years ago when he's the president now. You're wrong, brother. Right now, he is. Go ahead, talk. Let my phone
now, this is embarrassing. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen again. He said 5 years ago, brother, it's saying former president to show you which term he did this. This is very embarrassing. That's why it says 2020. This was a different term. Remember? He won, then he lost, and then he won again. This ain't the same term. So this was the former president. What the hell are we doing here? This is Chat GPT. Are you serious? What's wrong? This is up to date. This is when he did it. They're going to when he executive order in September 2020. Okay, so now let's go on. So now he did not complete it, but let's move on. Let's move on. You said it's illegal. It's a mandate. Stop lying. States that allow critical race theory, CRT, in schools. There is no official nationwide mandate for teaching critical race theory in K-12 public schools. But some states allow discussions of systemic racism, privilege, and historical racial inequalities as part of their curriculum. Liar. States that allow or support CRT in schools. These states have not banned CRT. It is legal to teach it. Liar. These states have not banned CRT and allow discussions of race, history, and systemic inequality in schools. California, New York, Illinois, Oregon, Washington, Massachusetts, New Jersey, of course, Connecticut. Okay, what are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? This is outdated. This is chat. This is up to date. Like, what the hell wrong with this guy? But you would question Chat GPT. You're smart. I got it. This guy gonna read the WhiteHouse.com a damn statement by Trump and say it's a mandate. How's a statement or a belief or an ideology a mandate or an opinion? He lost his mind. But let's go back to this school. That's never gonna happen.
Unapologetically African Family First Festival right here in Wilmington, Delaware at your school, my school, our school. Mail your check or money orders. And if you want to work at the school, send the resumes, fdmgresumes@gmail.com, fdmgresumes@gmail.com, FDMG resumes, brothers and sisters.
What are the salaries, my boy? You want everybody to work for free? So again, he's collecting donations, his own words, to finish what they started. Bro, how much does it cost? We just seen a whole building, a whole school. That's probably, you see how many floors it was. It's larger than this. 400,000 pounds. That's probably like probably 450,000 American dollars, 480,000 American dollars. He admitted he collected almost $1 million. How you collect over $1 million? And this school look like it's one floor school, and you can't get this thing started. You collected more money than the guy who almost doubled. This guy collected almost half what you did, and his school's up and running the right way. And I think probably 5 to 7 years. Gotta watch the video again, the whole thing. This guy is on his 15th, 14th, 13th year, and $700,000 was not enough. He needs more. And the other guy told you, contractors went bust. That means they took the money. He said it like 3 times. He said he had to invest his own money. Contractors kept skipping out on him. So you would think he'll have so imagine if it took 5 to 7 years and contractors skipped out. Umar said only one contractor skipped out. He said about 3. We had to invest his own money. Umar only had one contractor skip out, and this guy, 14 years later. It's not going to happen. Not with him, and not his way. This independent black, all this pseudo bull mumbo jumbo black plebiscite babble, all this black plebiscite babble that Umar spews, it's dangerous. It's as dangerous as Marcus Garvey plebiscite babble. It's dangerous language. Okay, again, let's hypothetically say CRT is somehow banned and illegal. Again, he didn't respond when I say you can teach this in an after-school program. You cannot, if it is banned, which is not, you can't teach it during the hours of school, but after school you can. That's my time.
1 second.
I'll wait in silence.
Put my headphones on.
If you got a video you want to play, just let me know.
No, I don't. Okay, so first of all, even when you talk about 2021 and when Biden was all in there, you named those states, Pennsylvania wasn't one of them. Pennsylvania is one of the 22 states during Biden's administration that introduced legislation to ban critical race theory from being taught. So that's Philadelphia as well. So that great school we're talking about, charter school, can't teach critical race theory. That's first of all. Second of all, hold on. Let's go article for article. Okay. KTS M9 News. President Trump signs executive order banning critical race theory. February 3rd, 2025. CBS News. Trump takes aim at critical race theory in schools. Trump's attack on critical race theory, UCLA School of Law. KSNT News. President Trump signs executive order banning critical race theory. Brother, he signed an executive order soon as he got up in the office banning critical race theory. You will lose your funding, my man. Now you go read the whitehouse.gov press release. You go follow these sources I just gave you and Google something not from 2020 and you'll see that man came into office and banned critical race theory, signed an executive order to ban critical race theory. Done. Up out of here. So my point is valid and my point remains. You're wrong. Mr. I'm going to get you. I love when you talk and you just, who do you think I am? I don't talk to hear myself be heard. Trump banned critical race theory, signed an executive order. Get it up out of here. Prior to Trump, nearly half of the states in the union banned critical race theory. Pennsylvania, one of them. There's an attack on the notion being taught that systemic racism exists
that America came from some racial bullshit. They want to whitewash and change the curriculum, brother. They want you to be beholden to it, or you will not get federal funding. This is the difference between the charter, publicly, federally funded schools, and the independent black schools. You can't teach how you got in this situation to a school that's 96% black. You can't teach how systemic injustices, rules, laws, programs, and policies, and outline and go through a full semester teaching young black kids about the racist policy that ill affected them and why we ended up in a position to have these high statistical indicators. You can't teach that. As I said, they do not want to ignite a violent fervor out of children that they have already made violent, but violent against one another. Using the media and the music and different apparatuses to incite violence amongst young black youth and have them drill each other and kill each other. And they don't want that violence turned towards the dominant society. So they're doing everything they can to keep you sleeping, keep you in the matrix. So day one, I'm gonna ban critical race theory. We're going to teach you about patriotic history and make you love America. We're going to make you learn about America's valiant history and build a bunch of patriots. But we will not teach young black children how they got in the position that they in. See, more power to the young sister for taking 954 kids and teaching them about science, technology, engineering, and math. But if it's not counterbalanced with black pride, if it's not counterbalanced with black history, true black history, if it's not counterbalanced.
Time is time. Okay. So this guy reads KPN9 News. Who knows what their political affiliation is? First of all, you said it was illegal. Trump signed a mandate, okay, that was to defund. That's not illegal to teach it. He was saying he was defunding federal money to go into teaching CRT. That's not illegal. Okay, so you're wrong. Those were your words. You said it was illegal to teach CRT. Trump signed a mandate, made it illegal. You can't legally teach it. You got to read the article correctly. He did a mandate to defund federal money going into CRT, which only red states, when I'm reading, only red states actually banned it. The blue states, that's why I read some blue states, they actually teach it in 2025. Okay, you don't have to go after federal funding. You can, so it's not illegal, like you said. You're wrong and you misrepresent information as you normally do. You got to tap in, brother. I'll help you out. Okay, so Umar. Okay, so now how does Umar help this out? So again, that's why I said hypothetically, let's go with that. See, I'm a guy who I'm unbiased. I go both angles. Let's say if it's not in the school, it can be taught after school. Again, it's not illegal. You're just not getting any more federal funding to teach it. You can teach it though. You can teach it. What's banned is federal funding. So go do some more research. Anyway, if it is banned, you can, as I keep saying, you can do it after school. So if something is banned or made illegal to be done in schools, you can teach it after school programs. That's on Black people to further educate. What else when your kid leaves the school, what are they going to do? Why they can't stay for 2 hours to learn CRT? Why can't they go home and be with mom and dad and the family and join Umar's live discussing CRT? And how often do you got to learn this in school to learn it? Like how many years it takes to learn CRT? And what grade do you want to start? How many different ways can you explain it? This ain't something that you got to keep saying over and over and over and over and over. Like science, there's different fields of science, there's different learning. So chemistry, you might be dealing with sig figs, you might be dealing with the periodic element chart, you might be dealing with moles, you might be dealing with atomic mass, atomic number, you might be doing experiments, who knows? Okay, but it's continuous, there's different levels of it. Same thing with biology, same thing with math. It keeps evolving and transitioning to something different. It's all called math, but something different. How much of CRT do you got to learn? But yeah, and how many years? How many months? So we got to build a whole university for black boys. Like, stop. That's not the focus. The focus are the things that's difficult to learn that's causing us issues in the competitive market out here, the competitive fair market. There's no job waiting on you for CRT. But if you're a mathematician, if you're great with this, you're an English major, you can go to Japan and teach English and India teach English. You got all these different things that you could be great at, and there's something out there waiting for you. You learn CRT, congratulations, you're the next Dr. Umar. Okay? You're the next Dr. Umar to this guy said $2 million. He wanted $2 million to buy this campus. Y'all don't think that's crazy? Yo, that campus idea, we ain't gonna ignore it. He settled for the school in Delaware. He wanted those steamships in 2025. That's what they were. That campus, that was the modern 2025 steamship line. His ideas are not that far from Marcus Garvey. They're crazy. They're crazy and they're impractical. And that's my time. Go. Once you start talking, I'm going to start it. But, I mean, you can't purposely.
Hold on, let's put my headphones in. 1 second.
Trying to research on the low.
I'm not researching anything, brother. I'm well researched. Okay. You can start my time.
Okay, we're on.
Okay, brother, we're not talking about after school programs. We're not talking about Umar Johnson's lives. We're not talking about your parents teaching you. What we're talking about is the schools that these kids spend 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, 9 months a year in, that teach them the bedrock of their understanding, the bedrock of their education. That's what we're talking about. Now, when you say that Trump signed a mandate to remove federal funding, that's exactly what I said. I said you will lose your funding. I never said you was going to jail. If you mean illegality in the sense of you were going to catch a charge and go to jail, I never said that. But based upon this mandate, it is against the law, which means it's unlawful, which means it's illegal. And the consequence is you will lose your federal funding by not adhering to the educational laws passed down by the administration. Wrong again. As usual. As usual, you wrong again. You will lose your federal funding if you teach your children in a charter school about systematic racism, critical race theory, the history, racist history of America, and how it ill affected black people specifically. You lose it because you didn't follow the educational laws. Therefore, you were unlawful. Therefore, it was illegal. That's a fact. Okay. Now, you want to keep jumping back to Umar and Marcus Garvey, and none of that shit is my point. I already expounded upon what I meant by the differences in Umar's approach and Marcus Garvey's approach. I understand the school is called the Marcus Garvey Academy. I understand that. You jump back to that because you think that's where you have a point in, but you're straw manning. That is not my argument, brother. My argument is that there's a necessity for black schools, independent black schools, and we need schools that are not handcuffed and bound by federal laws and bound by the curriculum that the same system we're trying to teach them about creates for them. We need schools that aren't beholden to the system that is teaching these young kids teaching us that we can't teach the young kids about the system that they and their forefathers came up in and how that system placed black people at a severe and supreme disadvantage. You can't go in there and then you say, how many times we gotta talk? Brother, do you know how many different aspects and angles you can teach systematic institutional racism from? You can have a class called redlining and the effects thereof. You can have a class called the Housing Act and state by state. And you can explain to these young kids how in this state the Housing Act affected this people. And in that state, the Housing Act affected that people. And in this state, redlining affected this people. And in that state, redlining affected this people. You can have a class called Understanding the In-Depth Knowledge of the Freedmen Bank. One semester. And we teach you it from every different aspect. You can go through K through 12 and you can find plenty of different ways to teach the systematic racism and injustices in depth, not gloss it over, but teach them in depth. So by the time that young child leaves school, he is fully adept to why we are in this position, fully adept on how we can get out of this position, fully prepared to fight for repair and reparation, fully prepared to not be a part of the same system that just destroyed them by going out there and selling drugs and acting a goddamn fool. But as long as we're handcuffed in
time. I've been yelling time. I was on mute. Time. All right.
Let me just say this real quick. After your 5 minutes, I'm going to go 5 minutes. Then I got to get off this phone.
All right, no problem.
So we can come to a conclusion. But go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So, all right. So this school, this mythical school, is what we were talking about. Because you trying to act like we were not talking about it. You brought it up. You said this is the reason why we need a school. This is the reason why you didn't say we need a school. You said this is the reason why Dr. Umar need to build such a school. You said that. You didn't say why. You didn't say leave it open for anybody to do it. You said this is the reason why Dr. Umar needs to build this school to teach these things that you think are important, the things that you believe personally, you and other Black activists, Pan-Africans, Afrocentrics believe is important. The normal of us do not believe that's that important, but we believe that's something that can be taught at home. That's something that can be read in a book. That's not something that needs as priority in a classroom setting. That can be taught anywhere. Okay, difficult things to learn needs a classroom setting, like science. Okay, like math, like English. These things you need in a classroom setting. Everything you just said, we can learn about driving, taking a trip to Disneyland. Okay, stop. Her school the lady Joyner, her school was right here. Veronica Joyner. Her school is called, where's it at? It's called Math, right here. Mathematics, Civics, and Sciences. Not mathematics, civics, and blackology. Okay? She is going over what's the most important things to teach since 1999 in a dangerous city like Philadelphia. And she is highly successful. She'll be more successful if a charlatan like Umar, Dr. Umar, would have promoted her and said, hey, we need a school for black boys and girls. Hey, enroll in Veronica Joyner's school. Let's support her because she is successful. And he could have worked out something with her where he could have taught after school or on a Saturday via email the very things you're talking about. But he wants to do it himself to get credit because he sees himself as the chosen one. His words, he's the chosen one. The chosen one can't be a part of somebody else's program. The chosen one got to have his own program. The chosen one needs to be in a spotlight. The chosen one needs to be seen as the chosen one. Everybody got to know who the chosen one is. He's Papa. He's the Prince of Pan-Africanism. Okay? He's Papa. In another sense, he's a papa to two young girls that he's not in the household of theirs, right? So he's the prince of fatherless dads and homes as well. So his lifestyle don't even mirror his projection of what he wants for black people in society. Like, dude, you should have really fought to stay in one of those households. Like, what type of woman are you choosing that don't line up with Pan-Africanist ideologies? At least he found like regular women. He didn't find a Pan-Africanist woman with sharing the same ideologies. So nothing about him is consistent. And I'm gonna yield right there. I'm gonna yield before my time. So you.
Okay. In conclusion,
that was not my conclusion.
I'm about to conclude. I told you. First of all, I want to shout out Plainfield, New Jersey for winning today against Bridgewood, baby. We state champions. Or we going to the state championship. That was the sidebar. Okay.
What's the score?
I'm trying to figure out the score now, but I know we was down at half. T-Bone posted we was down at half, and like everybody was like stressing out in the comments. And then as I'm reading the comments, they like, "Congratulations, go Playfield, we won!" Ah!
Oh,
and
wow.
you know, we played Ridgewood today with the young kid that was on ESPN. He had cancer, Johnny Buckets, and like he like leading the nation or something like that, and like one of 6 players to go for 2,000 points, and like the refs was trying to cheat us and everything, but we ended up pulling it out. So yeah, baby, I'm glad. Plainfield all the way. All right, so yeah, in conclusion, brother, I never ever said Umar has to be the one, and Umar opening up a school. All that shit you just made up. I actually said, I hope the brother does good. I hope the brother succeeds. But if he is doing it for scamming, I condemn him. I've mentioned other schools like the University of Islam in the nation and how they were able to build a paradigm. My point is that we need a different path towards educating our youth, our own path towards educating our youth. That's always been my point. It started off with me saying Umar was well qualified to be on these particular channels, on the Pierce Morgans. You try to act as though, well, he's not qualified enough to talk about certain talking points. I beg to differ. We end up getting into the schools, and that's how Umar came up. But I also mentioned Umar in conjunction with Rizza Islam, Tariq Nasheed, and various other black scholars that are edified and that more closely represent the black scholarly point of view and not tainted by Democratic or Republican politics. That's the only reason Dr. Umar came up. Never. Yeah, Dr. Umar, you keep going back to him like I'm up here, Pan-African Marcus Garvey alumni. I'm here to argue for Dr. Umar. That's not the question. That wasn't the argument. There's valid points he made. We need our own schools. We need to not be beholden by the charters. We need to not be federally funded, lest they can guide our curriculum in ways that they see fit. We need to have more autonomy over what we teach our children. We need to be able to teach them the pertinent things that not only teach them science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but teach them about the very real war being waged against us by the powers that be. To remove us from the individualist mindset into a unified front. To unite us against the systemic issues that plague us. To bring us together on how we consolidate and coordinate the black dollar. To remove fear of the oppressor so that we don't mind working together and beginning a revolution. All these things are pertinent to every young black mind. But as long as we are beholden to their curriculum, as long as we are federally funded, as long as we have charters and contracts and deals with these state and local governments and state and local institutions, we will always be at a loss. You're wrong. We do need independent. We do need necessity. Charter school isn't enough. We need something for us, by us, that will put us in the forefront. Educationally, yes, but also spiritually and physically and mentally and emotionally. And we need a total repair of the black man. And that's what we need to be taught in these particular schools. And I'll end by saying this. You mentioned the dress code. He said you got to wear your natural hair. You know, in this climate, I disagree with that. If you want to bring in young people, you know, a dress code and how you should wear, that's normal. Private schools have it all the time. You got to wear a skirt. You got to wear pants. You got to wear slacks. Dress code is normal. I wouldn't do it with the hair, but I got to go. I appreciate you for having me on. I said that was the end, brother. I got to get off this phone. We can have a part 2 tomorrow.
Oh no, I'm going to close out too.
You can close out, but I'm going to get off this phone.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
I'm definitely going to address some of your points.
You said what?
I'm definitely going to close out and address some of your points in my close out.
All right.
So my time is starting now. I mean, you can hang up. It's up to you. You can stick around and hang up. It's up to you. But I'm getting my 5 minutes, and I'm getting off too.
Out of respect, I'll listen to your 5 minutes, and then I'll give my salutations, and we can continue this tomorrow.
It's late. All right. Okay, so he said the powers that be. I have no idea. So he uses vague language. They, the them. You know, the pronoun boys. The powers that be, and this does. Okay, how are you going to teach this BS to kids and use pronouns like they and them and don't establish a noun first, and then say the powers that be? And see, this is part of what you want to do in these independent schools. The powers that be, and you just talked about earlier. We want to talk about the Jewish people. Yeah, that's anti-Semitic. You blame a whole damn race of people for what you believe a few might have done illegal. You blame the whole damn race. Right, yeah, that's anti-Semitic. That should be a part of nobody's curriculum. That's like blaming every black person for a few drug dealers and crackheads, which racist people do, and we call them racist. So now, he doesn't want to be federally funded. Focus doesn't support it, neither does Umar. So now, this is why the topic for welfare needs to happen. Because America is built off federal funded programs, right? Financial programs. And they told us all the while they use these federal aid funded programs. They told us no, they didn't tell us anything. They just marginalized us out of it. We couldn't take advantage at all. And then when it was finally time for us is now legally barred, that they can't. They made it illegal to keep these programs from us. Now we can take advantage of these programs. White folks shamed us. No, you're a welfare recipient. So we couldn't get it because you didn't allow us to take it. We were discriminated legally, can't get it legally. Now we can legally get it, and you shame us out of it. So you had these black men like Umar and Focus who borrowed these right-wing extremist talking points. It's funny how they say the left has got an agenda and the powers that be. Well, bro, you're borrowing the southern states, the racist, the racist, scientific racist talking points. Yeah, it was to never allow us to be funded like them. Keep us from that. Start from the ground up. So no federally funded stuff. Don't take anybody money, right? That the money that's available, don't take that. Do what Marcus Garvey did. Do what white racist Southerners want you to do. Take the money from poor people, the people who don't have it now, the people that don't have $1 in their bank account, the people with a negative bank account balance, the people with no balance sheet at all, no financial balance sheet, the people who spend beyond their means on a regular basis. We're going to take their money. The people who homes are receiving SNAP and other federal state funded things, we're going to take their money out their pocket and we're going to build this fantasy school. Okay, that is a white supremacist extremist talking point. Have black folks, whatever they want to do, have them do it with their own money because they don't really have any money. We left them owning a portion, a fraction of the 1% of the nation's wealth. Okay, so that is a powers that be idea for us to do. Never go after the money that's sitting around. So look, we don't take advantage of the federal money. We're gonna let these white supremacists always have access to that money to build their society. No, brother, that's retarded. And it doesn't work. All it does is create dreams that never happen. Trying to do it from the ground up. We have no money, my boy. That's retarded. That's what Garvey did. Took from poor people pockets just to fail. I don't care if it is a scam. He had good intention, but bro, I care because he took from poor people pockets. That's why they funded that's why they started to found the campaign. Garvey must go. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Dr. Umar get caught making a deal with the Klan to get the school popping. Yo, look, you want us to be integrated or segregated, right? Okay, well, then you better help me with the school. You better help me get these black boys in the school, or we're gonna be in your schools with your daughters. That's where he's gonna go next. When they can't get the money from us, we don't have it. They're gonna go to the most extreme white organization and try to sell, hey, if you help us out with this dream, we won't be in your school. So you ain't got to worry about us anymore. So yeah, the whole black independent school is a farce. It's a dream. It's no different than the steamships. It's not going to happen. It should not happen. It's not called for. It's unnecessary. So with that being said, I'm on time. With that being said, that's my summary for today.
Well, I appreciate you for having me on. We can start this, we can get this, do a part 2 on this. I would love to have a part 2. I have so much rebuttals to what you said, but I'm promised that I would allow you to close and we would do the part 2 of it. So thank you having me on.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. And we will continue this. Perhaps we can do it tomorrow. I know Friday and Saturday and all that I'm gonna be done up.
Yeah, I don't mind cooking.
It'll be next week if anything. But if you could, well, I could listen back to it because I'll pick up exactly where you left off for part 2 of this debate tomorrow. In those last 5 minutes, I'll start my point at rebutting that. But thank you for having me on. It's always a good time, brother.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, man. Fun like always.
Yeah, fun like always.
I love winning.
We always argue on here, but they don't realize you my brother and I love you.
But we really ain't argue because we had 5 minutes.
Yeah, this was a good one. I like this format. I like being able to go back and forth. I think the people are, get to really have a clear, concise
you know, what's the word I'm looking for? A clear, concise view of our particular talking points and our particular positions when we're actually allowed to speak. I think it's a lot less adversarial. We're not calling each other names, cussing each other out, yelling and screaming, and the people can hear us, and it makes for a much more palatable dialogue. Let's just say. So, yep.
And you were able to hang on by a limb only because we didn't have really a topic. We was talking about vast things that kept shifting. But
I wiped the floor with you as always, but hanging
that's
on by a
your
limb.
opinion turned to a fact. We know how you do.
Just don't erase our lives, so I can play it in the barbershop tomorrow. Don't hide it and don't make it private. I played in the shop tomorrow. I'm gonna take a look at the chat tomorrow. I gotta go to bed because I gotta get up early. But
yeah, I might even restream this right once I get up. How many hours was this? Was it what time you hopped on?
I feel as though I hopped on around 9.
Please say 10.
No, it was a little after 9. It was probably like 9:20 or so. Yeah, like
yeah, so
nine. So it was about 3 hours, a little over 3 hours.
Yes, I like to make it like 3 hours the most.
Yeah, it wasn't too much longer than that. It wasn't too much longer.
Well,
than that.
I'm gonna start. So tomorrow, I'm gonna try to keep some context, but I'm gonna like to start around when the time started to be involved.
Well, you can. We talked for about 15 to 20 minutes at first, talking about the one brother who was supposed to come on, and I think we talked about
all that.
Yeah, all that we can skip. And get to the juice, but just be cognizant of when you started, that we don't, remove any of our cooking points with pertaining to this conversation. All right. All right, brother, man. Take care. Peace to the chat. Hotep. Salam alaikum. Peace to the gods.
Oh yeah, I be
Au
on your phone
revoir.
number.
Arrivederci. You said what?
I guess tomorrow you give me your phone number.
You said my new phone number?
Yeah, IBM.
Oh, IBM. Oh, he said give you his number. Give me. He said give.
Yeah, I don't know why he said. Yeah, that's retarded.
Wait, give him my number. He wants my number.
Look, I'm gonna do this because that's like dumb. I don't know why he didn't just suggest, hey, give Focus my number. Why would he say, hey, let me give Focus number? Like that was
No,
dumb.
you can give him my number. Give my number. Tell him to send me a text.
Yeah,
we can talk.
But wouldn't it have been easier for me just to pass his number to you and you text him?
Either way, it doesn't matter.
Because I gotta ask you to, hey, is that cool? But for him, I don't.
I would prefer you give him the number so that he can shoot me a text. Because
you got a new number?
No, I got the same number. I have the same number for years.
Yeah, because I blocked his little ass on Facebook, being disrespectful. But but I will figure out a way to give it to him.
You blocked me on Facebook?
For IBM.
Oh, you blocked IBM.
Yeah, nah. He was. Trust me, when you get blocked like that, you're being like you're doing the most.
What page is this on? Unbiased?
Yeah, Unbiased, Ron.
Okay. All right. All right. Sounds good.
All right. Yeah. So tomorrow.
All right.
We'll get it in, and you
right.
are again, man. Anytime you want to go to something else, you dig? Let me. I mean, just go to it. Like it's really no set, nothing. You dig? Whatever you want to talk about. So if you want to switch it, if it doesn't switch, it's on you. It's because you want to stay where we're at.
Daddy.
And I don't mind.
Daddy.
But I would love to cook on other things too.
Yeah, we can. I just want to continue this.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know. I'm gonna keep roasting Umar. It's all good. And matter of fact, I'm gonna have more stuff.
I see why you kept going back to him, because that's all the chat is talking about.
You kept going back to him.
No, you kept going back to him. Every time I'm talking about all different stuff, but I guess we did have a Umar centric conversation.
I can't respond to you.
But the whole chat, all they talking about is the Umar. They ain't talking about the black schools. They ain't talking about the federal funding being stripped from teaching about black systematic racism. They just talking about Umar.
15 years in, and nothing, bro. Come on. And now, if that was anybody else, if that was Mark Lamont Hill, Talking about, yeah, I'm gonna deliver a school, or Roland Martin, you'll be cooking the hell out of them. 15 years later, nothing, and they got all the money.
Well, I'm not here. I'm not here in defense of Umar. That's not my thing. But we can't negate, his
What about his daughter?
intellect. We can't negate his intellect or the fact that he's out here, trying and he's on the front lines.
As long as he
can't
stay in his
negate that.
lane, as long as he stay in his lane, we can't negate his intellect. But when he goes out of his lane, we can negate his intellect.
Man, they talk about Umar. They just totally ignored every point that I made.
They did not ignore your points
about curriculum. I don't know. I got to read these damn things. But all right, let me get off here. All right, love you guys.
All right.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
All right, so chat, we're gonna wrap it up. I gotta get in this bed today. Yo, Focus did not want to hang go. Yeah, he is a funny guy, yo. Yeah, so he's gonna respond to what I said, cool, because I'm gonna cook Umar some more, man. And guess what? I now gonna look through these videos, right? Of Umar talking about charter schools. I'm gonna cook on that because I was freestyling, obviously, pulling up stuff, but now I'll be able to clip him speaking ill against charter schools, and then I get to really like show charter schools versus Black independent schools, which ones are more successful. He named a couple Black independent schools, but didn't know if they were actually Black independent or not. Or so it's like kind of didn't lead me to, scrutinize it, to vet it. Yeah, but he's mad that we're saying Umar because Umar is the guy that pitched this dream. That this guy, wait till I show tomorrow, that thumbnail gonna be the university. Tomorrow the thumbnail gonna be, let's go to bed. Tomorrow okay. So tomorrow I'm gonna do it on the thumbnail gonna be his university. The first one, the $2 million one. Do out of his university to teach CRT. And all of a sudden, CRT is so we need a whole semester to teach CRT. Man, come on. We can learn this stuff in a week if it's taught every day, or at the most a month. And again, it doesn't need to be in school. I made the point. And school needs to be for difficult subjects that requires and begs for like obedience, discipline. You could teach CRT in a car driving to your aunt's house, driving to church or your mosque or your satanic building, whatever you do, you can teach that on a ride in the car. These guys are over excessive with this, but notice how none of these Afrocentrics ever put STEM at the center of the agenda. They'll teach you all about Egypt and how they are the true Egyptians, but don't know math at all. It's like, if y'all are the true Egyptians, I would expect you guys to be great at math. You would think that they'll make math. If anything else, they'll make math the center focus of what they do because they are Egyptians. Egyptians great at math. We're going to be great at math. If we're not great at anything else, we're going to be known for the wackos who believe we're Egyptians, but we're great at math. Nope. They're just great in revised history. That's all these Hotepers are good at, revised history. Nothing they say lines up with academia as far as that stuff. All right, man. I appreciate y'all. Let me see. What I got lined up. Yeah, so tomorrow, I don't know. I may play this over. I'm gonna play it over some part of tomorrow. And maybe if I'm going to do it, it'll be right at the early start of the morning. So I'm just gonna play. So I did a couple different things here. So I gotta chop the video up because I had different segments talking about different things. Yes.
What's the sound?
We talked about Marcus Garvey. We talked about Umar's daughter, her clout chasing. You know, we talked about a few things. But on that note, man, peace. See you later. What's that noise, Yugi? What's that noise, my Yugi? You ready to go lay down? You get ready to go lay down? Okay. And give me a huggy. Give me a daddy huggy. You love running? Okay, we're gonna run tomorrow. Mm-hmm. We're gonna run.
Hey, wanna do my baby?
Yes, my lady.
That's so fast.
Okay. Got you? You got pee-pee?
Daddy.
What do you want?
Give me more.
What do you want?
More.
This?
More.
Here. You gotta go to bed, Yugi.
That's one. That's a party.
You want one? Here. Oh, here.
Oh, that's not right. That's what, Daddy, that's not right, Daddy.
You're wrong. What do you want more? What do you want?
What's this?
What?
What's this, Daddy?
Let me see. What do you want? Oh, let's see.
No. I don't want that. Not for Daddy, Daddy.
There you go, lay down.
I don't want to lay down.
You get ready? You get ready? You get ready? Okay. Come on, Moogie, come. I'm gonna lay down with Yugi. You wanna lay down with Daddy? Go pee pee. Come, let's go pee pee. You ready? Let's go pee pee, Yugi. Wait, Yugi, wait. Wait, Yugi, wait. Oh my God. It's that fast, man.
Daddy hit the rainbow. I'll be over here. I'll be over here. It's me. What's up? It's me. It's me. Oh no. It's back away. Racing, Daddy.
He racing. Come on, go pee pee. Come. Come on, come. Come on, go pee pee. Yugi win?
You lose.
Can I win? Let Daddy win, Yugi.
Okay, win this side.
Yay! Daddy win, Yugi, yay! Daddy win, yay!
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, go.
Oh, Yugi win again.
I win.
Okay, come on.
Now,
Yugi want fan?
you're fair.
Okay. Hey, come turn it on, Yugi. Turn the fan on. Go. Go, turn it on.
Okay, I help you.
You need me help.
Okay, you.
Okay.
You daddy me help.
Yeah, Daddy need help. Thank you. Yugi help Daddy.
You help daddy.
Mm-hmm.